Hello everyone, welcome to our very first last chance of 2024 PMSL SEA Fall. And I'm your host Windy, and I'm so excited for today. And joining me on stage is a team that everyone's been talking about because they shown a great improvement in this season. Please welcome Force from Roy Esports. Hi Force.
Hello.
Hello. So, as we know, your team in a really good spot for today's ranking. So, I want to know, how is your team condition currently?
Xin chào Posh, thì hiện tại vị trí xếp hạng của các bạn ngày hôm nay đang khá tốt. Vậy không biết là trạng thái hiện tại của team Roy đang như thế nào ạ?
Team Roy của em đang có trạng thái là ai sợ thì đi về, nhưng mà team em thì không ai sợ.
For our team, we have a motto, if any one of us is afraid, just go home. But none of us is scared right now.
Wow, that's great for you guys, and I hope you guys can make it to Super Sunday. And now, I want to know, do you feel like any change that contributed your performance? Because your team performance in this season is really good and better than last season.
Thì cái phong độ thi đấu của các bạn trong mùa giải lần này rất tốt so với mùa giải trước. Vậy không biết là có những thay đổi gì trong đội đã giúp các bạn đạt được cái trạng thái thi đấu tốt như vậy?
Team mình thì lần này là thay đổi rất nhiều về nhân sự lẫn chiến thuật để có thể thích nghi được với cả lối chơi của SEA, nên là mình đang rất cố gắng từng ngày.
For this season, we have made changes a lot in terms of our roster and also our strategies, and we're trying every day to be better.
Yes, and I also noticed that you guys in the season trying to play a little bit more aggressively. Am I correct?
Thì trong mùa giải lần này các bạn có chiến thuật thi đấu quyết liệt hơn, có phải không? So với các mùa giải trước ấy.
Dạ đúng rồi ạ.
That's correct.
Because you guys often win the fight, and that's good, and I want you to keep that up. So let's talk a little bit more about motivations. And I'm sure you have something that motivating you to perform well. Can you share it with us?
Bây giờ thì hãy chia sẻ một chút xíu về cái nguồn động lực của các bạn. Chắc chắn là có một gì đó để thúc đẩy mình chơi tốt hơn đúng không? Thì bạn có thể chia sẻ cho mọi người biết được không?
Động lực của mình lớn nhất chắc có lẽ là người hâm mộ. Và mình cũng mong là mọi người sẽ vẫn tiếp tục ủng hộ Roy cũng như là đội tuyển Việt Nam để có thể thi đấu thật tốt trong ngày hôm nay và những ngày sau ạ.
Our greatest source of motivation is probably our fans, and I also hope to receive more support from our fans for not only Roy but also other Vietnamese teams to perform well today and also in the coming days.
And that's good to keep staying motivated. And wish you a good luck for today. Thank you so much, Force. And for the past 3 days, we've seen so many exciting matches. And today, we're about to find out which team can secure their spot in our first Super Sunday. And now let's hand it over to our casters.
So it's Posh, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2024. And this is week 1 of the last chance qualifiers. We're going to get to see the remaining 8 who will move on or who will be eliminated from the Super Sunday.
Yep, welcome back for the no off days teams. No vacation, no Bali trip for you guys. But yep, when he talked about the teams that actually make it up to the last chance qualifiers or the last chance stage here, definitely we'll have to talk about the teams that happen to be on top, which is going to be FAZE Clan just now. Talon, RRQ, BTR, they are having quite a comfortable zone when it comes to Roy and 79. These are going to be the 6 teams, the top 6 teams that secured pretty much 70 points to start off their day here.
Yeah, so 70 points, well, seems pretty okay, but hey, who knows, you know, we're not gonna jinx it at the start of the show. So, but of course, other than the 70 points, we have teams that are closer to the edge, teams like XERXIA, teams like Alliance, teams like Pandem, O2, in which we'll review again the points later on. And these teams will be needing to work a bit more compared to those teams with 70 points. And speaking about the numbers, here's a good overview for all of you to see.
Welcome back, Talon, FaZe Clan, RRQ, BTR, Roy, Sam9, TODAK, XERXIA, Alliance, Pandem, O2, Team Secret, PEA, The Infinity, Team Flash, and Crit VIP to join us in this wonderful Monday for the last chance stage here. Who will be the top 8 to be joining in the rest of the 8 teams that's already booking their slot for the Super Tuesday / Sunday?
Yeah, Super Tuesday, Sunday. Okay, I can't seem to combine that. But we will be combining the remaining 16 teams in the bottom 16 in the last chance, as you can see here on screen. And only the top 8 will move on to the Super Tuesday Sunday. And teams will earn league points from this stage. So it's very, very important to be in the Super Tuesday Sunday to join up with the top 8 from the group stage.
Yeah, but we have to put the highlights, which could be NKT this time. They had a superb performance yesterday, especially Spider 10. I mean, we do have Triple F being swapped in for the last 2 or 3 maps, half of the second half yesterday. But when it comes to performance, I have to say, even though it's Triple F or Mr. Joe is actually playing, it's going to be the God that steals the highlight with his grenades yesterday.
Oh yeah, the God. He was definitely the God of nades yesterday. And this is one of it. We saw one of that earlier on as he was moving. And he tossed that nade at the right timing. Beautifully executed. NKT, definitely one of the teams to highlight. And because of that as well, okay, this is the one. And because of that, they move on directly into Super Sunday.
Yeah, but it was an amazing nade. It was the golden nade that everybody been looking for. And whoever actually can execute that kind of nade, I have to say their individual skills are next level. And it's pretty hard these days because we do know it's been a while since the aim assist been shut off for esports scene. But when it comes to the top fraggers during the league stage, we have FaZe Clan, Talon, Roy, and Sam9.
Yeah, top 4 fraggers here. So FaZe Clan 4.3, but not too far behind is Talon with 4.1, followed by Roy, who have been performing fairly well as compared to last season as well. We have 3.9 average elimination, and we got Sam9 3.8, not too far off of Roy. But FaZe Clan, they barely just made it, and too bad they didn't play on the 3rd day based on the grouping shuffle. So they were pushed down to number 9, and they have to cancel their Bali trip, and today we'll be seeing them.
The same goes for Sam9, actually share the same shoes as FaZe Clan before. They've been pushed down because they didn't actually get to play yesterday as well. But when it comes to the top 4 gunslingers, we have to welcome RRQ as well with 504 average damage. Talon Ref is just slightly 100 damage lesser than Asa just now. And Adik Luke getting himself for Alliance, while we have BTR Hansil at 358. And these are going to be the top 4 players that everybody should focus on when it comes to the last chance stage.
And the best part about Redface and Hansil, they probably only played like 2 games, and they're already up here. So it's a good testament there for them to keep their spots. But when it comes to our top Sandhawk performers, we do have Sam9, Team Pandem, Alliance, and Roy up here as well. But when it comes to based on points, it's Pandem. Average eliminations, wow, Sam9 really likes to take fights in Sandhawk.
It's also safe to say that even though they are the top Sandhawk performance for this 4 team, but none of them actually secures the chicken dinner. Maybe because the one that actually secured the most chicken dinner already got themselves the top 8 slot for the Super Sunday straight. But today's matches is going to be the same one, but make sure that you have your time zone correct because it's GMT +7 here. Whatever your time zone is, please adjust accordingly. We're starting off with Sunhawk, triple Erangel, and as per usual, finish our day with 2 crazy Miramas.
Yeah, and we'll have a break after match number 3 as usual. So that's where you mark your time, ladies and gentlemen, in case you want to take your own extended break to grab your meals, just like what our players will be doing during that time. And also they will re-strategize, and that's where after that we normally see substitutions happen. So Sandhawk it is, game number 1. What's your feel about the Sandhawk?
Well, we don't have the team that really have the chickens in Sanhok playing here today, so it's going to be open up for everybody to steal it from anyone. And we don't have too many Sanhok since we're only going to play once in the last chance here today. So it's a good start for the teams that really want to go for the points for the comfort zone just to secure their slot into the Super Sunday, which is going to be tomorrow on Tuesday. And speaking of which, I assume the team in the top 6 that we mentioned just now, the ones already in the 70s, want to try to push their chicken since the start here.
Yeah, and trying to push chickens. Well, here are our teams to watch or teams to focus. So both of us seems to have a TODAK on our lineup. I have XERXIA and also Roy Q. Yeah, and Roy Q. And also FAZE Clan. Yeah, I remember I said RIQ, but yeah, it became Roy Q.
Oh.
That's fine. I have 4 predictions technically.
Yeah, they still have 3 letters, but only the first letter is actually the same. So, I mean, make it 4 predictions come out from Cloud there. The only difference is going to be me going for FAZE Clan, because I do know FAZE Clan. We've seen how they play. They definitely have a chance to go for it. And they are quite in the comfort zone, pretty much tied up with Talon to start off their run in the last chance here at 76 points. So they definitely want to go straight in the 80s if they can for Sanhok map here.
Yeah, so I had a look at the last season's data for last chance qualifier, right? So average number is 90 above to just make it into the Super Sunday from last chance qualifiers. And of course that's based on last season's data, but if we were to look at that kind of data versus the group stages, it doesn't seem to be too far off. So maybe the 90-point number is the number that teams need to aim for.
Cool 8 taken out by the Infinity players. Even a cute headband with a rainbow. I don't know what you want to call it, a mini rainbow on top of it. That's pretty cute though, but I assume that there's going to be a lot of pressure for the teams that's going to play here today. It's going to be another grind day, no off day, but hey, some of them are pretty prepped themselves, so we're going to have to wait and see. Can they score their first chicken of the day, and who will it be? Do drop your predictions in the comment section as well.
Yeah, and Leon's making as if it's his first time looking at the camera. It's like, camera, Leon's. Okay, alright, there you go. And we have, of course, Team Pandem as well here on screen. They are one of the teams by the borderline with 48 points as of now at number 10. So they will need to rack up the points to overcome the teams above them, like the Lions, like XERXIA, TODAK, and so on, the closest ones. But this is one of the newer jerseys of RRQ. I do like the purple one.
I do prefer the old one, the gold black, but you know, every season there's going to be a different vibe for every of the teams. Saying goes, when it comes to every season, will be a different last chance for our first week last chance stage here for the teams that's competing. Let's fly into our last chance Sanhok.
But I do like how the stage LED lights up as green when it's Sanhok there. I noticed that, production. I noticed that. So let's check out the flight path. Cam Alpha to Lakawi as our opening flight path. So it's going to be a very kind flight path for these teams to drop into their respective spot. So some of these spots will be vacant because some of the teams are not playing today. They have qualified themselves directly. Alter Ego, who really likes Cam Alpha, and they scored one chicken dinner through circles there, and also second place there. This time around, Team Panda will be taking the place of Alter Ego around the area of Cam Alpha itself, and also the Cam Alpha Mountain.
Like you mentioned, the fact that some teams that's not playing it, since a lot of teams will try to take the place where it's vacant, so we can assume some change of drop spot for the others, since it's going to be only 16 teams remaining to book another 8 slot more for tomorrow's game. But generous flight path doesn't mean it will be a generous circle. It will be quite in the center, covers all Tree Island. That's going to be another difficult to start with for the teams. Waiting for the circle to pop, and we do have very south TODAK taking Bantai and Cave, while there's a couple of teams taking around the center, including FaZe Clan on top of Bootcamp. And everybody's waiting for the circle to pop, but it's still quite a mystery until we got it. Maybe a quarry circle where XERXIA dropped themselves early on.
Yeah, this is almost similar to the circle in day number 1, Sandhawk. So let's see, we'll see a repeat of that sort of circle. Some of the other notable changes in terms of drop spots. So Vampire Esports, they are through. O2 will take Ruins instead this time. And Sem9 not taking Painan, even though they won Painan yesterday against Team Secret. They left Painan, and they are just on the left side and below of O2 as the starting point. Well, at least this kind of circle is not too rough for these teams. It's a main peninsula circle, so there is a good amount of open opportunity for all of them.
I agree. In the center, so everybody can enter in from any direction. There's a lot of entry point here, not tucked into one direction, which going to be quite a hurdle if the teams have to go through so many teams just to be where they at. But for Team Roy now, this is going to be the team under the spotlight here today because we do know what an improvement compared to last season.
Yeah, I know, right? Last season they had a very difficult time. But speaking about difficult times, this could be a difficult time for RNJ as he's surrounded by Team Secret and he's pretty much all alone now. So hopefully he's able to buy enough time for his other teammates to come by. But they will go all in on the RNJ, not allowing him that space. And first blood will be given to Team Secret.
There's a clean execution there coming from the side of Team Secret. Well played for a team. Now, they thought that it's going to be the entire crew of XERXIA's around, but unfortunately they couldn't find anybody else. So XERXIA, that was probably their scouter that has been eliminated just now. But for the side of Team Secret, a win is a win. That secures them 1 point for now, but XERXIA will try to redeem and have some damage control. They spotted out TODAK Real, who happened to be the last person of TODAK trying to migrate themselves into the second checkpoint. Unfortunately, was caught in the back. So XERXIA, not a total loss after they have one fallen comrade, which can be on RNJ.
Yeah, but so far out of the love triangle that we just saw, so TODAK is the one that did not have any return at all, and they lost Real in the process. So now it's down to the final 3 members of TODAK to be able to come up with something this round. But 3 players, we've seen it before. You're still able to come up with something, so not all hope is lost for TODAK just yet. As for Team Secret, it seems like they're not interested in Painan as well. I guess that's also because the fact that they did lose the fight with Sem9. So maybe Painan's not that good of a spot for them. So they start off differently this time. And of course, they need to have a really, really strong start considering that they are below the top 8 as of now.
Speaking of strong start, you have a very good team. You have to have a very good team and all full men if you want to conquer Painan. It's quite difficult to just have trio to work since the start because Painan have so many entries, so many buildings in between. So you need all eyes as much as you get just to guard up towards any entry from any angles when it comes to Painan. But we talked about Quarry just now and the circle seems to be centralizing around Quarry. But for FaZe Clan, this is going to be another team that do have themselves a better spot compared to the others down there. But they're probably going to play it safe first to just know and have some intel regarding the other team's position.
Yeah, since it's still stage 1, if you have your own compound or your own high ground, I guess it's a good time to just hold on to the position until the next stage and then we see where it goes. So as of now, we expect these 2 teams to just look at each other. If they want to take a proactive approach, it's probably to take one of the high grounds. But if you're already in the compound on the lower ground, especially, then it's more of like playing the defensive role for now and try to pick up points, just like how some of the earlier teams did. And BTR is doing exactly that against FaZe Clan.
The silence has been broken. FaZe Clan were a bit too hesitant and BTR was too close for them to just stay quietly. And they take matters into their own hands for BTR. And might actually scout it out moment if he prone or just overpick towards that. Yep, they definitely saw moment just now. There's going to be a lot of information on the side of BTR. Zaxi, that's a valuable information. It will be relayed back to the roster. Now, what will the response of BTR? Will they commit to chase the rest of FaZe Clan, or do they sit quietly since they got themselves quite a compound to work with? And not just that, this is going to be one of the hottest spot of the junction where a lot of teams might pass across.
Yeah, they seem to be aware of talent on the high ground. So with that awareness, then they'll stay put in their home. But for Tony K, well, they tried to take out No Mercy. No Mercy managed to make it through, but not for his other teammates. Still at the bridge, and they're on the outside of the circle. So No Mercy has to play that off-angle dude. But Tony K is on this high ground, on the rooftop, and No Mercy will still need to move away.
Tony K scouted out the teams actually on top of the bridge. They will try to bridge camp against RRQ. RRQ is always them who actually do the bridge camping. This time it feels like Karma hit them back, where the whole Infinity will wait them to come out from the blue. Like it or not, they have to cross path with Infinity just to make it safe into where Quarry will be the next few circle. But we still have Bootcamp, and FaZe Clan used to drop himself in Bootcamp, but they migrate early on. That's how they lost one member against BTR just now. But we do have very late comers, including 7-9. No surprise and no news coming up from PA. They're definitely going to wait it out until the rest of the team already done it with that migration. But RRQ, how to come out from this blue zone debacle with Infinity gatekeeping them?
It's going to be interesting here. That's where we start to look at their healing utilities. Okay, now POCO 4 first aid's pretty decent. Oh, we get a replay here again. So, pretty straightforward for Mega Mai. And also Sata. This is his defensive stance that he took out in Torres. So, great defense work, I must say. But now Talon and TODAK. Okay, here we go.
Axel just going to deny their mobility with a bit of a punctured tire on the other side. Just going back to his vehicle, making sure nobody else will take out his vehicle instead. And TODAK, they want to play a bit of an indoor compound for now. Not willing to even overpick themselves to see what's going on outside. The terrain itself is pretty difficult to visualize. They have the low ground disadvantage, but spot out some of the players from Talon who try to flee from the crime scene. But Pandem seems like FaZe Clan in trouble here.
Oh yeah, looks like Onzen's got knocked out. Okay, so no follow-up yet, so it could be a long-range knock. But Pandem is executing against FaZe Clan. Here we go. They know that they have the man advantage. They saw the elimination field to Victorious earlier on. And now they will take it on to the rest of FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan after BTR, now Pandem. You know, they have to force a fight anyhow. Moment taking the fight head on with the with his shotgun. And that's gonna be the second one. Make it a third, almost close enough for a clutch. Unfortunately, just going solo handedly in against Pandem, but Pandem still win, but at quite a cost. They lost 2 men early on.
Yeah, 2 men out, but 3 points secured. But O2, they're alerted with the situation, but not going to go for it. No information, so I guess they were going to let that one go. But for Team Pandem, the 3 points that they've collected so far, that is going to be precious as they approach closer to the top 8 as of now. But with 2 players left, I guess they would need to play a bit passive for the rest of the round.
They have to play it safe. Pretty straightforward. It's all about survival game now for the side of team that have only solo players or less than 3 players in their lineup. Unfortunately for FaZe Clan, there's no going to be too much of a progress when it comes to the points. They'll have to settle with 78 points, and they are the first team to go out. We still have 15 teams in here, 55 players remaining, with RRQ right now on the rise, trying to find their victims, proactively trying to search for more eliminations.
Yeah, we can see RRQ, they are circling around. And if the benchmark is going to be 90 points, they're probably thinking to themselves that, okay, we work super duper extra hard, like the first half, we gain those points, get 90 above, and then the second half, we play a little bit chill. Maybe. But the circle, will this allow them to continue to play chill? It's going to be still okay since RRQ is on the north side of the circle. And there's no real near challenger for them. even the closest one is Team Panda, but even so, they have only 2 players.
It's going to be about the bridge circle for the side of RIQ. They love the bridge fight. We do have Painan circle for the last of it. We talked about the teams don't have too many players as a start. It's going to be difficult for them to fight in Painan. And Painan will be our last destination here. PEA coming in very slowly into the safe zone there at the edge nearby the blue. And while Team Flash tried to take them down, they'll be gatekept by Team Flash for now. This is going to be the problem for the teams that like to come in very late. There'll be a lot of gatekeepers waiting on the other end. The problem is they'll be sandwiched within the blue zone too.
Yeah, that's not going to be good news. Okay, Kwang healed up. He's going to feel the wrath of the blue right now. Okay, Gosu has 6 first aids though, so they can tank out some of the blue. But their main objective right now is to try to get points out of PEA, since the blue is doing its work, and they might force a PEA to come out and put themselves in an awkward position for Team Flash. So that's why Team Flash is still willing to wait up here.
Overextending and staying around where they at. It's not really a good cause here for the side of Team Flash, of course. They can actually start to migrate and start to gatekeep from the inner side of circle. There's also one way to do it, but for Team Secret, feels like they have another visitor coming in. Alliance don't seem to know that they are on top of this roof. They will just pass through. But will Trunks start to find the rest of Team Secret? Seems like they want to go in for a trigger shot, but it's not going to happen for now. A bit of a car chase between Alliance and Infinity at the current moment.
Yeah, and good for the Infinity that the Alliance and their vehicle is smoked up, so they don't want to take that risk of chasing Infinity and risking themselves being in a blown up vehicle. So they're going to let Infinity go, and Infinity will be happy with that since they only have 2 players left. They lost Logan and Tony K along the way. But now, from the pan to the fire, they say. Now 7-9 is the one that's around them.
Speaking of being surrounded, also Roy, they're taking the boost and they overextend their stage just now against PEA. Now this going to be causing a huge problem for them. We talked about latecomers. Yeah, it's not impossible to play a late game for the teams that love to come in later than the rest of the teams. But the problem is, why you put yourself in a high pressure moment with the blue zone that you can't even fight against. But the next circle will shrink down right on top of Painan. Sam now already conquered the area and will control the rest of Painan for themselves, where Infinity start to breach in slightly nearby Painan. But TODAK, they will come in from the back. It seems like the left side of the circle is quite vacant for now.
Yeah, because naturally everyone will focus onto the main peninsula, but this circle is kind of scammy if you ask me. Now there's a small percentage that it will go to the Ruins Island, and that will be super duper interesting. But we're coming back onto this long range fight between Team Flash that used to be with PA, but now they shift their focus to Team Secret instead.
Pandem bites the dot. It's going to be down to 14 teams, but they scored themselves 3 eliminations. A lot of teams still stays in the blue. That's going to be 4 of them. Team Flash, Crate, VIP, Roy, and Team Secret. But right now, Team Secret still strive for their survival, but they will live for another day. Finally wrapping the business against PEA, but they need to leave now. Problem is now another gatekeeper starts shooting. It's going to be RQ and Alliance at the same time.
Just as they wanted to enter their vehicle, another one bites the dust, like what you said. And now Team Secret will have only 2 active players left. While they try to find their way into the circle on a vehicle, they take a bit of a risk. But we move over to XERXIA, defending their compound against Talon.
Misery caught himself in a trap. Nobody else can actually reach out to him. XERXIA easily will translate that into 1 point. Axel trying to run, and they will try to get themselves in the circle instead of overstaying themselves while waiting for the blue zone to come in. It's going to be less than a minute on the clock. And now XERXIA might scatter out the rest of Roy, who just left after they won against PA. And RRQ keeping the nades up against the Lion, and one hit the ground and the other seems to be struggling to revive his teammate.
Oof. And they're being chased by the blue right now. While RRQ stopping them. Wow, nice flick there by Nabeko with the DBS. And now goes in onto Oleo. Is he willing to go into the blue? Yes, he will. He's going for the chase now, allowing Oleo to deny himself to the blue. Now it's a 1v1 fight, and Oleo wins the 1v1 against Nabeko!
So is the DBS actually speaks. Next, we're gonna have the Battle of Painan. Sam9, they thought they have control over Painan, but it's at a cost. They lost one man earlier on at the back. Create VIP surrounding them left, right, and center. Putra coming into the compound, trying to play the stair war or the stair battles between Sam9 and Create VIP. Putra taking the second ground or the second floor. And here comes the Nate trying to flush him out while Halt is bleeding. Putra tried to save the scenario, but it's not gonna happen. Sam9 still trying. Create VIP failed attempt to take over the compound, but next BTR and Talon at a go.
Oh man, wow, look at the circle. It is crazy. Okay, back onto BTR. They're winning this high ground fight against Talon. And now Talon next on the lower ground. Satar will land the final blow. And BTR reign supreme against Talon. And now, after picking out their teammates, after resetting, they need to consider how to get into the circle next.
7 teams left with BTR having a trio to work around. Next, no breather yet for them. Still licking their own wounds. Infinity approaching straight up front. It's going to be Got Tony taking the lead. Might spot out Gem Force if he starts the car. And he got himself only one rock to take covers. But it's going to be A-OK. Nobody can actually spot him due to the curvature of the land itself. But BTR, the other side, is shooting as well. It's going to be O2 Esports from the back across downtown.
Oh, Infinity want to take up this point. Got Tuni coming in, and is that a deny? Oh yeah, that's a deny. So Got Tuni not able to pick up that one extra point, but he's still going to get extra loots. That's going to be okay. But Jumper, I believe he blown up that vehicle just in front of Got Tuni, and he's knocked down.
I don't know how BTR made it, but Gemforce just sneakily gets into it. He's creeping inside of Pioneer right now by himself. Surrounded nearby, it's going to be Sam9, and the rest of the other team still quite far. TODAK is across the other side of the river. So for Gemforce, as long as he stays quiet, Sam9 will not even have a clue about his presence.
Yeah, Sam9 is on the other side, so he'll definitely stay as quiet as possible. But Lynx possibly cannot stay quiet because there's a chance that the circle will go away from him. Pioneer might be the final few circles. Okay, let's see here. Stage 6. Ooh, half of Pioneer, half on the outside. So guys got to decide, man. Sam9 might make their move to the next building.
Here comes TODAK Lens from afar, just tapping up a bit of a warning shot, giving his greeting to the side of the players, which are going to be O2 Esports across the other side of the lake. BTR Gen 4 still try to survive in the middle of some 9 players. O2 Esports stealing away kills and eliminations from the sideline. Finally, it will be attack and confrontation with RRQ. It's no joke, but Fnatic, he has to leave around these covers right now. The Blueser will hit him first if he's not leaving anytime soon, but at least he got a couple of smokes, a lot of utilities to be disposed of. But here comes the greeting on Jumper, and Jumper is playing here today.
Oh yeah, he is. So welcome back, Jumper, by the way. And let's see if that will change the dynamics of O2 with Fredo. Now right on top of RRQ. No Mercy and Fnatic below him. Okay, he's cooking up that nade. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Launching it onto RRQ. And BAM! Knocking down Fnatic!
A Kobe by Fredo just now opened up the space for the side of O2 Esports. It's go time for O2, but unfortunately none of them willing to take the risk to go in for the rush. So RRQ can just revive their teammate with the barricades of their vehicles around, and even the geography and the terrain. Those rocks will cover them temporarily. Now RRQ, do they still commit, or will they resort to swimming now?
If they swim, then they'll put themselves in a very, very exposed position. But if not, they'll be exposed to nades. Another one knocked, and that is it. Quick cleanup here by Fredo, and RRQ eliminated at number 5, 6 elimination points. O2 scores 4 eliminations.
We're down to 14s, but Lions, things seems to be a bit slim here for his chance to get this chicken. Earlier, I don't think he got himself any first 8. because since he's not resetting his HP up to 80% for now, so I assume that he got nothing else except for those band-aids, and worst case scenario, the blue starts to close. Now this is going to bite Olio from the back and chew him out alive when the blue zone approach towards his side. O2, they got those high grounds, but it's not really touching the circle yet, and it's going to be a bit of a problem for Lynx as well, and they spotted out Olio. There's going to be two teams being cleaned up at the same time, and for TODAK, they still survive, but barely alive.
Oh, and the blue is chewing down the members of O2 now. Lynx, will he go out to the blue, or will he go out to someone else? Cleon takes out Kid. There's going to be a point for Cleon. Lynx will be eliminated, and the point goes to Fredo from O2. As for Sem9, now they need to march into the circle. Look at this crazy circle. You could probably only house one circle, one team with this kind of circle, and now it's Sem9 in it.
Sem9, they've been controlling Binance since the start. Now all they need to do is just finish it off, and they got the chicken dinner. Sem9, they're coming in strong for the first map of the day, and they definitely into the season like you told us before. Will it be in the 90s for Sem9? Are they 100% into the Super Sunday with this run of Sunhawk?
Yeah, they scored more than 10 eliminations at least, and with the chicken dinner, it's going to be 20-ish. So if that's going to be the case, then based on data from last season, 90 could be the magical number. But we'll keep an eye on that if that data is going to be true still. But you got 5 more games to go for Sem9, so I wouldn't be too worried about them. The fact that they could score this chicken dinner. Now, exactly how many is that?
12.
Let's see here. 12 eliminations. Yeah, so 22 points.
It's probably going to hit over 100 points if they're already starting off, I think, over 90 points by now, because M9 pretty much have the 90s as the start of the day. So we're going to have to wait and see, will they play it safe or will they go even more crazy after this? Ferrana, we talked about this guy, the deadly duo of View High. I love this combination right now. And his damage distribution when it comes to the headshot, this possibly one of the highest out there, 37%.
Yeah, 37% headshot. That is really high. And he came in the last in the lineup of Sem9, and he came in very low profile as well. But he's really putting up his profile up here in the PMSL. Other than Sem9, O2, RRQ, and Alliance up here as some of the top performing teams. And based on this number, RRQ, they played full squad time, 15 minutes 29 seconds, but still able to make it up here as the top 4. So let's check out the best moments here, brought to you by Sem9's Chicken Dinner.
100% 22 points, and there's going to be overall 90s for the SEM9 by the end of our calculation when it comes to the overall rankings. But another double-digit team, OT Esports, is on the rise, while RQ plays himself at 9 points of total. Alliance at 4th place with 8 points, TODAK 7 points, BTR 6 points, Talon with 5 points, Team Secret at 4 points. This is rare to see. Quite a good number going down the chart. We don't have this every day.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see teams like Team Secret, who has been having an up and down performance, to be up here in page number 1 as well. Although only with 4 eliminations, but still being up here, it's still the thing. But on page number 2, interesting enough, nobody actually went out with 0 points. Even PEA, bare minimum, they got 1 point. So as long as you can keep the points in, even though you have a tough round, at least Sandhawk is done. You can look forward to the Erangel match to try to gain those points.
And I'm loving the fact that SEM9, they're going to play the center of circle. Feels like they're going to go like that the entire day, like how they did control Painan since the start. So maybe we can assume they will be in the center of the circle in every single map. Now, for the teams that actually at the very bottom, except for FAZE, of course, PEA, they need to just push up their gameplay, because we do know they are playing it very late. It didn't work out for them since the start of day 1 in this entire league. Now Sam now already booked themselves. We 100% now they're going to get into the Super Sunday with the 90s here, Cloud.
Yeah, so I mean, that's based on the data, right? So 90 could be the number. But anyway, if you're 92 at like game 1 and you have 5 more games to go, then they can start to like, okay, we played a kind of like a chiller game later on. So and just monitor the situation and how it goes. So as of now, if you want to look at like the live numbers, right? O2 is at 57 points. So they need to gain a good amount of points still to move on to page 1. Page 1 will be the magical page.
But we have our top fraggers of the day, starting off of Sunhawk just now, which is going to be SEM9 players. Dap, same goes for the new IGL of SEM9. Boo Boo Hoo seems like he's coming in strong for the new IGL for SEM9 this time around. For BTR Satar, we had his interview yesterday. He was super confident, but right now you have to push the confidence to 2000%, because seems like BTR do have some shaky start at first.
Yeah. I mean, BTR has always have this up and down performance, although they start off with 70 points here today. So they still need to have some level of performance in order for them to be safe enough. But anyway, if you just join us, ladies and gentlemen, SEM9 scored the first chicken dinner, and we're done with Sandhawk. SEM9 got it, and now we're moving on to 3 Erangels back to back, but exactly 2 before we head on to a little break.
Yeah, we're going to have only one Sunhawk in last chance stage. It's only going to be 1 day for the last chance. So if you guys have no clue how many teams are going to qualify after this, we're still fighting for the Super Sunday / Super Tuesday. When it comes to the first week, we do have some time adjustment this week due to technical issues. We apologize for that. But it means that there's no break at all when it comes to 2 weeks in a row of PMSL. So I think that's good news for everybody who love PUBG Mobile. But we talked about the other 8 teams that will join in the rest 8 teams to already book them their slot in the Super Sunday. I think high chance the top 6 will make it through, especially with SEM9 performance, and the rest of them in their 70s. I think they can have it quite an easy day here today.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to be realistic, right? So to catch up to them, to push them down, it takes a lot of effort from teams on page 2. And looking at the gap is quite there with 5 games to go, unless a disaster happens, like, oh, they go 0, 1 point, 2 points every round. And then you also need to have those number 9 teams onwards to like really put in the performance, and then they might be pushed down. So I would say that up there, they're pretty okay, like what you said. All they need to do is just not get those 0s and 1s all the time, and also hope that like the number 9 onwards don't go crazy perform.
I hope for the crazy performance come out from the teams on the second page here, because we talked about how the teams that really need to push their numbers up, and a lot of teams already in their 70s. We're talking about the teams at the second page, including like Creed VIP, Team Flash. Like Creed VIP, I'm surprised by the end of first week, it seems like they dropped their ball here if they compare with their day number one, because day number one has been amazing, especially coming out from Hilton's performance.
Yeah, it's been a very different performance by them. Day one and day two of their game, it's very, very contrast, I must say. I totally agree with that. Even Helton came up as some of the MVP charts as well, stats charts as well. But they seem to have really fallen off. In fact, we're hardly able to see them in action. Every time we see them, it's like, oh, okay, they're taking fight, and then, oh, they lose the fight. They take fight, they lose the fight. So, I don't know, something has to be done with them, and it's very hard to tell, like, how did they have such a dip of a performance? If you say that, oh, it's because of Group B, cool. Everyone's affected by Group B. But now, in a way, the big heavy hitters of Group B are not here. They have to really perform now, and unfortunately, in Sanhok, we still don't get to see that.
The majority of the Group B teams already get themselves straight to Super Sundays and not playing the last chance stage here. Question is, did they run out of steam for the side of Creed VIP, especially because everybody was surprised that Creed VIP have such a strong start when it comes to this season, and they just dropped the ball after 2 or 3 days of performance. Now the question is, don't they have enough stamina for the entirety of the week? We're only in week 1. We still have a lot of more weeks to go, and nobody wants to miss the first Super Sunday here, because we do know how punishing it can get when it comes to getting into the grand finals later around the end of this tournament.
Yeah, based on past record, you miss 2 Super Sundays. That's pretty much about it. For a team to make a comeback with only 1 Super Sunday is very, very, very difficult. So they have to find a way to somehow make it to at least this Super Sunday. So at least you pick 1 Super Sunday in, and then the next Super Sunday you figure it out by the following week. But for Creed VIP, if you were to zoom in on them, the points are the least of them all. So that also means that with the remaining 5 games, they've come up with probably multiple chicken dinners to make the great escape.
Yep, I mean, same goes for the side of Team Flash. They're not in the safe zone at all. We're talking about at the very bottom team here. If they want to make a comeback, they have to play crazy like how Morph did when it comes to their last run during the group stage. Now we're talking about 20-edge elimination per map, not throughout the entire day, not across the entirety of the last chance. Within a map, they have to go crazy, and they have to keep on going crazy for the entire day. They have to focus on one thing at a time, whether to go for placement or just to go for elimination. I think the best bet is going to be just go for eliminations, because sometimes the circle is harder to predict than the team's rotation.
Oh, of course. The circle is definitely RNG. Teams rotations. Sometimes we can kind of see a pattern, right? Like some teams, they like to play this spot, some teams like to play that spot, and if it so happen to be a similar pattern of a circle, you can kind of like see that, oh, these teams like to play there. For example, the Gakha Mountain, FAZE Clan is a fan of that, and if circle happens to go there, then that's probably one of their checkpoints. If it's not their long-term checkpoint, a short-term checkpoint is fine, because they'll be able to gather information. So they will have their own reasons on why they like to go to certain checkpoints for themselves, and this is where the coaches, the analysts will play a big role in feeding this sort of information to the players in order for them to understand, okay, if you go there, expect someone else to be there, or if you go there, expect no one to be there, something like that. And that's where they'll need to navigate around. But of course, it's 16 teams we're talking about, and that's why if there's like one team that changes, normally it's like a domino effect that it will just affect everyone else's rotation.
Yeah, that's kind of true, and that's what's beautiful about PUBG Mobile, the unpredictability of the game itself, making it so difficult for us to see who is the clear winner for every single map. We do have our first run just now. To recap, you guys, 7-9 scored the first chicken dinner of the day. Now, any of you guys in the comment section can have your 100% prediction. Be the oracle that you're born to be, guys, in the comments. Do tell us, who do you think will win for the next one? Maybe we can focus more towards that team based on your opinion.
Yeah, why not, right? Put it in the comment section because we'd like to hear you guys. Like, what do you think? Which team do you think is going to make it into the Super Sunday from here? Especially the teams that's at the borderline. That's going to be an even more interesting sort of conversation for us. So we look at sort of teams, and this is also one of the borderline teams here. Alliance, one of them. And they'll need to still work out points in order for them to be safe, because being a borderline team, you not only need to be aware of teams in front of you, you need to also be aware of teams behind you. So I would say that being in the middle is not that fun, as you face pressure from like both sides.
Yep, but if you can actually conquer both sides, if you look in a different perspective, a more optimistic perspective, like we talked about the half glass full or half glass empty, that might be you looking at, you know what, there's going to be opportunity for the team to gain more eliminations left and right. That scores like around 8 total points by end of the round. So you don't have to go and chase the players to go for the elimination. They will come to you instead. That's another way to put it out. But as long as they are confident about their own defending ability of their own compound.
Yeah, just like how BTR had yesterday, right? They had like, what, 3 teams or 4 teams inside of Erangel that came crashing into the compound, and they won every single fight. Yeah, that is a definition of a great defense by them. At the end of like the 3rd or 4th team, they probably lost 1 player, but that's fine, because the trade-off is that you won against like, what, 3 or 4 teams. So it's a worthwhile trade by that time. So BTR is one of those teams who have shown the capability of defending those compounds. And with that sort of info, and obviously teams who have reviewed the VODs, they wouldn't want to take that fight if they see a BTR in the compound.
Now, speaking of reviewing their VODs and also reviewing their performance, I think FaZe Clan have to go back to the drawing board just now. It's kind of a rare scene to see FaZe Clan running away from fights, and when they actually fought back because they have to, then only they scored some points before they went down. So I think it didn't really suit FaZe Clan about running away, but will it suit them for FaZe Clan when it comes to this Erangel map?
And here we go! Starting off from Saverni all the way down to Primos is going to be our flight path. While we look at some of the stats on the left, average points in Erangel. Ooh, RRQ and FaZe Clan both have scored more than 8 here. So definitely one of the top teams that love Erangel. So let's see here. FaZe Clan, normally in South Jogopul, that's where they like to drop. RRQ, they are a bit of a nomad, so it will depend on the flight path depending on the availability of the team, so we keep an eye on that. That just shows that these 2 teams could potentially be the heavy hitters in Erangel.
RRQ love to drop on top of school most of the time, so I assume they're gonna go the same comfort spot for them, but the one that really gonna go a different path this time, we're gonna have to wait and see. PA drop as per usual, northern side. Same goes for O2 Esports shooting range. Nothing too unusual for now, nothing no hot drops yet, but when it comes to the stats, watch out for Lennox. He actually got one of the highest damage across the board right now, alongside with Alliance Arctic Luke. But when it comes to elimination, where the point really matters, Mega Earth, I remember his plays, man. Remember the small shack that he hold against 2 teams by himself?
Yep. Yeah, that's definitely something to remember. Oh, but Batman's going to give Helton something to remember there. And he will score his first elimination through Helton. Our boy gets naded down as well. And this is what we talk about, Crit VIP. I don't know what's up with them, but the moment every time we see them on screen, they're taking fights and they're not winning it.
They're forcing it too much, or maybe it was taken by surprise, and it's kind of unusual if you compare with day one. They're always ready for fights. They are the one that engaging, initiating those fights early on. This time it's a reverse. I don't know what really happened. Are they trying to change their strategy when it comes to the last chance stage here? Because it didn't work out right for them. Leaving with only Putra with Micro Uzi on a standby across the stairs. But Team Flash know what's coming for them. They prepared for that fight.
Well, since it's a first drop fight, they probably thought the same as Team Flash that, oh, TZ's not playing. Let's take Pochinki. It's in the middle of the map. So wherever the circle goes, we could get to the circle fairly easily. And so happened. Team Flash is there. But obviously we can see the outcome of the fight that Team Flash won it pretty comfortably without losing anyone. And that is just devastating for Crit VIP. 4 more games to go to at least hit the maybe magical number of 90 points. They need to come up with like 3 chicken dinners with this sort of state.
This is going to be a rough day for Crit VIP. They are at the very bottom. Having a 0 for a wrangle, it means that they have lesser map to play with. And they have to go all crazy for all the maps that's remaining. We're talking about the gap is around like what? If you compare with the top 8, probably almost 50 points. But even the circle is pretty hard here. You have to predict whether to go for the main peninsula straight. It depends on the second stage and the third stage circle. If it still comprises a 50-50 of these two lands, whether to go to SMB or main peninsula, now that's going to be rough. But if it's just keep on moving slightly on the north, I think it's safe for all the teams to just stay where they're at the main island here. While we're talking about Team Flash having a clean win, we also don't have to focus on the other teams that's still struggling to get their points, including like Pandem, Team Secret. Now Pandem, when we talked about them, we had the interview with the other Indonesian teams. They feel Pandem is going to be one of the teams that have the most progress and growth throughout the entirety of the tournament here.
But let's check out the replay from the fight earlier on. And it opened up with Team Flash getting the first knock onto Halton and first elimination. And when they had the numbers, it was a CQC that Team Flash had a lot of confidence, probably because they also had very good loot based on the replay as well. So they were really confident of taking that frontal fight, and that's how they eliminated Crit VIP without much hesitation.
Hesitation is always the biggest enemy for the players. They're having the battle within themselves, which is worse than the enemy right now. And BTR, we're looking at Zoxy, La Paz, Sata, Gen Force lineup. I don't know if they're going to swap the players halfway through if there's no results coming up from this run. But they are pretty much safe right now. We can say they are in the top 6. They are in their 70s. So the teams are actually in their 70s with so many maps to go, including this one, which means it's going to be 5 more plays, including for this wrangled map. I think it's pretty easy for them to just... It's easy for us to say, not so easy for the players to survive without being eliminated early. Yes, they have to just maintain to be in the top 10 or top 9 and got a couple of eliminations is good to go for them.
Yeah, stay away from fights and when they have opportunities, gain a couple of points here and there. They should be fine at the other day with the 5 games more. So now they're like what, 76? So that is, let's say, from 90, that is 14 points, 5 more games to go. That's like an average of 3 points per round. And all of a sudden, it sounds very realistic for BTR. So that's why they're like kind of still okay there. The pressure is a little bit more for 9, 10, 11 because of how close they are. And the competition is tight there. Even Team Secret is close by. And then you have a 10-point gap with Team Flash that needs to work really, really hard. So the bottom 4 has a lot more pressure on their shoulders and more work to do.
But it's also more motivation for the teams up to Team Secret 12 plays there, which means it's within their reach to go for the top 8. It's not impossible. It's not too far. Because sometimes when you're too far, like you're at the very bottom, especially in the terms of Crit VIP, they are at 36 points. Now that's going to be around 54 points to go for them just to be at the borderline on the top 8. That's quite demotivating in a certain sense, right? But when it comes to the teams at the very close near the borderline, they have more drive to go for it. So we can assume they might be the aggressive team coming forward when it comes to this map. And the next map, speaking of which, the teams that's not really having any problems, they're getting into Super Sunday. Sam9, they are going all in.
Yeah, managed to pick up one elimination out of Zeus from Team Flash, a team that needs a lot more points. And it's unfortunate that after their victory in Pochinki, they lost one player against Yuhai. Gosu managed to get away, but he is still surrounded by other members of 7-9. Okay, no longer. He managed to get away, but with the smoked up vehicle, he's hoping for a change.
The change that they need, including for Pandem. Billbot now being chased by, his tail's being chased by XERXIA, I assume. Running away. I'm not sure where are the rest of Pandem right now. We don't have a clue, we don't have a vision on it, but it's going to be Infinity. He's actually just crossing path against Pandem, not XERXIA. And Infinity got themselves those high grounds. We assume that when it comes to Pochinki, might be vacant for now, based on the circle. But the circle, we have to wait for stage number 2, which is going to be any time and any second, because stage 2 is super important for them to realize, hey, are we that far? Do we need to play the center, or it's okay for us to play at the edge of the circle? But Pandem, this is not great. They are in a dangerous situation.
Wow. Oh, speaking about danger, this zone is such a dangerous situation. You still have that river in the middle of the circle. So whatever it is, the land is being cut off now. So lesser areas for these teams to play with. Man, this is going to be real fun with this kind of circle.
Imagine if the circle ended up in SMB by the next few stages. Now that's going to be a lot of headache for the teams. A lot of them are hovering around the bridge area, while Sam9 dealing with Pandem, who just arrived at Sam9. Yuhai seems to be alone. Same goes for the IGL. Boo Boo also being eliminated early. But it's Sam9 we're talking about. It's okay for them to drop a couple of balls here. And it's okay for them to have the only 2 eliminations without any placement points. At Sam9, are they okay?
Yeah, imagine as of now even, like XERXIA is like 57 points, Sam9 is like 92 points. Even so, that gap is crazy for them to drop. So, Sam9 is fine. But Infinity, not so fine. But Team Pandem, they are fine to pick up the points out of the Infinity. They just need to pick up the Dimsy right now while trying to defend against the other members of the Infinity that have arrived on the other building.
A lot at stake here for both teams if they lose this fight. It's way early. Still stage number 2, 14 teams still intact. Any of them eliminated now, there's no placement. And either of the team, if they don't get elimination out of this, that's gonna be a total 0 for them for this map. Talon spot out Roy players just now. Infinity still trying to figure out where is the knockdown members of Pandem just now. Got Tony trying to find for it. Dempsey still hugging the corners, hoping for rescues, but unfortunately none of his teammate can reach up to him, and Tony K finish off Dempsey just now. It feels like Pandem will have a bit of a problem when it comes to 2v3, where Infinity do have the most numbers.
Well, make it 2v2 now. The fact that they have knocked down God Tuni, who's on the other building, and the Infinity, they need to win this fight before they're able to save their teammate. Comes into the same building as Team Pandem. All right. Now it's going to be a frontal fight between these two teams, as Maxis is going to play the patience game. But Tony K is going to come in to save God Tuni. Okay, is he going to go in? Yeah, pickup is there.
Maxius propping the nade up. But he's not listening to any footsteps yet, but randomly going to toss that nade, hoping it will land and connect to side of Infinity. But Tony K, that's going to be a successful rescue. But Achul coming in with a DB. Yes, and Pandem, they only have 2 men left just now. Down to only Maxius to make the call and make the play. It's hanging in the balance for their points here. Pandem, they cannot afford to lose this one. And Maxius have to say goodbye. But at least they scored themselves 5 eliminations, so it's still pretty decent run for the side of Pandem.
Yeah, 5 points still okay. With the 4 games more to go, still having a bit of hope to qualify into the next round. So time to replan for them. And looks like we will be seeing each other again. Hello.
Don't know what happened. We're gonna have to wait and see. Seems like there's some tech issues possibly. So hopefully there will be no bad news today for us. It's only halfway through just now. I mean, no.
I mean,
well,
it was a nice circle too. So
yeah,
I
it
would
was
like
a
to,
nice circle.
yeah, I would have liked to keep that circle. You know? It's interesting, but it didn't go mid to the base. We get the glance before we switch over that it went to main peninsula, but still, that circle was kind of fun.
It was still a bit of a SMB land just now till the end of it. We know that kind of circle before it happened, where it ping pong all the way back to SMB when it comes to stage 5, 6, and 7. But we're gonna have to wait and see what's the issue here. And while waiting for that to commence, and while waiting for the results of what really happened for the map, I don't know if we do gonna have a remake or not. But if it's gonna be a remake, at least for the teams that are being eliminated early, there's gonna be a second chance being offered here.
So looking at Team Tandem, looking at Creed VIP, those are the two teams that I believe were eliminated before we switch over. And if that really does happen, then Creed VIP will be one of the happiest, because you don't want to just drop and just lose everything just like that. At least it will give them like a second chance of finding a different drop spot.
Ryan Pandem, I don't know I would be happy about that or not. Yeah, I mean, they're being eliminated early, but they got themselves 5 eliminations. That's still a high frag number, by the way. If they remake this, then Pandem lost all those 5 elimination points. And, I mean, would you go for survivability or your elimination points at this stage?
Yeah, I know, right? Now that I think about it, for Pandem, they got 5 points. Like, if you're Team Pandem, do you want the reset, or you're like, we will take the 5 points, right? And just lock it in. It's kind of hard to tell, It's like me choosing between having chicken soup and tom yum. Both of them are as good. Can't decide.
Chicken soup and tom yum. They're pretty decent enough. Yeah, okay, good comparison. But for the other teams, I mean, how many teams being eliminated, Jada? I think it's around like 3, probably 3. So for teams at the very bottom, like Creed VIP, of course, it's going to be a huge comeback, hopefully. Or maybe it's just going to be same history repeat itself. It depends on how they will try to fight back. If they drop the same compound again, maybe we have second round between Creed VIP and Team Flash.
Second round, Creed VIP and Team Flash inside Pochinki, just to show who's boss. I wouldn't mind that. Of course, as a viewer, it's like, oh, we wouldn't mind like early fights, like show it to us, right? And who knows, maybe Creed VIP could win it. Just saying, right? Yeah, so it's not all too bad of an idea. And it's not all too bad of an idea, the fact that you can eliminate someone that is above you and try to overtake them.
When it comes to Pochinki, I love the fact that there are teams that want to try to fight in Pochinki, because when it comes to like even Sunhawk, if there's one team on top of Bootcamp, because we do know like Sunhawk Bootcamp is going to be the prime spot, it's quite in the center of across any side of a map that easy to transition to as a circle too. And once a team already dropped himself there, like the previous map, it was FaZe Clan, nobody tried to take Bootcamp out of their hands. Now if it's a Wrangle, usually it's going to be the Xaviers, which they are not playing it today. I love the fact that it's going to be, if there's another team trying to just hot drop themselves in those compounds, just to, flex or just have a bit of a flashy place, or even trying to challenge themselves, whether they have grown a lot or not when it comes to as individuals, when it comes to a CQC, and try to snatch all those hot drops away since the start. I think it's a good measurement for each of the players to see if they grow or not across the years.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the things to observe, right? If over the years, because it's not only about like gun skills, right? If you want to like challenge for hotspots, it's also about how you navigate around, like game sense and all that. So it's all added up together to see whether you're a team that is, or you're an individual that has grown over the years. Although over the years you can sometimes argue that, oh, maybe gun skills kind of drop here and there, but we do have players who have played many years who are still very at the top of their game. Even players like Tony K as well. So if they're able to beat that sort of how should I put it? Beat that sort of stigma, yeah, that's the right word, I guess. To beat that sort of stigma, then it just shows that anyone else can.
Yeah, it makes us kind of wonder. I want to pick the brain of Tony K, how he actually see things, how he angled PUBG Mobile in his brain that feels like there's no limit to his growth. Every single season, we can see him getting better and better. I mean, like a lot of netizens or audience saying that we are overhyping Tony K. You guys have to watch how he play. The way he positioned himself and the way he opened fire where nobody can know where he's at, that's a different level of gameplay entirely across. I mean, like, yes, Rosemary is going to be one of the beasts when it comes to PMSL, when it comes to aggressiveness and firepower. We cannot deny the fact that the Indonesian region has been dominate over the PMSL stage. But when it comes to individual skills, like, yeah, Rosemary is pretty darn good when it comes to taking advantage and using opportunity to gain those eliminations. But if you look at how game sense at work, I think the best person to refer to is going to be Tony K.
Yeah, and he has shown that throughout the group stages, and he has done very well for Vampire Esports. And yeah, I guess even over the years as well, like, he's such a brilliant player. But those are players that we do kind of know and we have seen, like, over the years. But for you personally, do you think that there are any of those newer names that actually pop up for you that says that, hey, you know what, this guy could be something?
Zeta, one of them, of course. Zeta is going to be the new up and coming when it comes to 2024. He's one of the big potential players that can grow more. We can see a lot of room for him to grow even further. It's just sometimes he's a bit, I assume, we can feel that he's having some hesitance when it comes to certain call, because the way he just spray on a long distance fight, you can see the way he control his barrel, the recoils of those guns are really difficult, but he did superbly well. And that's going to be another player that's under the spotlight here from my view. And also don't forget about the GOTS when it comes to Nate. I haven't seen those kind of Nate for a very long time. One of the big nates that I've seen back in the old days coming up from PMCO is going to be from RRQ Athena, the Thai teams, where you guys know the legendary names like G9, also Ernie days, you know, G9D2E, those twins. The other one that actually start those crazy Nate plays, and then we have those zigzag plays of Nates during the PMPL days when it started off. And it's been a walk to see multiple Nates, multiple golden Nates that can wipe out the entire team multiple times by the same player. And the God do have it.
Yeah, we almost saw something like that from Fredo in Sandhawk earlier. And I do agree. The level of technicality that the God did during the group stage with his Nate is still definitely up there. Probably one of the best Nate plays in the PMSL so far. My personal pick of a newer name that seems to be in an uprising is Firen. I think that for Sem 9, he's definitely been stepping up the game. And to a certain extent, it feels like he has been overshadowing his other teams. Not in a bad way, that is, in a good way, because they still gain the points, they still win fights, and so on and so forth. And what makes it even more interesting is that he came out of nowhere. It's like, I believe like maybe like a few days before the roster is locked, he showed up all of a sudden, and nobody really gave him a lot of attention because of who is this guy? You know, he's not some big name. You know? He's not like a para boy joining Sem 9 or something like that. And all of a sudden, he puts off this sort of performance. I think his name should be mentioned a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, everybody starts somewhere. The legendary players, they always start with nobody as well, but it's all down to them how to build up their career in PUBG Mobile, depending on their skills, of course. You know, in esports as a whole, the hardest career path in esports is going to be being a pro player. Now, if you can actually mark your name in Hall of Fame, that is something. That is a huge achievement of a lifetime for those individuals. Now, if Firen can actually work things out, I mean, I love how he and Yuhai can work things out as a deadly duo for this season, but I want to see how much further they're willing to expand themselves out there. Can they even make it even a more aggressive a bit more daring, taking a bit of a risk. It's always about risk taking when it comes to PUBG Mobile. That's the thing. And everybody have to be on the same page and know the risk at stake if they are to make mistake, and if they're willing to know the risk and the mistakes and still gonna go for it. Now that's something else. That takes a lot of courage.
And if you want to talk about risk, right? So even organizations do not are not spared from like these sort of theories as well. So like Sam9, they took that risk of not playing Kenny. If you think about it, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Kenny is a top performer. Like he's like what, PMPL MY MVP, and then he has multiple Terminators to his belt and all that. But yet he's not able to get a spot in this current lineup just because of how Viren is playing right now. So there's no real reason to feel a Kenny now. So even like a player like Kenny could not find a spot. So can you imagine like the level of risk that Sam9 kind of took? But it paid off for them. So I'd say great evaluation to the coaching staff of Sam9 to come up with this decision, and it works for them. And they did this decision like from day one. It's not like, halfway we try, it didn't work, and then we swapped in. No, it's like they already done the prep before that. They know what they're doing. That's why they put in day one, and it worked from the start.
True. And I think it's all down to, no matter how good you are as a player, it also needs to be sync and in sync with the rest of the team. Now, that's why we saw a lot of, conquerors that don't really fit into any other team, because they're still trying to fit into one team, because it's super important to find the right people and to work with the right team with what they aim for that season. So I guess, Kenny, maybe we can see something in the future for Sam9. Maybe they have some different dynamic and strategy. And maybe in week number 2, who knows? Because I'm kind of curious if we have example here. Yuhai, I feel like Yuhai and also Firen is pretty much irreplaceable as a duo in Sam9 right now because of how fiery they can get in the game. If you can actually replace one with Kenny, who would it be between these other two players of Sam9?
Maybe Deb. Yeah, that is the next closest one, really. But even so, it's very hard to tell, right? It's not like, Deb has been doing very bad, it's not really bad too. So I don't know which slot, but if I were to pinpoint one name and I were to answer that question, I'll probably pick Deb for now. I can't pick Bobo Hu because he's the IGL, so it's a different skill set altogether. And if you just look at the skill set of the IGL, no other players are really strong IGLs. Deb has been the IGL before, Yuhai has been the IGL, but we all know what happened in the previous season. That's why they brought Bobo in. So Bobo keeps his place, and if there was one, it's probably Deb.
Finally, we're back. I assume there's going to be a remake. At least it's a good news for all of us that we have some progress going on, but it's not really a good news for the team that actually scored himself quite a number of eliminations before, including Sam9. And for Pandem, we're still 50-50. I mean, you got 5 eliminations. If they're being eliminated early, it's a good thing or a bad thing. It depends on their next performance, yeah.
Well, Team Flash would have been happy to pick up the early points against a crit as well. So looks like they might not get that again. And my gut feeling is that crit will not drop into Pachinki. They will pick somewhere else after this. So Team Flash might not get that second chance again against Crit VIP. So Pachinki could be empty and they could have a good looting time there instead.
Yep, and I'm glad that also we don't know what happened. I wish we can actually have an update what really happened just now, so we can get you guys updated. We'll let you know once we get any infos regarding what really happened just now, but it's definitely a remake. In 10 seconds to go, it's gonna be a rematch again in the first wrangle of the day. The teams that actually been eliminated early, can they redeem themselves? We'll have round 2 or not. Here comes a wrangle.
Round 2 Erangel it is. This time, still from the northern side flight path, but slightly towards the starboard area. And we're going to go down south, all the way onto perhaps mid to the base. Yeah, there you go. So it's more of a right side sort of flight path. So teams who like to drop on the left, looking at you guys, FaZe Clan who like to drop in South Jogopol will need to travel a little bit more. And for teams like FaZe Clan, they're used to just going to South Jogopol anyway. So expect them to find a vehicle somewhere in between and still go there as well.
We have very similar flight path before. Is it going to be SMB circle? I think this flight path last time offered us SMB circle. So we're going to have to wait and see, is it going to be the same pattern or not? And we talked about round 2 between Team Flash and as well as VIP. Will it happen again? But for Team Secret and Pandem, they will share a bit of SMB, but probably going to different compounds entirely. So for the other teams just now, I agree with you, with teams that are dropping themselves on that side of a corner, we're probably going to have a bit of a fight early on, because it's going to be quite a long journey for the teams that are going to go towards the left side. But it's still going to be some slight SMB circle. But based on this, we're probably going to end up around Mansion or even on top of Roshawk. Who knows?
But either it's Mansion or Roshawk, it's still a fairly kind circle as compared to like the circle before. Yeah, I prefer the circle before this. But yeah, it is what it is. And it is also what it is. The fact that Team Flash, they have Pachiki all for themselves. And Crit VIP, they'll be very happy to have a second round. And they know that dropping into Pachinki is not the best of idea.
Speaking of ideas, apparently our ideas didn't actually happen here right now. We're hoping for the teams to actually have the hot drop. I'm a bit disappointed that we're not going to have the second match of Crit VIP versus Team Flash. But hey, it is what it is. Crit VIP know what happened just now when they tried to force it out against Team Flash. And they are in not the best state as well. But hey, never mind, we take it back. Second round we go!
Okay, alright. Revenge is served. At least for 1 point. This time our boy gets the first blood. Oh man. You know what? This is where Team Flash will be thinking to themselves that, hey, we didn't want the remake, okay? Don't eliminate us for it.
Revenge is sweet. But for the side of Team Flash, at least it's not the entire team that being wiped up, you know. It's just one being nicked down. It's slightly handicapped start for Team Flash. So it's still manageable and it's come back able for the side of Team Flash. So we're going to have to wait and see what they will make do with what they have left. Just a bit of a replay. We thought it's never going to happen, but it did. It's going to be the battle of those vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, if we saw a replay of a Team Flash taking out Crit VIP earlier on, Crit VIP deserves this replay just to remind everyone that, hey, we can take out Team Flash too. And that was doing like a vehicle tussle there. So, Crit VIP scores the first blood, and now they're at 37 points, 1 point below Team Flash. But whatever it is, the main aim is not Team Flash. The main aim is at least right now Alliance, 62 points. So Chicken Dinner needs to be on the board for Crit VIP, but we do have Bubuhu here and Leon's in the building. Oh, if Sam Knight eliminates Leon's, then it's a rough one for Alliance.
And they will be. And Leon's, if we remember, he got swapped in halfway through yesterday. He didn't play for the entire day yesterday. And today he's going to be the starter lineup for Alliance. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him in action for too long. And I think he was the scouter for the team, trying to find those vehicles, and unfortunately caught in the crossfire against none other than Sam9, the team actually at the very top. Got nothing else to think about or to worry, but there's a lot to lose for the sake of teams like Alliance. Like, we do know, yeah, at the minimum borderline is gonna be around 60s, but the other teams will start to gain points as well. So I think it's still gonna be around safe bet. Just be sure it's gonna be 80 and above to be in the top 8 for now.
Yeah, so that's why when I looked at the numbers from the previous season, the magical number seems to be 90, but we'll reconfirm that by the end of the day, obviously. But for Alliance, yeah, 62 points. They are 5 points ahead of O2 and XERXIA, and 5 points is nothing in the round. Like, good round, not even good round. Let's say Alliance goes out 0, assuming that. O2 XERXIA, decent round. A decent round is all you need. And automatically, Alliance will be pushed down. And then TODAK will be chased down. Will be starting to be chased by both O2 and XERXIA because the gap is also not that far.
Oh, I really want to ask the audience. You know, I had a glimpse before when we had those technical pause issue just now. And somebody wrote... I'm sorry, I do remember your name just now. Who wrote... Tony K light version is Tony K.
Tony K light. I like that. Is he even lighter than Tony K? I don't know about that. They seem to be about the same size.
The full version is Tony K. The light version is going to be Tony K.
Right. Okay.
Oh man, you guys really made our day for the comment section. Now, I do have a glimpse and sometimes read it out some when there's nothing happen like right now. I do like to read the funny comments, of course. But when it comes to the teams, I do want to know about your thoughts too. Who do you think will make it in the last few minutes? Like example, the best teams to be pushed down. It sounds bad, but the best team that get to push down is gonna be TODAK and Alliance. Yeah. Who's gonna be the other two that have a chance, the other two slot when it comes to the top 8 for Super Sunday?
Well, Team Tandem and Team Secret definitely next in the running from there. They are the next closest contenders. And if we look at like based on qualitatively what they are able to come up with, I think they do have that thing in them that they could potentially come up with upsets and come up with a great escape. So I will keep an eye on up to Team Tandem and Team Secret for now, that is.
I want to see Team Secret in a different light this season, like how we actually see Roy, because Team Secret last season wasn't so great for them as well. But we're gonna have a bit of a bridge fight here. Sem9 gatekeeping against Pandem. We didn't mention about Pandem just now. Can they still make it through? Dimsy always gonna be the first one to be knocked down. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to take the shield for the team. At least they got some information that the other end of the bridge there'll be somebody else's waiting. So it's still not too late for the rest of the team to resort for a boat ride or just gonna swim over to the other side of the island in this case. Or maybe just, you know, dodge the idea to go towards the southern side.
Yeah, Sem9, the gatekeepers here, and Dimsy officially gets eliminated. So Team Pandem looks like they're going to switch their strategy of moving towards the right bridge instead. And the circle is towards that area. So taking the right bridge, not a bad idea, I would say.
The circle, if it moves down, then it's gonna be funny, comical even. But lucky enough, it's gonna be around shelter. I think probably gonna move back up after this around mansion, because that's how we saw before when it comes to the circle pattern. On the side of Sem9 and Pandem, I think Pandem just gonna go for the right bridge right now, knowing the fact that Sem9 just gonna hover around that area for the longest time. Sem9 is starting to leave as well. PA coming out from the northern side is quite vacant. It's quite clear for their path to entry into maybe from prison or mansion. It's doable. There's nobody else up there. Or maybe they can play it really late, because there's no contenders except for Roy, who seems to have a longer rotation moving to the north.
Yeah, even talking about contenders for Team Pandem, Team Secret have moved to the main peninsula, so nobody is really gatekeeping the bridge. But for FaZe Clan, they're going to face off against RRQ. Okay, with this high ground advantage against RRQ. But RRQ, they're still moving around it, so it's not easy for them to try to pin down the members of RRQ as they gather at the lower ground.
FaZe Clan. Now, we haven't... You know what? I kind of miss Mela moments, like when he was on his best prime phase in the days. We haven't seen that for quite some time. I don't know what happened, but Mela, when he is in phase, it feels like it's dimmed down for a bit. I don't know, is it something to do with the chemistry, or do they have a different objective when it comes to FaZe Clan as a whole? But I miss that Mela.
Yeah, I mean, in previous seasons, he did show up, and he did show up at very, very crucial moments. I remember as well during the PMGC, last day, last game, last moment, he had to come up with a chicken dinner, and it was a 1v1 and he won it, and that's how they shot themselves up to the grand finals of the PMGC. So this season, we have not yet seen too many highlight moments from Mela. But we're probably going to see another highlight moment here from RRQ as they try to take out God Tony, who's on the other end.
Tony will be abandoned by the rest of the team, or will they come back for him? He's kind of stuck within the RRQ players. And the way they're driving away, Infinity just gonna abandon their teammate. No, not like this. And they have to deal with TODAK in the back line too. Now, God Tony have to just deal the problem by himself. Good luck to God Tony.
Well, looks like he need to come out with a big one by himself, and unfortunately, it's not going to be big enough. POCO will finish him off with the AK, and this compound is going to be RRQ's compound as they pick up his point. 2 points now, and RRQ pretty nice in the circle.
Yeah, pretty solid as well when it comes to the performance, with 2 eliminations already secured. Now for Kyo, they need to do is just wait it out for the other teams to be their victims, but the circle just shifted away. I did mention about Mansion and Prison, and Roy already in from the northern side. PA did take a long rotation down to south instead of cutting across Mansion and Prison, which was vacant before. So now Roy taking advantage of the vacancy. O2 Esports coming out from Mansion, but the one coming from south. Now imagine on top of Milta how crowded it is right now. Too much concentration of colors, and it seems very suffocating.
Yeah, a lot of teams went straight into the middle, and that's where we see a lot of the hotspots been taken. So all the best for teams who want to come in by this stage. And we're starting to see a couple of eliminations here. 30k have been eliminated, and the Infinity now probably with only 1 or maybe 2 players left. Okay, 1 player. That's Logan that's still alive.
Mormon taking a bit of long shot coming up from Team Flash. There's also TODAK behind them as well. I just wish he just hop onto his vehicle and just flee and follow for the rest of the teams there. If not, he will caught himself in trouble, like how we saw Infinity got Tony ended up being abandoned by the rest of the ship. And Sam9, surprisingly, they're not playing the center. I think they're chasing the center of the circle. The circle keep pulling away itself from it.
Yeah, either that or sometimes like, we can take our time, we're cool, we don't really need to force ourselves into the middle and put ourselves in a 360 defensive mode, since they do have that amount of points by now. But if there's a fight in front of them, we can expect them to take that. As for Crit VIP, who scored a revenge against Team Flash, now they're up against RRQ.
RQ moving in parallel motion as just how great VIP is, but we talked about Mega Earth in this map, and we remember how great he can play by himself. But on top of FaZe Clan versus Sam9, Sam9 coming in very late just now, nearby the blue zone, but surprisingly FaZe Clan is taking things slow as well. Mela, he probably tried to cover fire for a moment while waiting for the teammate to reach out and save him. He giving some pressure to the side of Sam9, but the blue zone, Amphirin coming out of nowhere, just pop himself in the back of Mela.
Ooh, okay, so FaZe Clan right now stuck together with Sam9 still, with the blue on top of them. Onzens and Vintores. Vintores behind Onzens, and Onzens still with the blue. He does have 2 first aids together with him. Okay, still trying to pin out Dap though. Sends a nade across. Will it land onto Dap? Bounce, and no, it will not land onto Dap. Dap is still fine, but Dap 2 first aids. He does have a vehicle, so at least he have an exit plan.
Speaking of exit plan, these 2 teams don't even plan to exit out from the blue zone here. FaZe Clan and Sam9, especially Sam9, they got nothing else to worry about, but FaZe Clan is still chasing for their points. And Boo Boo will try to leave at the last tick of hell, but the blue zone, will it knock him down? Vintores managed to clutch just a tiny bit last minute here for the side of FaZe Clan, but Sam9, what a total loss just now as Boo Boo got finished off by the blue zone, and the rest of FaZe Clan now migrating themselves out of this blue and towards the safe zone. But will it be too late for them because there might be some gatekeepers on the other side?
Well, if you think about it, Sam9, was it the round before we restarted that they only got 2 points, or was it the Sandhawk match? Okay, I kind of Oh, definitely not the standout match. So I believe it was like 2 points that they collected. Okay, I have a vague memory of that. But if it's true, then getting 3 points, 7-9, they'll be in a happier place. And plus, 7-9, 95 points now. 5 more points to 100. 7-9 will be fine.
Yeah, they're pretty okay. They don't have to worry too much about it. But for the other teams, we're talking about O2. XERXIA, they lost one man early on. Now we have a bit of replay. What really going on against the great VIP? They've been gatekept by O2 esports from the inside of the circle.
Naughty
I don't know
Jumper,
what
naughty.
the way Jumper laughed at it, it feels like he's questioning what are they doing? How did they even be knocked down from this? That's what it translates to. Okay.
Naughty, naughty, naughty. And I'm sure Iron Pro is an old buddy as well. So, it's a good laugh at his old buddy, but it's bad for Crit VIP with 1 player and 1 point only so far. But between RRQ and TODAK, wow, the name from the POCO. And he actually got knocked down Cleon, looking for more. Iftar is probably going to be next, but as he tried to run in, Lapar will stop him at his tracks.
No Mercy following him up to a side of rail on the back line, and TODAK, they were trying to just stay alive. The same goes for RRQ, and a heavy casualty. They lost 2 men fighting against TODAK, and TODAK, they still can revive. Full squad, no trade-off. That's a big win if they can secure all the HP of their teammates to stay alive a bit much longer. But the problem is, we have a new contender coming in. XERXIA Alliance FAZE Clan. It's gonna be a very messy battle here.
Yeah, it's messy, especially on the left side of the circle. Look at the amount of colors there. Now, Momon, together with Ventores, is going to be the final 2 members of FaZe Clan. Ventores on the inner side of the circle, but Momon will be knocked down by none other than GenForce from BTR. Real and Lynx will go out as well from the side of TODAK. And TODAK now left with only 1 player. Now, RNJ, from afar, tries to secure those teleportation points. He does have answers in front of him, behind the tree, or behind the vehicle. I believe it's enough for answers to bleed out, and the point should go to RNJ.
Everybody try to chase for the high vintage view from above because it's going to be difficult, but at least from the sidelines here, they have a couple of structures in between, including this watchtower. And the terrain is not even, and it's pretty hard to land those shots, but O2 start to lose men like flies. And RRQ, they are very close against O2 esports, but they have to deal with the other team on across the other side of this rock structure. But for No Mercy, at least he can revive Fnatic for now. They already lost a couple of men early on. They cannot afford to lose another member, so it's good to have better numbers in terms of RRQ. But for O2 esports, where's the last player still standing? He is abandoning his teammates, and Jumper also cannot reach out to Kid, who's bleeding out. And while we're looking at the other teams, the ones that are coming out from the south, out of the circle, seems to be fighting as well.
Look at so many teams on the southern side. And on screen right now, we got Ade Luke here, up on the sniper tower. Okay, cooking his nade, tossing onto Mega Earth or ERXIA, as he now takes a bit of damage. That's a bit of health. RNJ appears, and RNJ, nice S12K, finish off Ade Luke, and now they can move on. But there is FaZe Clan next for them to face off.
Mega Earth, and that was a golden nade. That's what they need to finish off the rest of FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, another tough run for FaZe Clan, despite they have better marks and better points to start off their day in the last chance. Hopefully they can redeem themselves for the next Wrangle match. I don't know how much they secure for eliminations. Hopefully enough to have some progress. But back to XERXIA, these teams, XERXIA themselves are more desperate than FaZe Clan, of course. But next we have Roy against RRQ. It's going to be the battle of the inner circle.
Yeah, inside the circle, all those high grounds are already taken. So this is where they start to fight for even bigger of the piece of the pie. And Juke is going to go up against RRQ. RRQ have been taking multiple fights, and so far they managed to survive into the circle. Next, the challenge is to take out Juke. But Juke is not alone though. His other teammate Car is going to join up with him from the lower ground. So they have 2 different angles to try to take out RRQ.
Ryu, Fnatic, hoping it will connect somehow for those nades, but there's nobody there. Fnatic is playing alongside with only No Mercy right now. No Mercy do have some slight upper ground. Elevations will actually work to give him some information, and Fnatic barely can visualize the rest of Roy member across the other side of the rock, but he can try to finish off the bleeding out members of Roy. That one player who's still on his knees, Yunos, cannot be saved by Car. If you want to push forward, it's going to be an open flat plane there, easily to be shut down by RQ.
Yeah, I mean, there is a possibility, but at least the slope is steep enough for him to cover himself for now. Unless the blue will force him to move, in which we're going to see the next stage of the circle real soon, in about 20 seconds. So they better prepare an exit plan if they need to. But on the southern side, okay, this is where a lot of teams will last there. And Team Panda looking over at Team Secret within the smoke, but it's not going to be easy to land the shot since the terrain is really, really steep.
Yep, uneven, not just steep there. The uneven terrain make it so difficult to predict where the bullet's coming out from, but Gosu just barely made it up from the blue zone. Might have to face against Team Secret break, but they are moving away and pulling themselves away from the side of Team Flash. Team Secret, they are unaware of that one particular player of Team Flash. That's going to be their bane later. And BA, on the other hand, still trying to find a way in. They pop their smokes, they're building the bridge, hoping to cross over the other side of the hill, but it's going to be a long hike in an open space for anybody to shoot them down. And Gosu, being the sneaky guy as he can be, ninja'd himself in while playing the snake game all this while. Team Secret a bit busy against PA.
And PA might lose music here as GK tries to find more, and they need to somehow clear off PA in front of them, because right now they're sharing the same side of the circle. So here we go, execution by Team Secret. GK managed to arrive and Frankie will go down. At the same time, BTR is lurking behind. So PA being sandwiched between two teams at least. And GK comes up to the sniper tower. This will be a vantage point for him. He sees Kido in front. He will fire and Kido goes down.
And this is what I talk about PA. If they want to cross over the other side, even though they built a couple of bridges of smoke, it will not work due to no structures in between. And now open the space is for everybody else to shoot them down. And Team Secret GK and the rest of them dominating right now with 5 eliminations, but Breaks bleeding out. They still can save him, no problem. The watchtower barely inside the circle, but a couple of steps is more than enough. Less than 10 meters away for the safe zone, but unfortunately another one is going down, taken out of the equation in this lobby. It's gonna be O2 Esports. We're down to 7 teams.
So the teams in the middle, a lot of them have been eliminated. And even Team Pandem not in the most comfortable spot with 1 active player and 1 knockdown player, which is Achul. So Team Secret, this is actually their chance to try to overtake like teams like O2 and as well as TODAK in the overalls to be the top 8. Let's see how much more they can get at the southern side of the circle. Now we have RRQ. They're trying to take out Maxius, but Maxius is a bit too far, so it's not going to be easy for them to land that nade onto him. So Maxius should be fine for now.
Well, aside of RIQ, that's not going to be the safest spot for them to actually try to pin down the other players, because they are in between the middle ground. And they couldn't spot out Crit VIP play just now. Our boy just giving away his position. Here comes Fnatic with a shotgun going and all out and trying to mano to mano. It's going to ring around the rosy, but Fnatic couldn't pull it through. A boy just breathed through another life for the rest of Crit VIP, pulling the game, carrying with 3 eliminations by himself.
That's one of the MVPs of the PMCS, ladies and gentlemen. Our boy showing a 1v1 win and still allowing Crit VIP to survive now, to continue to collect points. And now Team Secret, okay, on the south side, they still have 3 players. And GK has been showing up. 5 eliminations already for GK alone. Wow. And now that they have cleared off PEA earlier on, the southern side is pretty open for them.
GK, the big man for Team Secret right now. Don't forget we have Juke as well. That's probably going to be the twin in Roy. But Roy being eliminated early on, so we only have 1 Juke for now. Sorry, GK. BTR might actually spot out Infinity Logan just beneath him. He's right on top, but it's quite a distance still. A very steep slope and about a big hike, probably almost a minute hike, if Logan were to place himself in a better spot. But unfortunately, the circle moved slightly away. So like it or not for Logan, if he wants to make it through for the next couple of stages, he has to go out from where he's at, from the hiding spot. But we only have 5 teams to go. A lot of solo players here as well, including Pandem, Creep, VIP, and Infinity.
Yeah, and BTR has a full squad. That's a good sign for them. And they're on the left side. Not going to be challenged for now, that is. So I would say that the teams on the north, okay, whoever it is on the north might find it a bit difficult. And with that, the elimination onto the final member of the Infinity, looks like we're now in the top 4 teams. So I would say the best chance of scoring a chicken dinner is definitely between BTR and Team Secret.
I think it's going to be Team Secret, unless they decide to join in the North battle as well. They were safe on the southern side, but the ESPORTS are Maxes. Maxes have to confront this fight against Break. But lucky they have GK at the back. If not, things will go tumbling down for Team Secret with their push just now. And lucky they have GK as the support fire and the cover fire from the back with that AKM at work. While Trung were revived, didn't actually made it in time to save Break. Team Secret down to 2. They actually have the better odds at winning that chicken dinner. That now it feels like it's gonna be BTR's game.
Yeah, BTR all of a sudden they do have this huge swing of an advantage. But GK will say, don't count us out just yet. He almost got Zuxi. But BTR, look at this. Look at the circle control. I mean, it's going to be hard for Team Secret to counter this. Unless they can get like multiple knockdowns out the member of BTR. But as the circle shrinks, it's still, I would still say that because of the circle control, BTR has it in the bag.
They have way over control over the circle. Left, right, center. They are slowly separating the players of Team Secret here. GK can never support the other way around. If you start to open fire, 3 members of BTR waiting in front of his face. The moment he gave away his position with that nade just now. And Trunks on the ground, and they know exactly where GK is. BTR, all they need to do is just clean it up and get away with their chicken dinner. Now this is BTR breathing back their scores when it comes to the overalls.
Yeah, no further points there by Team Secret, and BTR with this chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points, it should be enough for them to qualify onto the next round. But we need to look at the overall scores in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, as we also check out exactly how many eliminations did BTR get this time. BTR with the same main lineup that they have put in together, and this is the score.
So it's going to be a total of 8 eliminations on the side of BTR, Zuxi, La Paz, Satan, Genforce now, plus another 10 chicken. Now that's a total of 18. But will they push down Sam9 from their throne? Because we know this, when it comes to BTR, it's going to be the battle of the top 8 themselves. Between the top 6 teams, they already got themselves quite a good start here today. But how much did they manage to push themselves against all the top 6?
Well, how much did Zuxi push himself? He is the MVP. 1 elimination, not the biggest of numbers, but it's all about his damage. 548 for 1 elimination. That means he has been doing a lot of support work for the team. 225 damage, received 18% team contribution, and a survival time of 26 minutes and 8 seconds. Zuxi comes in as the MVP this time.
Speaking of with the least amount of players alive, a full squad time for the side of Tandem with only 7 minutes 57 seconds. They're starting the game with a trio, but lasted long enough to be in the top 4. So I guess it's going to be the domination of the Indonesian teams when it comes to the recap of this Erangel map, which is going to be the chicken dinner brought to you by PTR.
Well, BTR took one of the key high ground spots on the south side of prison, and that's where they wrap things up with a high ground advantage, bringing them 18 points this round. And also Team Secret fighting for their lives, fighting for survivability. 14 points collected by them. RRQ, 11 points, the double-digit club there is. And on page 1, we have two teams. No placement, no problem for them. O2, 7 eliminations. Wow, they're really ranking up the numbers here. And Baseline with 5 eliminations, bringing them 5 points as well.
But O2 will be enough as long as they keep this consistency. They can slowly pushing up the numbers. They're definitely in the 50s and probably close by to the 60s here right now. But for Roy, unfortunately, I mean, Roy going to be one of the top teams in their 70s as the start of our day early on today. But I don't know if they keep dropping the ball like this. Can they even make it through the top 8? Because we do know they're not safe either. TODAK, on the other hand, the teams at the very middle pack still have some progress, but quite a slow one. And we talked about Alliance still have a shot after they drop the ball. Will they still have one?
Well, we'll get a better idea with the overall rankings right now, and my eyes are more glued towards like the 8, 7, 6 spot, because that is where it could interchange. O2 right now in the top 8. Great work by them, 64 points. So let's remember that number as we flip over to page number 2. TODAK 70 points, and Roy 72. So still kind of holding on to that top 8 spot. And then you have FaZe Clan with the 9-point gap between them and Roy. With 4 games to go, FaZe Clan should still be somewhat alright. Oh, Alliance is only 1 point difference with O2.
And not too much either for Team Secret and Pandem as well. SEA is going to be a tight race here, Cloud, when it comes to this season and this week. And speaking of O2, they are on the 8th place. If they maintain this and they keep on going for those eliminations and frag and all the way aggressive, this might be their first ever Super Sunday across the entirety of any PMSL.
And this is a new name that comes up here as one of our gunslingers. No Mercy for RRQ, 812 damage, followed by Maxius, 784 from Team Pandem. GK, not to be mistaken with Juke, 774 from Team Secret, and Onsus from FaZe Clan, 578. But we did see No Mercy played very well. The fact that RRQ went on fight after fight after fight until their elimination, and No Mercy was one of those who actually survived the longest. So naturally, he would rank in the damage as well.
True. I think they should change the game plan for most of the teams that go for those eliminations, because seems like that's going to be the best result for now, based on how like OTE Sport just show us how they were from the very bottom, fought their way back into the top 8 with that one particular round with no placement points, but the elimination points did help them so much. Next, we're heading into another Erangel before. I think we might have a shorter break due to the technical issues before. And hey, we might actually secure the top 3 out of the 8 teams right now because of how great of a battle these teams had. You know, they had a good start. Sam9, RRQ, BTI. I think it's kind of safe for us to say they are 100% almost going to go to the Super Sunday / Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean those top teams, right? They're pretty clear for now. I don't see them dropping the ball because you need like a lot from page 2 teams to push them down. Like maybe the entire page 2 team to like switch over, like do the flip 3, like 180 flip. So they'll be pretty happy. I wouldn't be surprised if they started putting their sub players for the coming rounds.
I mean, why not? This is the time for them if they want to go for experiments, like how we saw GigFam early on before they finish off their run yesterday. They let Sonics play just to have a bit of idea how the momentum and how the other teams get familiarized with their strategy as well, just in case they need some swaps later when time's needed. Because every single play, even though they're being benched, even though you are a sub, you have to warm up either way, just in case any of the players hit into exhaustion or they are not really feeling well, or even want a change of dynamic that's required sometimes when a team seems to be stagnant in their performance.
Yeah, so maybe we can see the likes of, like, say for Sam9, Loyu to be playing, Kenny to be playing, because they have not played in the PMSL, but they have been playing in the Metro Royale version. So that's something for you guys to check out as well. So that's happening over the weekends, and it starts before the PMSL begins. So if you're interested to know what the Metro Royale version of PUBG Mobile is all about, especially the competitive mode, you guys can check out this show before the PMSL starts.
Yeah, only during the weekends, guys, because it's fun, it's super fun, and if you hitting those nostalgic days of PUBG Mobile, you want to see G9 play again. They even have the Illuminate the Murder players in a team with G9. You guys have to watch it because they do play in a team called Nongying. So you guys want to be sure that you get a glimpse about how the team's performance. I mean, they play it like Battle Royale, from my opinion, still, even though it's a different mode entirely. Metro Royale is a different game. It's not for everybody with the faintest of heart. But yeah, I mean, there's so many modes for PUBG Mobile these days that you can never get bored with it. There's so many something new happening every single season. Even the format change from time to time, which is making it more difficult, but it depends on the player how well they can adapt into the tournament.
Yeah, and thanks to PUBG Mobile as well, creating the Metro Royale eSports. So we have a variety of types of games to play, and also it opens up opportunities for new competitors coming to the scene as well. So as the game shapes, I'm sure we'll see a lot more competitiveness to the game mode as we go along. So who knows, it could be a World Championship Metro Royale in the future, right? Just like how we already have PMGC right now. It is possible, because I do notice that across the world, they are also starting to have this Metro Royale esports in parts of other worlds as well.
I can't wait to see, like, if it's an offline event, we might actually have zombies cosplay as well. I wouldn't mind being a cosplayer, like being a zombie there, because there's so many types of zombie in the game too. So you guys check it out. During the weekends, there's going to be a Metro Royale happening, and it's a smaller map, lesser teams to play, but it's more problems to deal with. There's definitely a lot of problems to deal with in there. But now we're back into PUBG Mobile PMSL, the Southeast Asia League here. When it comes to the teams at the very top, they're quite and very comfortable right now. And I do want to see if they want to go and experiment having hot drops, or just changing their lineup for a bit, or maybe even approach a different angle throughout the entirety of the rest of the day during the last chance stage here.
Yeah, so if any hot drops would happen, it will probably come from like those teams that have nothing much to lose anymore. Just like how we saw Sem9, like the first version of Irango, they bridge cap Team Panda. So we don't normally see them do that, but they're like, okay, let's do something different. Let's try that out, and it worked for them. They scored 1 elimination, and then after that they didn't do it. So it could probably be like a trial for them, but it also depends on what sort of circle that we get. And speaking about circles, we have been getting a kind circle for round number 1 of the Irango. Let's see if we get a tough one in the next one here.
True. Who want to go for a hot drop? Just go for Pachinki, guys. I do want to see them fighting for over Pachinki sometimes. You know, it's been a while. We actually have many teams. Remember during the PMPL days, the first few weeks, always about the battle of Pachinki, who want to take it over, who will actually win it over. It would be nice to have change of hot drops sometimes for the teams here, just to see if they're capable of taking those fights early on or not, and how much they have been growing for the past few years and past few seasons. But we do see a lot of stats going on at the very bottom, and Team Secret, a lot of their names popping up themselves there.
Yeah, Team Secret, one of the teams eyeing for survivability, and they did decently well. So they'll be hoping for more of their names to come up though. Interesting enough, although like the grenade eliminations is 0, but GK still got his name up there. So maybe because like his name also came up like earlier on, so it's like, okay, if we were to give somebody, then it would be given to GK, which is absolutely fine, I guess. And I think there will be no disputes about that from anyone else. But looking at the last match points as well, just to revisit, Team Secret scored 14. So they are getting close right now to making a great escape and improving their performance from last season.
True. Last season compared to this season, there's so many change of things for the teams, But the things that don't really change so much, I think, who do you have in mind that the team don't really progress as much as you hope for based on their last season and this season?
The Infinity. For many seasons now, not only last season. Ever since the great movement of the Infinity players like Nuzi, like Mela, they moved out. The Infinity is just not the same team anymore, and they did make some changes along the way and all that. Even they made a change this season, but still, it still does not reflect the Infinity of the days before. Not even close. So I gotta admit, I used to be a big fan of the Infinity, but looking at their state right now, it's rather heartbreaking.
So Mela, will you be willing to go back to Infinity? Never mind. I miss that Infinity back in the old days. That's going to be one of their prime time. But can they come back here for Infinity? Will they have that spark again when it comes to a second last Erangel of the day? Let's fly into it now.
And let's fly into it now. This time the flight path is more towards Severny. So it should be on the right side of the map this time, but it still goes down south. So we're gonna get a better glimpse on where exactly the flight path is like. So yeah, shooting range down to military base. So it's gonna be a straightforward drop off base pair this time. They wouldn't mind this kind of flight path. Pachinki could probably be a team flash again, since Crit VIP left Pachinki for them. And for the other players or the other teams, Xerxia, North Jogopol, that's a regular draw spot. Happy to get this kind of flight path. And for O2 in Severny, quick drop for them. But for some of the teams that like to drop on the right, Team Secret normally drops in Novo. Might need to take a while before they're able to land and loot.
Maybe they just work with what they have and wait for the circle first. If they need to go like how far their usual initial drop spot used to be. So while we're waiting for the circle, I want to see if there's anybody trying to contest the other teams out there, especially for Sem9, because they have nothing else to worry about for now. Same goes for BTR and also RRQ, but RRQ, they're always going to drop on top of school, so it's within their reach anyways. And even the circle, we might actually have a ruins circle here, or maybe even gut cuff field. If it's gut cuff field, then that's going to be interesting. But Crit VIP taking over the center right now. Pachinki is Team Flash. We will have a third round. Crit VIP Team Flash, let's go.
Oh. Well, I do notice another drop change as well. Team Pandem, who likes to drop inside of military base, they changed to Primos, Ferry Pier, just because Geek Fam and Vampire Esports is not there. So they don't want to deal with the bridge camping, the potential bridge camp that they felt earlier on by Sem9. So by being there and having this kind of circle, it's going to give them a easy, straightforward access to it first before other teams.
Speaking of other teams now, PA. I'm gonna be honest about this, right? I was super disappointed at the start of our day one when I saw PA play how they used to when things weren't great back in the days. They did make a comeback last season when they changed their tactic, a bit more aggressive, a bit more approach towards the fight, and just try and be more faster when it comes to their rotations into the circle. But this time it's back to square one for them. They're back to their old self of not having those fights, more about avoiding those skirmishes and not even getting a lot of actions from them this time. I'm super sad because they were used to be one of the teams that have the most progress across the entirety of the season. In the last one, this season, it's just back to meh.
Yeah, it does feel like it's back to square one. By square one, meaning that the first PMSL this season, where they played the style of like, okay, we play it slow, late, come in later, but not able to. And unfortunately, in most fights, they don't win as well. So it seems to have reverted to that. At least like in last seasons of PMSL, They do come in a bit. They do come in slow later, which is fine. But they also sometimes mix it up with okay. At times they do come in a bit faster. So it works, and that's how strategy works out for them. But this time around, yeah, it's like a reverse back in time for PEA. So if I were to summarize how I would look at them, it's that, and hopefully the coaching team will be able to identify that as well to say that hey, we don't want to revert back to the first version of PEA. We will want at least the second version of PEA that could still put up good fights against other teams and put in various types of movement on the map.
Maybe make it a third version. I was looking forward so much when they have new roster coming in, which was Frankie. And we do know that Frankie pretty much and Rush along those roster, it's supposed to be a bit more aggressive, but it's just really disappointing, I must say. Maybe they're saving it for later, I don't know. But if you want to save for later, now is the best time to pull it out because they are at the brink of losing the first Super Sunday. Nobody wants to miss any Super Sunday. It's pretty easy to get into the grand finals, like based on this formula. It's not easy to play the game, of course. Nobody can actually be at where this level of plays. That's why they are the best of the best for the players. But as long as you can get into every single Super Sunday, it's pretty much 60 to 80% confirmed that you'll be in the grand finals, as long as you don't miss any Super Sunday.
So if you were to look at their live score chance, right, like 42 points and now O2 64 points, the bare borderline, it's 22 points difference. And considering that other teams also add on points to their chart, PA with the remaining games, including this one, 4 games, they need to come up with a lot of chicken dinners, 2-3 chicken dinners, and they would stand a chance. If not, it's going to be hard. But it's still not that hard for Alliance, points-wise that is. And that's why we are also highlighting Adit Luke as one of the key players here for Alliance to be able to try to shoot them or frag them up into the top 8. They're just 1 point behind O2.
O2 definitely have a bit of revamp compared to the last season. I'm loving this. They're just aiming for eliminations here. You know, I was hoping for BB to actually play, but I guess he's actually in the coach management line, probably. But yeah, I miss BB, by the way. And O2 seems like things are doing great for now. But one thing that I noticed here, Claire, when it comes to this last chance stage, right? The vibe is totally different during the league stage or the group stage time. You can see a lot of players actually seems to be a bit more relaxed. A lot more players seems to be having some good time. They were laughing, they were having fun, like how a gamer should be. Then this is why we are gamers in the first place. Yet tournament, there's a lot at stake, but don't forget to have fun as well. And when we rewatch those highlights, when we get to see those players camp, it's nice to have that vibe coming back into the tournament scene, to see the players smiling while they're playing, despite like they're not really performing, but hey, they are having fun.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the key thing, right? Like if you have fun, then things flow naturally, like the ideas come, like even the movements come. But if you put yourself under pressure, then sometimes you just do things that you normally wouldn't do. So yeah, having fun is definitely one of the key things of being a successful professional player. Just like what Mela is now having fun with, or not having fun with, that he has to let go of North South Jogopool. But he'll be absolutely fine. His teammates are not there anyway, and they're at their regular checkpoint, which is the Gakka Mountain. He'll be happier and having fun with his team up there instead.
Who's more having fun is going to be SERXIA Mega Earth. That's bold and ambitious to have a couple of taps with that Mini 40, but unfortunately it did not connect somehow. Surprise, surprise, with that kind of distance. Now they still managed to smoke up that vehicle, but unfortunately he already parked the other side of a hill. There's nowhere for them to see from this view. All they need to do is just push it up. Go up the mountain, SERXIA. Maybe you get surprised by the unawareness of the other teams on top, that you might actually go for the climb. They can still see the smoke. They know the car pulled over that side, but the circle will shrink now. Will it be Gakka Mountains or will it be right on top of Ruins? Ruins still inside of a circle. Same goes for the mountains.
Yeah, so maybe some other teams might want to challenge FaZe Clan for the mountains. It could still be worthwhile. But of course, they have to find the suitable entry point. Now the Gakka Mountain is long enough, it is big enough. Like other teams could like take the other entrance up and try to challenge FaZe Clan. And I would expect FaZe Clan to just try to stamp their ground with this current circle. Don't expect them to go down yet. And plus, with the knowledge of a lot of teams like to play in the middle, if they go down now, there'll be a lot of teams down there, like Sharks waiting for them. So might as well hold on to their favorite spot.
Holding their trigger. Well, XERXIA actually took our advice into action here. I'm loving this. XERXIA surprising FaZe Clan with their presence, but unfortunately, Mega Earth down to 1 HP, and Victorious prepare himself with a DPS. But the sprays coming out from the UMPs and the rifles are no joke either. It seems like FaZe Clan will have to contest their mountains now. Gonna be a nade galore up here. Here comes Mela. Will it drop a golden nade or not? Nearly cooking it up. Mega Mine and Mega Mine and Mega Earth now pushing back inside of FaZe Clan. It's gonna be a lot of utilities being disposed of up here.
Yeah, looking to see who can get the first knock in this fight. And Ventores, he is in a sneaky position though. Okay, so we can see some of the members of XERXIA, they're starting to leave this area. Okay, on their vehicle. Maybe they find that, oh, it's not going to be worth it anymore. But look at this. Say hello to Talon.
Another contender in this equation. I'm loving this. 3 teams trying to fight over Gakka. And it feels like there's nobody else trying to take another one. Maybe if we have a 4th, why not? It seems like it's going to be super fun anyways. But due to the clash between FaZe Clan and also XERXIA that just now, they're running dry with their resources. Well, Talon who just arrived, maybe they can clean up the mess between FaZe Clan and XERXIA here.
Well, if they're the ones to clean up the mess, then that's going to be super duper interesting, right? Being the kings of the hill. And right now, it's still a stalemate between these 3 teams. If there's another team that joins the fray, then it's going to be insane. But that will be dictated with the next stage of the circle. And notice that there's an elimination feed running. Fredo now down on his knees, while Roy tries to find another knockdown, and they will up against Kid.
Mazel have to do the job for the team. O2 esports, they are in shambles. Shunos now cooking up another nade, hoping it will lob down to the side of a Mazel. A bit of an over-toss jumper coming out from the flank side. And off-angle shots coming out from Jumper all the way across the other side of the building here. While Roy and the rest of the teammates have no clue where the shots came from. And that cover fire is so precious for O2 Esport for them to revive on Fredo. But the circle just shifted away, so the Gakka Mountain battle have to put on hold because you guys have to just see this circle. It ping pong all the way towards the outskirts of Pochinki.
Yeah, unless they still want to get those eliminations, we'll need to keep an eye on that. But for Roy and O2, okay, the battle's not over yet. Fredo is back up thanks to Jumper, buying time for them with that off-angle shot. And he's looking for more targets. Okay, second time around, tries to spray. And he's able to get it. Nope, not yet. Instead, Roy is the one to get Amenzel. And now Jumper is the only one left. But at least he managed to get 1 knock, but he has to secure the elimination.
Unfortunate for Jumper. He couldn't go and save his mate, but he got chipped down anyway. What a spray by Duke, hey? With that, a rifle just now. Amazing sprays with his wonderful work. But Duke, now he got his own time and space to revive the rest of Roy. Roy just won over the biggest victory over O2 Esports. And this opened up our top 8 spot later on for Alliance and Team Secret. Might as well throw Pandem and XERXIA in the lineup too.
Absolutely. I mean, Pandem and XERXIA, 4 points difference than O2. Oh, O2. Man, that is a fight that they wish they would have lost. Because the happiest of the bunch obviously is the teams that you just mentioned. So let's see who will be the one to grab it. Now that TODAK will be looking at their back and say, okay, O2's out. At least there's one close contender out as well. But our Infinity. Looks like Logan got knocked down and eliminated by Yuhai. So they lost that one player. Not the time to lose players for the Infinity.
Well, Infinity start to cross their path with PEA. The problem is going to be 3 teams there, including, I think there's going to be Team Flash taking advantage of the current situation. Sam9 spotted out Infinity and make it a 4-way war. Now, Sam9, if they just follow through the tails of Infinity, they might discover another 2 teams on the other side. which is going to be PA, one of them. And 79 DAP is playing here. Infinity repositioned himself to go against PA. Mizi got caught in between of BTR too. Oh man, what a mess.
Oh no. Okay. The pickup will not happen as Satar will say thank you for the point. And PA only left with Frankie as well as Kiddo. And they are stuck between a good amount of other teams here, as you can see on the mini-map. And stage 4 is going to come upon us in about 15 more seconds, by the way. So teams will need to start to plan their next move as well. And the last time we saw the circle, it was rather crowded with the amount of teams in it already. Team Flash, one of them in this comp, are hoping to still get the circle. And will they still get it? And the circle will move towards a little bit on the north, where TODAK has the middle of it.
Oh, this is going to be a difficult circle. You have to choose which side of the circle you want to be on, the north or the south, because it's going to be in an open street in between and uneven terrain. If you want to go on the northern side, there's going to be a lot of hiking to do as well. So RRQ, they can actually gatekeep the rest of the other teams. They are pretty good when it comes to being a camper and also bridge camp. It's going to be always their specialty, so gatekeeping definitely going to be one of their strengths as well. But the one coming up from south, there's going to be a lot of teams too. Now for XERXIA, they have to go through Pandem just to be inside of circle. So like it or not, they cannot avoid the conflict anymore.
But Jimmy wish he would have avoided this conflict with Yuhai. Alliance, they have this chance against O2 to overtake them. So let's not drop the ball here. But so far, no elimination yet. So it could be a long-range knock. Turney K, knocked down and eliminated by Frankie. So PA secures their point here. And they go up against the Infinity now.
Fnatic just opened fire, tap it away. He can get a clear shot just now, but it was quite difficult due to the distance. Now, Tony just managed to leave the vehicle in the very last minute. He got chased down by BTR. Infinity, what else can they do to make a comeback in this tournament? They cannot have their own teammate by now. What else can they do? Right now, Infinity left with only last player and Crave VIP. Happen to be surprising FaZe Clan. There's so many surprises for them here today.
Okay, so FaZe Clan and Crave VIP, both of them having their own casualties. Oh, our boy, if this nade lands, our boy will be knocked down. Our boy takes a huge amount of damage, but Ventus will follow up with the spray with his M4, and they will eliminate Crave VIP.
No time.
Ventores, gotta do it. Oh, like what you said, no time. Team Fandom says hello.
Oh, they're still licking their wounds, and Ventura is the last one standing, and all three of them clustered up together. Here comes the net. The finish of the remaining members have been knocked down early on, and Onzen will be given to Pandem as well. Free points for Pandem at the perfect timing to come in as well, leaving only Venturis within the smoke. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a clear view for Pandem to snatch the last player of FaZe Clan.
Oh man, yeah, work done by Crit VIP, but Team Pandem is the one to steal away the free points. 5 eliminations now for Team Pandem. But now we do have XERXIA up against 79. 79, 2 players now down on their knees. And the other few members of 79. Looks like he's around the corner. Okay, we have Yuhai here on the lower ground. XERXIA is still looking for him, and XERXIA, they could use the points.
XERXIA, ring around the rosy he goes, try to bait out the last player, and Yuhai also bowing out, but 79, I mean, they have no problems here. 6 eliminations, being in the 12th place, no placement points, but still that 6 eliminations will do something when it comes to the scores. But Talon dropping a huge nade to the side of Roy, and Roy Porsche almost got knocked down entirely, and Misery and Linux also screaming for help. But we have another player cleaning up the mess here. RRQ just happened to be popping at the back line. It's going to be a third party place, of course, and RRQ, they might just take away and steals the point just like how Pandem did before.
And they have a good reason to do so with this kind of circle. And this is where No Mercy will start to show himself. He secures one over GK, not GK. And Ka is still alive on the left side, but No Mercy does not have a good clear view. So he's going to reposition himself now together with his other teammates. And maybe they might go in either for a wraparound or a frontal approach to wrap things up.
PA still have 2 more players remaining, but they are quite in a crate here, and it's a perfect view for XERXIA to drop those nades down. An easy work for them. And BA Frank is down, left with only Kido, only 30% of HP. They've been smothered with those bullets, and Zerja got away with eliminations at 5 in the pocket. And PA plays himself at 11. We're down to 10 teams now. Zerja, they have to migrate himself into the circle, but there's going to be another gatekeeper they have to go through and cross their path later on. RRQ, they're not done yet. It's going to be Talent, Roy, and RRQ. A triangle, but Misery, Talent player have to back out a bit slightly early. While Carl, last play of Roy, not being discovered by RRQ at all. He's safe for now.
Staying as quiet as possible. But Team Flash, not safe. Number 9, 1 elimination point. Oh, for Team Flash, well, I mean, with this another early elimination, they end up this round with 40 points. So 3 more games to go for Team Flash. It's looking pretty bleak for them. But for RRQ, looking pretty good. 3 eliminations now. And they're looking for more. And it seems like they're on a mission to overtake Sem9 for the flex.
But Pandem just overtake the 8th spot right now. I don't know, is it just coincidence, is 100% luck, but they keep bumping to the teams. They're still licking their wounds and just steals the points away from the back. BTR next against Zerja, and Zerja's blowing out. Pandem stealing it away again. Pandem, they are so good. It feels like it's a deliberate steals for 3 teams in a row now. This is no more coincidence.
Wow, I'm having a flashback of a morph now with Pandem. If they can hit like 20 plus, well, we're starting to see a big contender here for the top 8 spot. So let's see how far can Pandem go. I mean, the bodies are still there for them to pick up. And for Team Secret, they are looking at Pandem and it's like, nah, cannot. We want some for ourselves as well. They're trying to get some out of RRQ, but SOAS is not able to get a knock with that range.
SOAS, too many structures in between, kind of block his view right now. Reposition himself slightly towards just up front, advancing slowly. Team Secret quite fanning out the spread coming up from the right side of the circle. They try to control over this circle right now, but BTR, they're fighting against Pandem. Enough with the third party plays. Pandem just face them like a man, and BTR already been greeted with so many smokes and so many grenades across the other side. And Pandem, here comes the rush from BTR. A man-to-man fight between these two teams.
Oh, Maxius tries to land the nades across. Moving vehicle. Whoa, okay. Maxius got Sata. Okay, this is going to be a rush in here. Maxius looking for his 12th point for his team. Satana down on his knees. Lapa tries to win back the space for Sata, but unfortunately Sata finished off by Maxius. That's going to be elimination point number 12, and they managed to get another one thanks to Achul.
Oh, can they break the numbers? Yeah, and they're breaking everybody else's bank. Pandem getting 3 teams and make it the 4th team. Right now, another nade drop by Billboard. Open up, it's go time for Pandem. Let's just rush into a side of Beta and they gone. Infinity Minish is still away from the back though, and they are definitely not happy about this. But 13 elimination in the hands of Pandem. They are pushing the numbers up to the 7th place right now. Can they push even further more, even with the chicken there? Who knows?
And they're not stopping yet. Now next target is going to be Gatuni, and Gatuni is burning down and burned down by the molly of Achul. That's going to be elimination point number 14 for Team Pandem. And now Team Pandem, they're just not stopping yet. They'll be happy to find the next target. It could be TODAK next.
What a rise of performance coming up from the side of Team Pandem here. They did not have any trade of the player with those numbers of elimination yet. That speaks something right now. Either it's a coincidence they always drop themselves when the other teams are fighting, or it was a deliberate call. And what a call from the IGL to just pop their hats at the very perfect time. But TODAK, they've been discovered, and now Pandem aiming for their hats next.
Go long range spray by Lynx. Almost getting a knock. Team Pandem still circling around, and Achul gets a knockdown to Asa, and Achul will secure that point. Point number 15 for Team Pandem now, man. What does it take to stop these guys? These guys are on the rampage, but they're going to slow down the pace. They make their rotation to the top of the circle where not many teams are there, and it's smart for them because they managed the road early on before the next stage.
Yeah, Pandem, no, nothing can stop them, and they're possessed with adrenaline rush. And now it's going to be a full squad between these 3 teams, Pandem, TODAK, and Team Secret, while RQ down to only 2 players. Yeah, And slowly they are nitpicking every single team. They can actually try to force to find out TODAK losing members as well. Here comes a Nate flying over the other side towards the structure. But the rock will cover a bit for TODAK. They have to build the rest of the team and they're being knocked down before. But unfortunately for the Pam to the fire, Team Secret greeted them warmly with those sprays. The moment they try to leave the fight against Pandem, they have to face against Team Secret. It's a sandwich situation for TODAK right now.
Okay, nade after nade, been lobbed across onto the area where TODAK is at. And Team Pandem, they got a knockdown to the Lynx. They want to find that elimination point. But Team Pandem, Dimsy, knocked down by GK. Alright, there's a little bit of fight back there. Cleon knocked down by Soas from Team Secret. Team Secret wants points for themselves as well.
Pandem, that's going to first knock down on the players here. They never trade their players for anything at all. They value their players so much and make sure that everybody will stay alive. They will try to save Dimsy for now. It's all for one and one for all for the side of Pandem. Here comes Billbot trying to support the teammates being revived at the back while they go for the rescue mission and reunite as a 4. Now Team Secret picking the fight over TODAK as well. TODAK, there's no way out, not even a breather, while Pandem give the pressure onto side the rest remaining member of RIQ. That's going to be the duo of RIQ remaining, trying to get out from the blue zone. But problem with Pandem, the circle is not within them.
But the circle is within RRQ. Look at it, they're on the northern side, unchallenged by other teams. As for Team Pandem, they have to win the fight against Team Secret before they're able to move on. They will secure the point against Soas. And now Brick with the Molly. Brick is one of the closest one, but he does not have a good clear vision thanks to the smoke. But the nade took out Dimsy. Team Pandem now with 2 players left. Max is now down on his knees, only got 2 left.
Team Secret finally put on hold on Team Pandem's rampage run just now, leaving only 1 player here, and Maxi has been run down by GK, leaving Achul to go 1 man by himself. And unfortunately, that's going to be holding their momentum as Team Secret triumph over Pandem, who was finished off at how many eliminations? Who God knows, maybe 15 by end of this round. But RRQ, thanks for that, they survived longer than Pandem without any full teams. They still managed to work things out as a duo. It's gonna be 2v3. Here comes a Nick from Trong.
And Team Pandem secured 17 eliminations. Wow. Alright, now it's between Team Secret and RRQ, and of course between these 2 teams, Team Secret is the team that needs the points more as compared to RRQ, so they're going on to No Mercy right now, putting full focus onto him. But Fnatic has an off angle from the lower ground, tries to support No Mercy, and now No Mercy is down. They'll shift their focus onto Fnatic being the final member of RRQ.
Break repositioning himself, going the other way around, while GK holding the front line by himself, spotted out 1 member out for RRQ, leaving with only the last player to do the chicken dinner by himself. Fnatic, there's going to be a bit of a clash of vehicle, and Team Secret, they are desperate. They've done it. How much when it comes to the chicken dinner and their total points can push their numbers up to be in the top 8?
I mean, they got a good haul in the previous round, and now with this chicken dinner, this is definitely top 8 for Team Secret, but we need to look at the overalls as well, just to see how close the competition is. And Team Secret, man, this is truly secret fighting here. Not gonna let this one go that easy. They are fighting to the end. Team Secret, here are the numbers.
It's gonna be 12 eliminations, also another double digit, which means bad news for the teams on the second page. There might be a lot of zeros down there, but the MVP definitely deserving to a side of GK with 916 damage, with the least amount of damage received. How did he hide himself so well?
Became a ninja there. Only double digit. You don't get to see that all the time. And that is why he's the MVP as well. 4 eliminations, 916 damage, 93 damage received. One of the lowest that we have seen, except for a 0. 30% team contribution, and 24 minutes, 24 seconds survival time. Interesting number there. So GK comes in as MVP with the amount of work that he has done.
When it comes to the full squad time, the least player they have is going to be Roy. Unfortunately, we didn't see Roy in the top 4 just now. Maybe that's one of the many reasons. But look at Pandem utilities. 38 smokes, 29 hand grenades, and that 1 molly. That's why they are on the rampage. Let's rewatch the highlight of Secret Chicken Dinner, but a lot of highlights as well by Team Pandem.
Well, looks like switching up the mojo for Team Pandem to Primos and Fairy Pier worked out for them this time. And they scored 22 eliminations, 17 eliminations, 22 points in this round, equalizing Team Secret, who scored the chicken dinner. So two teams with 22 points. You don't get to see it this often. 20 plus points, two teams. Man, expect a lot of zeros on page 2.
It's not just normal double digit, by the way. Usually it's going to be the teens, but 2 double digit within the 20s. And then we drop to number 3 with only 9 points. Just how big of a gap there is between the second and third place. It means that there will be a couple of zeros down there, which is going to be Talent, Creed VIP, and O2 Esports. Despite they had a good run without placement points for O2 Esports, right now they are in trouble of losing the spot as well, alongside with Creed VIP.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough. I know there's still 3 more rounds to go. Alliance also only collected 1 point. So that's definitely not going to be good enough for them to break into the top 8 as of now. But let's be sure with the numbers here. So overall rankings, well, welcome Team Pandem to the top 8, officially at number 7 now.
Oh man, that's why I say it's not going to be safe, even though you're starting off in the 70s here for the team slowly start to being pushed down as well, and Pandem within one map to change everything like a flip of a coin. And I have to make sure, like you mentioned before, Cloud, it has to be in the 90s to 100% confirm their slot for the Super Tuesday/Sunday. But when it comes to the second page, the gap is not too far either, up to the 12th place.
Yeah, okay. It's still doable for teams like TODAK, like XERXIA, O2, and even Alliance. But maybe the cutoff, we're starting to see, maybe the cutoff is like Infinity onwards. It's not really possible, because we also have to consider that those teams up there also will add points and they might even pull away. So it's a bit worrying for Infinity onwards.
Yeah, Infinity, what can they do to make a comeback, to be back at their prime time? Despite, well, we cannot assume they can have their old players back. With what they have, what can they do at this point? Because Infinity, since the change of the roster, feels like they lost their spark entirely. It didn't work anything right for them at all. Nothing seems to be right for the Infinity.
Yeah, for not only this season but for many seasons. So I truly am lost for ideas of like, oh, what Infinity needs to do. Maybe the only thing is that if they can find the I forgot what you call it, the time stone. Yeah, the time stone, the green color time stone, and you turn back time to have the Nuzi Mela lineup, then maybe we'll get that Infinity again.
Stop them from being transferred. That's going to be the only reason right now. But they are high capable players too. I believe in them for the side of Infinity. Come on, we want to see something new for Infinity, and they have to pick up the courage and do something unusual to break the barrier that seems to be enclosing for such a long time. But when it comes to Pandem, I mean, they're that close to break the numbers of what Morph holding the record right now. 22 eliminations was the highest by one single map by one single team. For highs of across the board, I think 14 for one single player as an individual to carry out the game by himself within one single map. We're gonna have to wait and see. It's a bit too early, and it's quite a rare scene to happen in Erangel, by the way.
Yeah, but let's see if we'll see it in the next Erangel, because we'll be heading into a break. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys after this one.
back everyone after the break, and back again with me Windy as your host, and today joining me on stage we have Maxius from Pandem. Hi Maxius.
Halo.
Hi, so Maxius, we know that you guys were struggle in the first two matches, and I want to know what changed in the third match.
Oke, jadi kita bisa tahu lah Pandem itu di dua match pertama bisa dibilang lumayan nggak stabil. Bisa ceritakan nggak apa terjadi di game ketiga?
Kita seperti main biasa aja, all out ya, karena kita udah biasa last chance, jadi main biasa aja kayak biasa.
So basically we just play our normal game because we already get used to playing on the last chance. So yeah, but every match we still all out. So yeah.
Yeah, and I need you to keep like this momentum for the next match because we still like 3 more matches and 17th elimination. It's so massive, Maxius. And next, we know Pandem play in PMWC, so the transfer time and practice time for you, like it's very limited. Did you face any issues while trying to adapt to the teams? And what differences do you notice in this team compared to the previous season?
Oke, jadi Pandem itu kita tahu dia sempat ikut ke EWC juga, dan jeda waktu transfer sama waktu latihan itu bisa dibilang mepet. Gimana kamu mengadjust dengan masalah ini, ataukah kamu punya isu atau apa? Dan terus apa perbedaan kamu sama di tim ini dan tim lalu?
Kalau di sini sih aku ngikutin mereka karena udah lolos PMBC, jadi ngikutin aja, ngelengkapin aja. Kalau perbedaannya poin sama ini lebih solid aja sih di sini.
Okay, for regarding the EWC statement, it just like, yeah, I just follow the flow. But then if you ask me about the difference between my ex team, which is Voin, and Pandem, I think our team much more solid compared to Voin team. Yeah.
Okay, bold answer from Maxius. And are you feel like a lot more confident for this season because you with Pandem now?
Jadi apakah kamu lebih pede karena kamu ada di Pandem sekarang?
Sama aja sih, cuma di sini kita lebih bebas mainnya, dilepasin gitu.
Yeah, I think it's not that I don't confident with this team, but then yeah, with this team I can play whatever I want, so they are not locked me, and yeah, I think the playstyle is much more freely. Yeah, I can play freely.
So you can play like without any pressure on your shoulder. And how did you feel when you went against BTR earlier and you guys managed to win?
Oke, jadi perasaan kamu ketika kamu fight bersama BTR itu tadi gimana perasaannya, dan ya ketika kamu menang itu apa perasaan, bisa diceritakan dikit nggak?
Ya lebih pede jadinya ketika kita habis ngeratain satu tim gitu.
So yeah, of course it boosts our momentum, it boosts our morale, is because of we fight with one of the best team in PMSL. So yep.
Okay.
That's all.
One last thing, any message to BTR?
Jadi ada nggak kata-kata yang mau disampaikan ke BTR?
Buat BTR sih ya semoga lolos lah, biar kita bisa Super Sunday terus lolos GF, biar di GF kita bisa full Indo lah. Semoga.
Yeah, to BTR, keep fighting, and I hope you qualify to Super Sunday and of course qualify to the grand final as well, so that we have an all Indonesian team in a grand final.
Yeah, and I love like friendly rivalry between Indonesian team and Indo Pride as well. So thank you so much, Maxius. And now let's straight over to our caster to dive into the next matches.
From side of Pandem, the interview that we've been waiting for when it comes to their highlights, I mean, they definitely weren't normal just now. They said they played normally, but this feels very aggressive.
Oh yeah, if that's normal to them, I want to know what's abnormal to them now. And we're watching some of the highlights here, right? Look at this. They've been going around like what? Vehicle travel, shoot at the same time, get eliminations, and doing all sorts of stuff, and they came out really, really well to deserve the top 8 spot now.
Extremely well it is. BTR, even they cannot face the wrath of Pandem just now, despite they were trying to find as much elimination as possible. I assume we're gonna have a head-to-head between BTR players and Pandem players. I want to see the stats so much because when it comes to comparison, this is gonna be the best two to compare here right now between these two teams. Pandem Maxa, but it's actually GK from Team Secret, but GK, he pulled off so many clutches here today.
Ooh, yeah, this guy have been showing up for Team Secret, and because of him as well, his other teammates boosted up to top 8 now. Look at the stats. Average eliminations a bit more than Maxius. Average damage a bit more as well. But when it comes to assists, Maxius has a little bit more too. So quite balanced between the two in certain departments, I must say. And both of them have been doing very well for their respective teams. And you gotta give it to both teams. Both teams do well. I mean, both teams ended up with 22 points. So can't complain about that.
The first thing that caught my eye is going to be the word Ajaib on the shirt or the jerseys of Pandem. That's what they were just now. Ajaib means miracle or a magical. That's how magical the performance is just now, as well as Team Secret. But we're heading into the last Erangel. It's quite a rare scene for us, Cloud, to have such an aggressive Erangel run just now.
Oh yeah, it was a good run, I must say. And it was very entertaining for us, fights all over the map and all that. And that is the entertainment that we are here for, ladies and gentlemen. So, what's next here to come? Perhaps some teams may start to swap players because that's normally what we see after the break. And if a team were to swap player, I think it's good time for Sem9 to swap players. Put in Kenny, put in Loyu, give them a good run out.
You gotta pick one or the other, right? Because there's no way they will try to. I think, well, if it's come to two players, I do want to see if they swap out Yu Hai and dap out and put in Loyu to work with Firen, and see if Kenny or Loyu can actually work as a pair with Firen as well. Maybe that's going to be another deadly duo we get to see. But for the other teams, perhaps the teams at the very bottom, will they have any swaps too? Because right now, this is the best time for them to put all their secret weapons out, because they might not make it into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, I wonder what the secret weapon that our producer is playing right now. Just say, okay, he heard us.
I wasn't gonna mention it, but thank you for that.
I just had to, right? Yeah, because if not, I worry it gets louder, so to be fair, right?
It seems fun behind the stage too, guys. If you guys don't know what we have, I tell you, you don't want to know behind the stage scenes, because there's so many things that you guys don't know about. But we talk about something that in front of the stage, okay? When it comes to the front of the stage, we definitely know, like Crit VIP, we mentioned it multiple times, what really happened to them. They're not in their usual form as the start of the week. It's quite disappointing to watch how they dwindle down and start to diminish when it comes to their performance here right now.
Yeah, even if they like had a different restart, like that one where they lost the first fight against Team Flash and they had the restart. Okay, they got the first blood, cool. But after that, it's like nothing. It's like it went to nothing there. So it's a bit unfortunate that they're in that situation, and it's very, very surprising to me as well. And this is where, honestly, sometimes when it comes to interviews, I like to hear from these sort of teams, right? Like, you were great on day one, but what happened there? So hopefully one day, if we have more interview sessions, we can slide in some of these sort of like a team talks, just to understand the teams that are not performing as well, like what's happening, because I'm sure the fans would like to hear too.
Yeah, we definitely want to know the thought process, especially if we can put under the spotlight. It will be the case, maybe the coach, just try to understand. But we will have to say goodbye to Mela for now. Unfortunately for FaZe Clan, I mean, there's a lot of Mela fans out there. We probably going to be one of them. We might actually be one of them. And they swap in with 9 Noise, while PA putting in Rush. Will things change if they keep playing it slow, PA? I think whoever they swap in and out, it's probably going to be the same outcome.
Yeah, I do agree. It's not about like the players at this point. It is about the entire play style. But BTR, they're fielding Hans Jill from their academy team, just like how they did yesterday. And BTR being in a comfortable position now, so they can afford to bring in their academy players. And not only Hansil, look at this. Leon Punk is in as well in the place of Saxi. So another academy player with the same concept. And this is where they have the chance to show to their coach, Ken, that they deserve the main lineup.
Major swaps coming in. Yeah, I love this swap because we do know Snape is pretty darn good when it comes to finding that off angles and always do a lot of plays for the team too. But for side of RRQ, they're not really dropping their performance despite they have these swaps as well, because I think RRQ plays pretty much on the same par and do have the same ideas according to their rotation of swaps of players, so the dynamic's still going to be the same probably. But we talked about the teams. Touch. There's a lot of touch here this time. There's going to be another touch in. Noise just now and touch. They used to be together, I think. That's why it's quite confusing. But Cloud, TODAK, XERXIA, O2, Alliance. Alliance being pushed all the way here today.
Yeah, we haven't seen the best of Alliance so far. Are they still far off the mark in terms of being the top 8? Not really. I think they can still mathematically do it with the remaining 3 rounds. So that will be something that Alliance will want to go for. Frankly speaking, to not see Alliance in a super weekend is going to be super weird, because this is Alliance that we're talking about. This is a team that is like super duper consistent, and they haven't missed a grand finals of a major tournament for the longest time.
I don't know what happened to Alliance. Seems like they're dropping it this season. Big one. I don't know, because of the one letter that they dropped early on, it kind of affected the entire team. But Alliance right now, they had consistent, but the consistent is in a bad way. 14 plays twice in a row, round 2 and round 3, and both only have 1 elimination point. And so when it comes to progress, not so much for the entire day, the first half today. So Lions from 8 plays early on pushed down, or 9 plays pushed down to 12 right now. But at least the gap is still not too big for them to catch up, right? We're talking about they are in their 60s. So down to 12 plays, 64 for O2 is also 64. So 90 is still going to be the benchmark of the day. But they have to pull everything they have with the 3 maps remaining.
Yeah, and the live number is, of course, to catch up to Roy. So Roy now 79 points, Alliance 64 points. At least that doesn't sound too far now. 15 points difference, 3 rounds, an average of 5 points. But of course, teams up there will also collect points, so they definitely need more than that. Probably at least 1 chicken dinner, at least that is, with a regular amount of eliminations that come together with a chicken dinner, and then that will give them a good chance of being in the top 8. But that will also break other teams' hearts as well. So teams like Roy, Pandem, Talon will want to make sure that their hearts are not broken by the end of the day.
My heart got broken a bit the moment they take out their earplugs. It means that the game not going to start anytime soon.
Yep.
I think that's going to be the lobby will be waiting for the player to go in later on. So while we're waiting, we can also see the stats at the very bottom when it comes to damage output. My Pandem, they definitely shoot the numbers up out there. Actual 1,000 over damage in the last map.
Yeah, Achul, wow, 1,000 over damage. I mean, Team Pandem, 17 eliminations, and every one of them would have a lot of damage. Looking at other stats, Maxius, lots of healing there, 412. But also that's because they took fight after fight after fight. You win one fight, you heal up. You win one fight, you heal up. So naturally, you need to heal up more than the rest. But I'm quite surprised as we don't get as many grenade eliminations. Like everyone that we see on the stats is like at 1.
Probably because there's no NKT playing here. The God is the only person that can pull that one off for now in this season. I don't know if anybody else can match up to his performance. Mela used to be that person though. I wish we can bring back that side of Mela to just, go and play with your hand grenades again. But for Pandem, I don't know, was it coincidence or just it was a deliberate call just now after one fight together, they are the one being the third party in 3 consecutive fights at the perfect time. Everything seems to be aligned for them perfectly well. That whenever they try to pick the battle between two teams early on, they are literally licking their wound. They didn't even have the time to have the revived up. There's always going to be 3 knockdowns, 1 alive, and they easily just finish off the 3 knockdowns by the other teams that knocked down before and just steals it away. And it happened 3 times in a row in the last map.
Yeah, it happened so much, right, that I noticed that based on the stats, just to try to relate that, the top 4 stats that were shown to us, 3 of the players with the most damage is from Team Panda. So that is
Crazy,
definitely
man.
one thing. Yeah, I know, right? I would definitely want to see another team pull that off. Even better if it's team from like DN, like Team Flash, like PEA, or even could VIP, just to make it like spicier as we roll down the maps, and maybe we might see a surprise getaway from one of those teams.
Now, this might be painful to just swallow the bitter truth for the other regions, but I feel like so far the only teams that can actually pull that one out is either FAZE or the Xaviers when it comes to the region, and majority of it coming up from the Indonesian region teams. You're the only one that like to flip the coin in the very last minute. And I don't see any of the Malaysian teams do that before or ever.
Well, we got a good amount of Malaysian teams on page 2 now. So if they were to able to do that kind of flip, then well, this is going to be the moment, right? But I also noticed one thing, right? As of now, that is, let's say now is already the end. Like the previous one was the end, right? We will see all the Indonesian teams in the last chance in the Super Sunday. All of them. And they have the most slots. And yet they are still able to get there. But yeah, but of course we got 3 more rounds, but they're looking really good to have like all Indonesian teams in the Super Sunday.
I'm not even surprised if all the 8 teams of Indonesia region can just make it through the grand finals with what they have right now, with the way they are thinking, their mental process of the game, their attitude towards all the fights. It's definitely almost 100%. We can ensure that it's going to be almost 8 teams, probably all of them, 100%, all 8 teams going to the grand finals. As long they have this momentum, as long as they have the champion mentality, they're striving for more, they're thirsty enough to have the drive to keep pushing their limits, they probably going to book all 8 slots of grand finals for the Indonesian teams.
Well, yeah, and we have seen that before, right? Like Indonesia, they are able to do that. And you might think that, oh, they have the most teams. Yes, they do. And then some teams might fall off. But history has shown that all Indonesian teams are capable of going up onto the grand finals. And not only like Super Weekend, it's like up all the way to the grand finals. I mean, they have been champions like back to back, right? From Alter Ego to Boom Esports. So Indonesia, they're still the big powerhouse here in Southeast Asia of PUBG Mobile.
You know what? It feels like I want to send over all the teams at the very bottom. If I have the power to do it and even the financial support to do it, I want to send all the bottom teams to just have a year bootcamp in Indonesia regions, just to learn their mindset, just to learn about their drive, and to learn their mentality too, because they are doing it right in this tournament.
That's actually not a bad idea. Although I believe that they could also like do it remotely, but hey, you know, being in a different
It's not the
environment.
same.
I was about to get there. Yeah, being in a different environment would probably give them a different boost. So speaking about boosts, finally we're going to get the headsets on, and the timer is down to 15 seconds. So these teams are going to boost themselves in the next round. 3 more games to go. 3 more games to go, ladies and gentlemen. Final Erangel here. Let's go.
Last of the wrangle when it comes to the last chance stage. Yeah, we have our flight path crossing over Sosnovka military base and over Noe going up this time, not the other way around, more towards the right side. We had an early wrangle before, pretty much similar flight path, but the reverse direction. Going up to Stalbus, I assume PA and also O2 Esports will drop the latest when it comes to this flight path. And when it comes to the other teams, will there be any early skirmishes? Will Cree VIP now trying to challenge Team Flash again?
With their track record, probably not directly. If there's any, maybe when they're trying to get vehicles on the outside of Pachinki. So something for us to look forward to. But for Team Pandem, okay, they got the chicken dinner when they dropped in Peripheral Primos. With this flight path back to military base, it could be the case, or maybe not. Okay, it could be the case because you see Billboard still hovering around there, but the other players are going towards the smaller houses on the left side bridge. So maybe it's just to get vehicles and they will do a quick getaway to the main peninsula.
Gotta have a wait and see. A bit concentrated right now. We have a northern circle. We never had a northern circle before. We talked about this, and Zaki is a bit. If only we got Zaki there, something else happening entirely. But we might actually end it up on top of Yasnaya Poliana. That's gonna be the best north that we can actually have. To have severe initiating range these days pretty difficult. Maybe sometimes if Stalber happens would be nice too, but we have first contact between BTR and it's gonna be Talent players down first. First blood made Misery is living in misery.
So Talent loses one of the teams that is slightly at risk, just slightly at risk. So BTR is the more comfortable team, and with that one elimination, they actually break into the 100 point mark, putting themselves in a very, very comfortable spot. It's unfortunate for Talent that they have to start this way, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
As long as TODAK and XERXIA don't just suddenly going berserk for this Erangel map, it's still going to be safe for Talent. It also depends on the other teams as well at the very bottom too, so we're going to have to wait and see will they start to take advantage of this or not for the teams that realize the kill features now. Team Secret, they have a bit of a boost compared to Roy. It feels like they swap places, Team Secret and Roy, during the group stage and the last chance here.
Yeah, you can say so. Yeah. With the current stats, Team Secret is still ahead of Roy, but just by 5 points though. But at this stage, 84 points, 3 more games to go. My gut feeling is that Team Secret is going to be hard for them to drop further. So my eyes will be on Roy, maybe Pandem. Even that is like a maybe, but. Yeah, probably Roy and Pandem. Talent to drop. I'm trying to think here. I think Talent to drop is still... that's a big maybe. So just to add on a few more points and then they'll be pretty much secure.
Now, for Pandem, they're definitely on the highs right now. I don't think they're gonna cool down because adrenaline rush is a real thing and it was quite a short break, but will the break actually put on hold for their performance as well? But not so much to actually just go for 7-9. Feels like they doubled up their pace from their last round, even though we had a bit of a break just now.
Yeah, and they did not make a swap just to relax out their players. Looks like they want to try to keep the momentum going. Maybe they plan to keep this on until the Super Sunday. So that's why they don't want to break the momentum of the players. They were like, okay, you guys keep on playing. But I could understand as well because players like Viren, he came in a little bit later. He may not have enough gel time with the team. So they're also taking this opportunity, even though they're comfortable, to give gel time with Viren with the main lineup.
For 7-9, we didn't see any swap of a player. We were looking forward if they want to experiment with Kenny and Loyu, but unfortunately we probably won't see that one because there's major swaps happening for the second half. Of course, we saw it with another team. We don't see anything from 7-9 unless we actually missed that one during the pre-match just now. If we get a glimpse of them now, maybe we get to know who's actually playing. But for the rest of the teams, I think it's back to looting phase and just waiting for the second circle to pop for stage number 2, then just to see if the circle will be on really real north or it's pulling back to the center once more.
Yeah, so Northern Circle will be kind of cool since we haven't got that yet. At least it gives a different pace to the game, or at least this season's PMSL. Teams would benefit from the Northern Circle. I'm looking at O2. Since they dropped in Severny, accessing the circle wouldn't be too difficult for them, at least for stage 1. Stage 2, if it still remains up north, they'll be pretty happy. Might be... I'm thinking around the lines of like maybe they want to go towards the high grounds of Stalbert just to be there first. That could be a good option for O2. But of course, that also depends on stage 2 circle. Or they could still wait it out in Severny and look at where stage 2 goes and then decide from there, which is fine for them as well.
Probably want to opt for shooting range first, I think. Maybe that's also going to be the case, just to play around it. Because I feel like PA probably going to be on top of Stalbert if that's the case of the Northern Circle. And speaking of which, PA, this also should be their circle to play along. Hopefully they take advantage of this last Erangel map of the day. And yeah, that's just going to be it for now. We're waiting for the next stage. But speaking of the topic we had before, right, Cloud? Yeah, I agree. They can actually do some scrims online, but yeah, like I said, it's not the same, right? Because well, I do have this question sometimes. Is it a cultural difference that make the player's mindset also different in a way? Because when it comes to skill-wise, yes, they are very much on par, but the way they see things and perspective also being affected psychologically by their surrounding and how, you know, they've been brought up. And when it comes to going deeper history, it also affects of a person's behavior in a certain sense.
That is a possibility. So I did write about the nomadic mindset theory that is related to the Mongolian teams during their successful run in the PMGC in one of the years. And based out of that, it does come together with the mindset of trying hard and not being comfortable of where they are. And that is what pushed them to being one of the best in the world. In fact, top 4, 3 of them from Mongolia. So that kind of tells the story.
But when it comes to another story, GK, I mean, that's going to be another player under the spotlight here. Team Secret, thanks to GK, they are rising back up the occasion. But we have heard a couple of gunfire shots. It's going to be Team Secret being charged by Alliance. Now, another team seems to be in trouble right now. Didn't work out. It's going to be a very north circle, or will it pull back all the way down? It's also the time for us to see Stalbert, PEA. They are in the center. They know Stalbert more than everybody else. Severny taken over by O2. They stay there, don't really go out anywhere that we mentioned just now. Except for Stalbert is quite vacant. If only PA just go up there, there's going to be a clear view and clear path and have a great vintage view. But TODAK is going there as fast as they can. Whoever get to the mountain of Stalbert probably going to have the upper hand here.
Yeah, vintage view, very classical. But it seems like PA not really interested with the Stalbert hills. So the team that took advantage of the hill is going to be TODAK. Going to be the first one to go up there. And they're going to take that spot first. Now, it's going to be followed up by other teams. Now, we can see RRQ and also BTR also hiking their way up. And a good amount of other teams as well on the other side. O2 making their way too. Yep, everyone wants to get the good vantage point. FaZe Clan says hello to the Stalbert Hills. Now, everyone's taking their spot, so we might see a tussle soon.
Here it comes. First contact, double contact made. FaZe Clan, Infinity XERXIA, O2. Everybody seems to be moving in the same direction. Since the corner of the map is only covered into one direction movement from all the teams. Their navigation seems to be clashing somehow. And BTR spot out the rest of the team that moving in the same direction. Now they're being shooed away to make a U-turn. It seems like a lot of teams involved in this battle.
Yeah, this is where we'll see the fight for the hills as the Infinity goes out at number 16 with 1 elimination point. 48 points so far for the Infinity. When they talk about the chances, it's pretty low and even lower now by going out early.
GK. Oh, GK. Is coming with the rest of Team Secret. Trunk just arrived. It's gonna be trio of XERXIA, RNG, Megamind and Nui. I don't see anywhere Mega Earth there because they lost him early on. But the rest of Team Secret surrounding XERXIA, cornered them up into one particular compound and a very small apartment at that. While Brick have the vantage view from above, and it's gonna be them start to pressure to a side of XERXIA. But if this goes wrong, never mind. Seems like everything goes right. G could drop a huge nade, being the one that opening the sequence for Team Secret to follow through.
And here we go. Brick is trying to find a different angle to come in to break through XERXIA. Tosses a molly onto the second floor. Nobody is home. And GK with another nade. Waiting for the moment to get a knock before they move in. And that's the signal there. RNJ down. Now it's only Nui left.
Difficult for Nui, hugging the corners, coming in as one by one, willingly giving their bodies to Nui, but Nui couldn't pull it through. Team Secret trying for now, thanks to GK dropping that huge nade, giving them a go time. It's quite a clear entry afterwards, but is it going to be enough? Nobody else passing by. I think Team Secret is pretty close to almost finished off as the reverse team situation. You know, if things got wrong just now, it's going to be Team Secret eliminated instead. But Team Secret, they still stand at number 4. Pandoms is on the rise, and they are on the move.
Yeah, so anytime now we may see another execution here that involves RRQ. They're definitely not a team that likes to shy away from fights based on the pattern that we see from them here today. Okay, RRQ, they do have an idea that somebody's below them, which is BTR from our view. And probably looking for the advantage. But based on their position, probably wouldn't rush in onto BTR just yet until we see the next phase of the circle. So it's more of like just gathering information and making sure BTR doesn't do anything funny.
Stalber visited by FaZe Clan from the northern side. They're going along rotations there. While we saw the kill fit, Pandem definitely on the run of a hunt. They hunt down a couple of players just now, including one of the player of Crate VIP. FaZe Clan lost 2 men in the process of transitioning to its Stalber as well. Quite a course, a daily one. And TODAK spot them out as well. FaZe Clan, where would they try to hide next? They definitely try to get their highest point of view from above, but the problem is they are not the only team with the same idea.
So everyone has the same idea of trying to get up here. Yeah, we can see here, TODAK has somewhat of an interest, but because it's only links, so it's more of like a scouting work by him. But I don't think they really need to push it just yet because we still have stage 4 and all of them in the circle. So as long as they have the spot still, they don't really need to force the fight. And plus, if TODAK does, it's a disadvantage of terrain for them.
Oh, long shots coming out to a side of length out of nowhere. There's no clue where the shots came from. Definitely on his right side, which can be a different team entirely. I think that's probably going to be BTR. Yep, definitely BTR. And Roy is there as well for the take. But BTR, they got himself a couple of houses around this area. They definitely got a couple of bunkers too. Like, it's going to be some barricade. Quite a nice place for BTR. Problem is, circle just barely in there. They need to move as well. So this is not going to be the best place for them. There is a good place to wait it out. But we're going to have to wait for the next stage. It's going to be right on top of Mountain Stalber, or will it move away? It's going to be the top. The peak of Stalber will be the hottest spot for all the teams around it.
Well, let's hike up, people. Time to bring your hiking shoes here. As Team Secret also wants to do the same from the right side of the circle, but they could still afford to hold. But teams on the left side, look at that. We have so many teams who need to hike up. RRQs can play the gatekeeping role. TODAK can play it as well. FaZe Clan they can just stay chill, and all they need to do is just take care of their bags, where 9 and O2 might come through.
I don't think FaZe can chill. There's so many players and teams trying to take the plays away from them. The compound is just for them to defend for now. Pandem, on the other hand, the hike is real. They're definitely putting their shoes on and jump down as well. There's some slight damage taken by Maxes. But they have to go for plan B, whether to come in late or whether to just fight through PEA. PEA, they definitely know this compound and this area more than everybody else. It's their usual drop spot. They should take it into their advantage. But the problem is we haven't seen a lot of action coming out from PEA yet.
Yeah, not yet. Even though it's their area, right? Starboard Kamishki. But they're not willing to play the defensive role. But we just saw another elimination happen. So that's probably the first or the start of many to come. Now that Team Pandem is also making their move, okay, they already got 2 eliminations in the bag. So Team Pandem now 84 points, still pretty okay. They'll be looking to gather more. And the fact that they know that they're coming a bit later, they need to take their time because these kind of peaks would have a lot of teams by now.
And to hike with a vehicle will be super slow too. Unless if they take some ride in the gondola. But O2 spot out Crit VIP. I feel like Crit VIP keep on hitting themselves into a wall right now. Previously, they met and clashed into Pandem. And they caught themselves in trouble. And that's going to be the last of Crit VIP. We did mention about how they just dropped the ball here. The performance definitely diminishing when it comes to the end of this Erangel. You don't see them progress anymore. And no points at all. But Roy and BTR next.
Here we go. Lapa tapping away from the high ground. And Lapa looks like BTR will secure a couple of points here. And looking for more from the other side. It's going to be Roy. Next target. Lapa with the mini 14 will be happy to pick up that 1 point.
Lapari positioning himself towards the flank side to have a better view on towards Roy, maybe even RRQ. But RRQ got to the station of the gondolas and Card just covered himself in the smoke, but the smoke will not help him too much. Another team taken out of the equation. Roy plays himself at 13 due to the migration, due to their navigation to just get into the center of the circle. They already thinned out a lot of crowd here for the gatekeepers.
Yeah. So by opening that gate, that will allow also other teams to probably come in at the same time. So that is one thing as well, right? Like if it's the commotions happening, it's like, oh, other teams are like, okay, that's our opening, that's our go time. So speaking about go, notice that BTR was going. Okay, there you go. Yeah, we have them on screen right now. They're going towards SEM9. They'll take the fight against them. Circle happened to be moving towards the northern side. So this fight is going to be worthwhile for BTR to take.
And the northern battle has commenced. It's going to be 7-9 covered by BTR. Squad 1 there, but they fought back. 7-9, Firen is still alive and he's been shot down from the back as well. BTR, they're scattered about, but the formation's not broken. 7-9, unfortunately, have to end their round in this last Erangel map in the last chance. But at least they got some progress of points by 7-9 and BTR. They definitely will be in the Super Sunday next. Pandem take the fight out of RQ. Unfortunately for Pandem, they're having a bit of a loss as well. The POCO is pretty much on the high grounds, so he can see through everybody just beneath them. Assad taking another follow-up. Pandem, they are in trouble. They might actually be pushed down later on.
Wow, nice shot by Assad from the side. Another nade sent across to Pandem. Maxius is going to be the last man for Pandem.
Ooh.
And there you go. Sent back to the lobby. What a nade. All the way from that gondola. Wow.
And he even got stuck and passed by those vehicles. How did the POCO predict it and calculate it for that kind of nade? That was insane.
Yeah, it kind of looked like it passed through the window of the vehicle, something like that. Yeah, that was how crazy it was, man. Bunch of mobile physics for you.
Okay, next, he's not going to leave this gondola anytime soon. He's having a great time up here. What a view from the POCO, but he's running dry when it comes to his magazines. Ammunition-wise, not so great in this gondola right now. Nothing to replenish himself from. But at least he get a lot of information when Team Flash coming in here. RIQ making so much trouble for the other teams that try to cut across. Don't forget about PA on the south, also seems to be having some battle.
Yes. A lot of fights to climb up right now, including Kwang. That's why Kwang is taking a slow climb. Okay, Kwang. Okay, reverse. Okay, chill pill. Okay, he wants to just try to sniff out if anyone's up there. And on the left side is going to be RRQ. On the right is going to be another team. As we shift forward to Talon versus Break from Team Secret. Now, both teams on the outside of the circle. Team Secret, they want to take the high ground advantage against Talon. They're going to make a quick move. Linux had the same idea, but it was a bit too late.
Well, quick is going to be the word for Talon, but Team Secret, all they need to do is make it a slow rotation for Talon. But on the side of Team Secret, all they need to do is keep tossing those utilities and make sure that there's no room for the side of Talon to even pick out. Trong, I don't think Trong can see anything from there, but he can try to provide cover fire. FaZe Clan also in trouble. They're down to only one last player, I think, because one of them being knocked down just now. On the side of Talon, how to hike up? There's so many troubles and so many angles they have to cover by themselves.
I know, right? This is even more difficult than hiking up the Mount Everest. Linux, he's been trying to hike up for the longest time, but Team Secret is there blocking him. And look at the circle. It went all the way to the peak of Stauber. Oh, man. So difficult for the team still at the foot.
And BTR having the greatest time because nobody else coming up from the north, but the team still at the foot and climbing up the hill around the middle ground. They have to just grind all the way in. TODAK have to go through Talon. Talon have to go through Team Secret. And there's also Alliance coming up from above as well. What a four-way warrior. Talon, Lynx is just next to each other. Axel, he prepared himself a DBS. They are fighting in the smoke. But Lynx with that UMP sprays even better.
Ooh, through the smoke, and he's looking for more right now. It's pretty low. He needs to heal out. He does have that one first aid through. And his teammate Real is currently down. Okay, if that will be with him anyway, Lynx will try to hold the front line. As Redface now tries to find his target with the molly, everyone's on the lower ground, so he doesn't have a good clear view. So they're trying their luck with all their throwables now. But they got Real at the other day.
Oh, but they should reserve some to fight against Team Secret later as well. Hopefully those death boxes laying around do have some utilities, but TODAK Alliance all the way across the other side of the mountain just seems to be, can't see them clearly. Rapface dropping a couple of nades more, hoping he will connect somehow towards the last play of TODAK Iftar, but he's still got himself some grounds to play. But the Blueser will not be merciful enough for these two players. Rapface, the moment he's going to hike up, that's going to be the last between Iftar and Redface. For now, it's Iftar's game.
Man, it's always Iftar coming up for TODAK, and he make it happen. 2 eliminations now. Roy is sweating the fact that Iftar is still alive. They were probably cheering for Talon earlier on, but Talon unfortunately not able to finish out the job. So TODAK still survives, and they will continue to collect points. But no. Hang on. Oh, yes, one first aid. Oh, the Alliance. Not able to overtake Roy.
I guess our middle pack 7, 8, 9, 10, all of them who are actually the highest contestant. When it comes to the top 8, well, we have to resort to maybe a different team coming up from behind. Who knows? But Alliance slowly hiking up. FaZe Clan, even though they only have 2 men left, but they still stand and survive. Jimmy Scar L in his hands. A Team Flash goes to tossing nades to the side of PA. Now Kido's at the back. Nobody can save him alive. Alliance, unfortunately, have to bow out early as well.
Yeah, Alliance out. O2 is now the potential team to sneak into the top 8. So Roy is now looking at O2 for sure, but they only have 2 players. That's the other side of the story. As for PEA, by the edge of the circle, now they have to face up against Team Flash, who's also by the edge, but geographically they have the higher ground.
Team Flash taking a fight against Team Secret, but for PEA, they caught themselves in a trap here just around the valley. And Frankie cannot be safe at this point. Adam just going to drive out, but Batman got a shot from who? It's going to be from Team Secret. And it's quite confusing for the bullets flying over the heads of the players right now. But the circle shrinks even further more. And the only one that actually touched the circle right now is going to be BTR and Team Secret. But I feel like RRQ have the highest shot at winning this. A lot of teams just being thinned out due to the circle when they were hiking up. We're down to 7 teams in stage number 6.
And the hike's not over yet though. Circle still at the peak of Starber. Now POCO sends a nade across onto Kwang, and it will miss. A little bit of an overshot there. POCO wants to try again, but he is disturbed by the shots that came from the other side. Satar by the smoke, so POCO doesn't have the information that Satar is still there. Okay, Satar, he popped up that smoke again. So that's a clue that he's still there. Omomon! Ooh, that was a close one.
A huge nade by Break. I guess his gondola strategy seems to be working a lot in this circle right now. No mercy. Spot now BTR, next one to bite the dust. At least they got over 100 points by now, but Team Secret, they still try to push the numbers through. And we have another Team Flash players here. Kwang and Ghost try to work out as a duo, try to slowly take out players of RRQ, but they have no clue where the shot's coming out from because they're not firing back. But the problem with Team Flash, they need to move. Blue Zone's arriving now.
Yes, still teams on the outside circle. But oh, look at this break. What a position. Okay, if he continues to blow up that vehicle, then maybe he can get that knock. But for Team Flash, what the play is currently not.
Oh, this nade. This nade.
Oh, but at the end of the day, it is waiting for the elimination feed to run. Break who finish off Frankie still.
Team Secret managed to just taking a lot of eliminations from that fight here. Next, they're aiming for RRQ, still at the slope of the hill around the middle ground, but Gosu, you know exactly the off angle that he needs to pick. And now Team Flash, even though Gosu got the elimination, unfortunately, the gondola strat really works.
Yeah, and the circle is still on the gondola. I mean, I'm keeping my eye on the stage 8. The circle still goes there. After this, everyone just take the gondola, if you have the chance, that is. Oh, the Snape, still on the lower ground. No circle. Circle did move away from the gondola though. But the team that has the best access is still Team Secret into the circle.
Yep, they have no problem getting into it. FaZe Clan, they have those high grounds, some elevations and some reloot as well. The question is how to move into the circle. It's quite a slope down there. They have to move out. It's quite an open space. And the only person in the center is going to be the last player of RRQ right now. If he play it safe, he can still win that chicken dinner. O2 Esports, out of nowhere, they also reach up to the peak. And this is going to be your mountain climbers of the day. 4 teams remain, and there's not many people left. Only 8 players.
Yeah, O2 came from the back. And now from the back, they will try to take down Snake on the other side. Hamza almost able to do it. And he will finally be able to eliminate RRQ at number 4, 8 elimination points. And so FaZe Clan the name for breaking FaZe Clan to pieces.
We don't have the God today, but Break is more than enough to challenge God when it comes to the Nade Master title. But O2 Esports against Team Secret, rushing in Amazel, now playing right in front of GK and Trunk. Well, Fredo tried to find an off angle, but this is quite a risk for Amazel. If he can drop one close enough, GK down to only 10% of HP.
And Fredo needs to move in front now. Amazel 1v1. Oh, he's landing his shots. He managed to get the knockdown. One more to go. O2 should be able to wrap things up. It's going to be GK against O2. 1v2. And it's low. And O2 will celebrate the return of Jumper with a winner chicken dinner.
Svenny boys, they know how the ground works. They take it slow and steady. And they're definitely celebrating. Would have thought O2 Esports within the quietness, within the silence, coming back in the last minute. But will they be having enough with 2 more maps remaining to finally push themselves back up here? I think it's possible.
Oh yeah, we did talk about the theory of them needing a couple of chicken dinners. So this is definitely a big one for them that they need. That's why we can see the players are really happy, especially Jumper. is very expressive with this chicken dinner. We don't get to see that often, so that means a lot to them. Okay, let's count the points here. 9 eliminations, and that is 19 points. But Amazal, that's how to say it in Malay. Lots of yellows
Should
on
we
it.
pronounce Amazel or Mazel?
Amazel is so American. You know,
So English.
it's so English. You know, it's Amazal.
Whatever you want to call it, that's the player. And he scored 7 out of all of it. But you have to thank Fredo for the support and cover fires as well. 623 damage by Fredo. It has been a while for us to actually see the best of O2 Esports. We'll finally get to see again. He's well deserving for the MVP, despite Amazer do have the most damage. The most elimination. But without Fredo, he possibly couldn't have those executions.
Yes, because he opened up that off angle for Amazal. So nice work there by Fredo. Without his cover, it will probably allow Team Secret to push up to Amazal. So other teams here, Team Secret, RRQ and BTR, they come out as our top teams. So Team Secret coming up second place again. I would say they have booked their tickets into the Super Sunday. So a little bit of background to Amazal. I'll tell you guys in a bit.
No matter how many times I look at Napeko's Nate just now, the angles was super weird, and I love the celebration by O2 Esport just now. Kissing the teammates' hands, appreciating the effort just now by Jumper. And it's in total 19 points coming out from O2 Esport, but Team Secret and RRQ also scored themselves a double digit.
Yes, and great work, O2. It could probably give them that chance of being the top 8. So a bit on Amaza, he used to play in the PMCS right before this under Voki Esports. And he got picked up by O2 to play in PMSL after discovering his talent from the PMCS. So PMCS is one of the academy leagues of PUBG Mobile in Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. Page 2, only Crit VIP without a point.
Oh, great VIP. This is going to be a hard, tough challenge for them to get into the Super Sunday now with 2 more maps remaining, and the Infinity will not go beyond as well. Roy, on the other hand, they are at the brink of it. But lucky for them, TODAK couldn't overtake them just now. But when it comes to the top 8, this is going to be a tight race till the end.
That makes our final 2 games really interesting. And 0-2, welcome to the top 8, 83 points. All right, this is what we are talking about. Teams from page 2 actually showing up. So other than that, Team Panem 84 points. Although they had a great run earlier on, but we got to look at page 2 on how many other teams who could potentially catch them with the remaining 2 rounds, just to have a better idea on whether Team Panem is truly safe enough or not.
Probably gonna put 85 as a magical number, but Roy, that is so close. And TODAK XERXIA, that's less than 20 points off a gap. Alliance now slowly losing into the game, but it's still within their reach. So maybe up to 12th place. It's doable, reachable, definitely can get into the top 8, but there's gonna be a lot of team being pushed down as well if that's were to happen.
2 games left, right? I'll still give it up until Alliance. But of course, with the following round, they need to do very, very well. Chicken dinner, big eliminations and all that in order for them to have a chance. But let's check out some of the top gunslingers here. RRQ with the most damage, 2,078 damage, followed by Team Secret, 1,709. O2, 1,383. Despite they scored the chicken dinner, but they're not the highest of damage dealers because they came from behind. They avoided a lot of fights. PEA, 1,163, despite it's their regular draw spot at Starbuck Commission.
Yeah, unfortunately for PEA, I feel like they should have taken an advantage like how O2 Esports did. It was their turf to start with. I mean, we do know these 2 teams always drop themselves in the northern side. Well, when it comes to the top 4 frags, Amazer has been amazing. I agree when it comes to this player, there's so much potential not being unlocked yet. We're waiting for that to happen. But Team Secret break, those nades were amazing. The gondola trick actually worked with RQ Nomasi at 4 eliminations. And Alliance Jimmy, Alliance, yes, they have those players up, but when it comes to the whole team, the performance is not there yet.
Yeah, so they need their logo up here in the final 2 Miramar matches here, ladies and gentlemen. So last 2 matches will be Miramar before we wrap up the last chance qualifiers and lock in our top 8 teams who will join the top 8 teams from the group stages in our first Super Sunday for this season. So it's still tight enough for a good amount of teams who could probably make a surprise to be in the top 8.
Yeah, when it comes to this season, I'm loving it. When it comes to the first week, even more surprises for us in this last season of 2024, of course. And I definitely am happy and excited and cannot wait to see for the next Miramar map, because usually that's where all the crazy things usually popped up when it comes to the last 2 maps of the day. We don't see a lot of Erangel flashy plays or frenzy eliminations like how we did before, but I think last chance actually pushed the player to the point where they need to break their limit. Now we can unlock more with the next 2 Miramar maps where another team come up with crazy amount of eliminations again.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday with more. So yeah, who knows, another team might come up with that sort of performance again. Especially if you're like a page 2 team, right? That will make it a little bit more exciting. But if you're like a page 1 team like Sem9 or BTI, you do that, you'll be like, yeah, come on, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we just say, yeah, 25 eliminations, yeah, cool.
Great, yeah, great for you. Congratulations. But if it happens within the teams of like even Alliance here, even if it's Infinity or Graveyard PPA, just to stir things up a bit, that'll be really fun to watch. And these are the teams that are in the dire need of those points.
Yes. A good amount of teams do have that same feeling as well. And looking over at some of the teams that potentially... Oh, wait, another swap? Oh, Sata out, Gen Force in. Okay. I mean, BTR can do anything at this point. It's fine, you know. Even if they want to play their coach to play, it's okay.
It would be fun to watch coach play sometimes, you know, just for the sake of fun. When it comes to the comfort zone, they're definitely comfortable enough to do that. But the one that we're really looking forward is going to be the comfortable team, 7-9. I do want to see some swaps happening, but they're not doing it yet. We have another one swap. Is going to be Talon. Talon trying to solidify their position when it comes to the top 8 by end of today. But will things change or not? It also depends on the circle, really. The circle just now was crazy.
Yeah, we don't always get like a starburst circle, especially when it goes like to the peak like that. So that was a really interesting circle. And I'm really interested to see Yoru play as well. He's been missing for quite a while. And to me, Yoru is one of the key players around. One of the best transfers during his time. But let's see if we can pull off something inside of Miramar. This will be our first of our tour Miramars. Here we go.
Let's unlock Miramar and see what it will offer us when we have a northern flight path all the way towards the south. But we want to see Portona for once, you know, just one time is more than enough. That's all we ask for. We asked for a northern circle of Erangel, we got it. We want SMB, we got it. You won Lipovka before, no, Impala, we definitely almost got it. But Patona is always like the first circle and then it's gone. That's it. That's the only Patona we actually get to see.
Yeah, so this is where we can only hope and pray that we get that kind of circle for us to enjoy and to see how it's competed if the final circle is inside of Patona itself. Although it's a potential urban warfare, but that's an urban warfare that I'm willing to take if it's Patona. If it's like Lost Lowness, they'll be like, yeah, can we skip urban warfare? We don't like that kind of urban warfare. But especially for Patona, you get a special pass.
Yep, we never get to see Patona across the map before. It would be nice to see once, but it's all about the circle. O2, BA, the northern team's always going to stay in the north. While Chibasera will be taken by Talent, possibly even Roy nearby, but you might actually get at least Impala. I don't know if we're going to go there, but if it's going to be Los Leones, no, please, no. And it's going to be probably the usual La Bandita, Minas Generales, but please, not Los Leones.
Well, if it's going to be Impala, Creep VIP will be the happiest since they drop around the area of Impala. But for Alliance, as usual, in Lost Learners, so they're going to share the same area with Team Secret. A bit of a truce between them. Of course, the bigger risk is for Alliance at this point. Team Secret, at least they are pretty safe in the top 8. But for Alliance, they probably cannot simply take that risk. Instead, might as well focus on the loot, get themselves well stocked up, and take necessary fights when they're all ready with better loots.
Speaking of necessary fights, all I can see from Alliance right now, they're trying to just take necessary fights, but it just didn't feel right for them. It's not the lines that we used to know. The one that we used to know is the one that taking any fights whenever they can, wherever they want. So that's the Alliance that used to be the most consistent Malaysian team back in the days, but right now don't see to be it. But the Infinity, come on the Infinity. I want to see something from the Infinity. They have the light version of Tony K, which is going to be Tony K. And they swap in touch as well. We haven't seen too much touch in action here.
Yeah, so if I want to put a theory on Alliance, right? So what made them really stood out when it comes to taking fights and getting in the eliminations is that when they play from the outside in, and then teams play in that manner. So they see one team, they take fight, they win, and then they go into the next phase circle, and they just repeat the process. But what I do notice is that a lot of teams are starting to play in the middle of the circle. So that kind of like dries out the potential of fights by the rim of the circle that Alliance is a fan of. So maybe that's why they don't get that sort of advantage, or at least that kind of play style that they like to play, just because of how other teams shift their way to play in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams now playing in the middle of the circle definitely not going to fare well. Like even the teams, the latecomers like BA. So they will be pretty much have to resort to the place where have to go with the flow here. If they want to make some comeback or just have some progress, at least try to move along a bit earlier. I think, I mean, like, yeah, it's okay for them not to get used to playing in the center, but playing slightly in the middle, in between the middle ground would be great as well, just to, you know, find some advantage where the teams are transitioning during that time. Maybe they can just resort to first few circle playing it in the center, but we have a splat early on. Roy! That's gonna be the driver being run down by FaZe Clan.
So FaZe Clan collects their first point. Okay, just to be extra sure, although they're like more than 90 points now, they should be all right. I don't see them going down, but maybe also that's why they were like, oh, okay, we can do anything we want. And just to also highlight one of the players here, Onzens, that comes in with the average elimination of 1.3. He has definitely been stepping up for the team. Although not really pulling off those flashy plays, right? But he does the dirty work that the team, for the team. And it's not sexy, but at least he brings in like the stats for them.
As long as result, and it's going to be working out for the team, because the one that actually do the flashy plays is going to be Mormon, that we do know of when it comes to those DBS plays. But for FaZe Clan, they have been stumbling quite a bit when it comes to the last chance stage here. Today has not been a great day for them when it comes to progress of points. Okay, they are in a good progress, still got some points, around 20 points of overall here today, but maybe less, who knows. But right now it feels like they're not hitting the good sweet spot yet, and it feels like they kind of either they tone down just to save it for Super Sunday and just playing it because they want to make it to the Super Sunday first, or they just really having some trouble to deal with whatever the migration of the other team and how they navigate themselves in the circle, this situation.
Yeah, so one other factor as well, right? If you talk about like migrations, right, is also like this is also the first time that all these teams play in this grouping, in this map. So there's also like the talk about like, quick adaptation, like who can adapt the fastest, because there's only 2 rounds of Miramar play.
Okay, we're gonna speak as real as we can get. Most of the teams in here is gonna be A and C, right?
Yeah. Yeah, true. Okay, who's from B? Let's look at it again, right? Roy? Roy's from B.
The
okay.
O2.
Infinity. Okay, that's 3.
RRQ.
RRQ, 4. Yeah, so only 4. Yeah. There you go. Then, so that is 4 out of 16. So that means 12 teams is from A and C.
So they had this before, just add more 4 teams, man.
Yeah, you just add the 4 from B. It's like, hey, 4 boys from B. Hey, welcome to our Group AC party.
So, yeah, when it comes to that, I think they definitely had this before, just addition of another 4 teams. But it is actually a big change of dynamics, of course. I agree with your point as well. It definitely changed so much for the teams. But we do see a couple of players being picked off from afar just now. Roy having some ambitious long shots to his TODAK, but yep. Nah, nothing's gonna happen here. Don't worry, Car. Nothing's gonna hit that. I think he needs to find ammunition first.
Yep, more like warning shots. So at least it's together. And if a team is together, what they can do is also that they can share ammunition. So it's they'll be fine. They'll be fine. But at least they let their opponents know that, hey, we're here. So they don't even think of coming close. But speaking of coming close, Soko, where will it go?
No.
Oh, I'm not gonna say it.
9th stage. Here we go.
On the outside.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of Los Leones buildings in there.
Outside. Okay. Outside. They're still outside though. Okay. But I do expect to see a lot of
optimistic.
teams going to Lost Learners. We see Talon already there. Team Secret, they have been there from the start. Alliance, they left, and I wonder if they'll come back. But it looks like they're still staying put.
Now it's gonna be the chase of Talon and also Team Secret. Break so far did so well. Can he actually keep the momentum up? Playing the high grounds again. Talon reposition, a bit disappointed for Yoru. Definitely gonna wipe the smile off his face right now, not getting any players of Team Secret. But the circle is quite concerning for now. We just look at the glass at half full. It's definitely gonna move away from Lost Learners. It's gonna get out, right? It's gonna get out.
Yeah, trying to be optimistic. Yeah, trying to be optimistic. But if it goes out, Team Flash won't be happy. They are already in Lost Learners. They're in the position where Alliance started to loot on the left side of Lost Learners. So looks like they're pretty okay there for now. And they are one of the teams that will be praying for the circle to be with them. If we were to look at the overalls though, unless they score like a big amount of eliminations with the chicken dinner, like those 20s, then we can start to talk. But if Team Flash doesn't really do well or just average, then the last round might not mean much to Team Flash.
With this kind of circle and so many buildings in between, and Flash do prefer a mid to long range fight, I think that's going to be tough for them to get those numbers up with eliminations here. Unless if they're willing to take up a bit of a risk and just go knocking every single building door. Just, hello, is there anybody here? We're here with the DBS just to see if there's anybody to shoot through. Then that's going to be the best case scenario for them.
Yeah, that will be the best if teams start to really go there. But teams are still on the outside, also being as optimistic as us. It's like, oh, okay, the circle will go out. They're also hoping for that, perhaps. Just like what Crib VIP is doing right now on the outside, together with RRQ. They enjoy the sun, and they prefer maybe on the outside too.
And let's see stage 3 here, buddy. Let's go and see if the glass is still half full. It starts to be half empty right now. 10 more seconds to go. And everybody's just fidgeting, waiting for the next stage. But there's some couple of teams still have their players in the blue. The circle. We need the circle. Hello.
Yeah, we need to know.
Hello.
We need to find out.
It's moving away.
Oh! Okay, all hands on deck. Find your house now. Let's go.
Go find your property, guys. Let's go. Maybe there's some south high grounds without any buildings there. Maybe it will. We're still gonna see that that really small quarter of the circle that might ended up there, right? Right where Infinity is going. I mean, yeah, maybe.
I worry that the more we see it, the more it doesn't happen. You know, like how life likes to disappoint us. Yep. That's the case. But SERXIA is not disappointed with this. They got one knock against Kiddo, and they say thank you for the point. And points are still important for SERXIA. They still have a chance to be in the top 8.
Yep, and for PEA, it's gonna be difficult. And TODAK eliminated as well. They cannot afford to lose this one. No.
Not at all. Not at all. Oh no. The next
Roy
round.
too.
Now they have to pray for like Roy, for O2, for Pandem, and all that to not perform. But Roy, speaking about their performance, one player knock. Okay, RRQ going towards the Infinity. Alright, they're going to have a good amount of fun here. Logan will get the first knockdown to the POCO.
Infinity RQ. It's RQ. Go ahead, Infinity. Go ahead, Infinity. We don't really mind about this. They are A-okay, no matter regardless of the situation. But for Roy, though, that's one player that being knocked. They're still not being picked up. I want to know what is happening that prevented Roy to save and rescue for his teammate.
Hopefully we get a visual on that real soon. But I noticed as well that Alliance went back to a Lost Learners. So now they are back at their home ground. We're back on to RRQ versus the Infinity with No Mercy. Caught out alone on the outside of the circle. And the other members are coming towards him. But they have to cross the road. So that's going to be another thing. But anyway, whatever happens to RRQ, that's fine. But Infinity will be happy to pick up those points if they can eliminate RRQ. But Asar is going to knock down Turney K.
Seems a bit dim for the side of Infinity, but Logan brought it back with that nade. Now, if Logan can clutch this one out, maybe there's some light of hope for Infinity as well. Logan trying to find that player, but he's down to knockdown. But there's another one at the back. Got Tony. Here comes against Snape, the last player. They still can save a whole lot of Infinity if God Tony can just drop a big one on Snape, and he does it. He did it. They scored some points, but will be enough.
Oh man. Okay, first they need to revive and reset, and then they need to move. As PEA right now will need to move as well. Frankie being shot at, and it's going to be SERXIA from behind, and SERXIA will pick up a couple of points out of PEA. And circle wise, okay, I'm done hoping now. Okay, that's it. We good.
We're done.
We're done.
Yep, stage 9, everybody.
Yep.
Make sure you have enough first aid and med kits.
Yep. Make sure you have your own house right now. Now, this will be a worrying time for teams who do not have their own house.
Also, they have to have a lot of Molotov because it will help more than the hand grenades right now to flush teams out. So for PA, there's gonna be the 2 remaining members, but hopefully they don't really knock the wrong door here. There's so many doors for him to choose from. Hopefully it's without any players. There's FAZE clan up here. Never mind, he can feel and can sniff the smell of the players right now. And he chose Team Flash of all the teams.
Okay, so Team Flash could kind of use those points, and Batman would say, "Thank you for the point." That's how Batman sounds, right? I try.
Seems like Batman having some tummy issues there,
Yeah.
but
Batman with a sore throat. Yeah.
yeah, Batman with a cold. But for PA, Rush will have to play with the small shack. He doesn't want those luxury buildings anymore. He's just going to resort to the simple life. But Crit VIP and Talon, like you mentioned just now, nobody wants to share the building. Everybody got one for themselves. But the problem is, if one will be rushed, nobody else can save. And Roy spotted out Pandem. Pandem, are they safe enough at 7th place for now? They lost one member early on, but Roy is in desperate need of those points of eliminations.
Ooh. Okay, Pandem could use more points. If not, I worry that they'll be heartbroken. But GK for Team Secret, he'll be fine. Whatever happens. Okay, he gets knocked by SERXIA. That's cool. That's alright. SERXIA is the one that needs points as they collect them over GK and also Break. But what happened there? Vehicle exploded. Okay, something just happened. Is it from their own teammate? Oh no, at least it's from Team Secret. So maybe deliberate strategy.
But for Team Secret, I mean, Team Secret is okay, even they lose a couple of points here and then just end their run here. But for SERXIA, they can afford to lose anything, and they won it. They got themselves 5 elimination points, but at quite a cost. Only 2 players left, Mega Mine and Mega Earth. The Megas is gonna play the heck out of SERXIA right now, because if not, they wouldn't make it through. But here comes Infinity knocking the doors of SERXIA as well. They're still licking their wounds, but Logan, Tani, and Tanike are already in position to wipe off the rest of SERXIA's player.
And here we go. The Infinity still putting hope. And they need to score big. And they're going to pick up some points here. As SERXIA goes out at number 5. SERXIA goes out at number 13, 5 elimination points. But that puts us at 75 points. Still not enough to be in the top 8. That potentially means that their final round, they must come out big with a chicken dinner.
But at least Roy still have a shot at this. Alliance as well. Full squad still stands. Circle. Let's go to party, baby. There you go. Northern side quite vacant. And Alliance seems to be in the center of attention here. But as long as they stay quiet, they probably won't be discovered. I think we're just going to have to wait for the next few circles until then. And not many fights except for greetings and warning shots from afar.
Well, let's see who will occupy the north. Oh, it's going to be Team Pandem. Okay, they're going towards there. At least they said Achul there, though. But let's see if the circle does end up there, because we still have a couple of stages. Now, on the south side, we do have a FAZE clan. Everyone's now taking their own compound. So I would say that if we were to put focus, are the teams on the outside who needs to come in and choose their property.
But for FaZe Clan, Victorious is doing so much work. 5 eliminations on top of this player. 6 eliminations of total by FaZe Clan. 5 is just by Victorious. The rest of them still gonna scout out if there's any newcomers into this town. On Sem9 trying to play around the very narrow alleys in between the buildings. Infinity just resort to the simple life as well. They're just gonna take a small house and share within themselves. But Fear Ransom 9 caught in a trap here. Crate VIP spot them out. And this is the problem with so many buildings, right? You don't know where the bullets came from.
Yeah. By the time you move in, it's like it could be any window. Every window is your enemy now. So for Sem9, they could still pick up Firen. I mean, the other advantage of being in urban warfare is that you can hide behind walls. So it shouldn't be too difficult for Firen to be back with his teammates and be revived again.
Crate VIP. Windows is going to be either your friend or your worst enemy here. A boy definitely want to toss those nades. We're talking about, do they have enough utilities? Hand grenades would be great, but it's even better to flush out with the mollies. And Boo Boo Hoo, Sem9, they managed to pick up Firen. Well, PA, you know, PA is the unusual one. They don't want to go for the buildings there. They definitely want to go for something that's easier to see and easier to visualize. But it's quite an open space, so anybody can shoot him down. But nobody will expect somebody to do that in this current circle.
Yeah, do the unusual, because getting buildings is cliche. Like, everyone pretty much knows that, you gotta go there, you gotta get those buildings. So if there's a different way of doing something unusual, why not, right? And in the case of PA, well, with that only one player, it's pretty much up to him to decide, like, okay, how he wants to play it. At this moment, we are 20 seconds away from stage 6. And it does seem like everyone has their own property now. So I would say that the only thing that will force them to move is going to be the circle next. And this is something that we do expect from an urban warfare.
Hence the stage 9. But for Gen Force, he just got swapped in just now. And the circle just shifted slightly towards the center of the town, where O2 do get themselves on the left side. Nobody coming up from the north, of course, unless Pandem want to have a bit of a hopping buildings, getting close to O2. But I think they're quite comfortable still within the circle. But Sem9 and Crate VIP, they do have to deal with talent if they want to cut across to the center, because it's pretty hard for them to just get a longer rotation. Same goes for the side of PA. Now he has to go in and take a building and pick one.
Well, I would say for one of these teams, Team Pandem is probably getting the last laugh. They made that later rotation into the northern side, and now they are pretty much clear. So the pressure is going to be on the teams on the southern side. Helton will be eliminated by Onzens. And looks like Crit VIP might be falling apart to the hands of FaZe Clan. And not only that, Sem9 as well would rather try to take out Iron Pro and Aboy.
Now, best case scenario, PA being eliminated anyways. It's difficult for him to hold this kind of situation by himself, because you need all 4 men well and alive to scout all 360 degrees. And the best scenario here is for them to get to the tallest building in the center and just get a view from above to see where the shot's coming out from. So at least they know the position of each of the teams and how they're rotating and their navigation throughout the entirety of the town. And the problem is nobody actually on the top floor. Everybody's on the ground floor, and they are struggling just to find and clear those corners. Those corners, there will be somebody's watching anyhow.
Well, there you go. We're going to see action here on the southern side. Sem9 is trying to navigate around while being shot at. As for Alliance, they're pretty comfortable in the middle of the circle. They just need to play the defensive stance of first gathering information. But we're back on Sem9. They are by the edge of the circle, but they have unwanted neighbors. 2 unwanted neighbors exact.
Change of nade in between the teams. Molly's trying to flush up Crate VIP, not connecting the corners. It's really tough to work around here. Sem9, at least they found an opening against Iron Pros on the ground. It's go time if they want to clear those corners. Right now you can see one, and a boy, he was cooking up the neighbor. Unfortunately, he'll be cooked up instead. Crate VIP again. Feels like there's some rivalry between Sem9 and Crate VIP for now.
Well. And between them, Of course, Sem9 is in a more comfortable position. So even if they want to carry the rivalry to the Super Sunday, unfortunately, that's definitely not going to happen now. Now the fact that Crew VIP have been eliminated, the final round will not mean much for them, for sure.
Gen Force got around the crane area. He definitely got the highest vantage point right now from above. But there's also a Lions player. I think it was Adik trying to go in the same direction just now, but he cancelled it at the moment he saw somebody's up there. FaZe Clan. Sometimes it's quite confusing. You know, this is a risky play for the teams. You might want to flush out another player, but your teammate might be in that corner too. It's quite a risky move for them to flush them out. But Noise will try to hear those shots coming out from, take advantage of Infinity's turmoil, and it seems like Tourniquet is being spotted out. Gen Force, this is what I'm talking about. He can see whatever that's going on down there.
And is he in the circle? Oh yes, he is in the circle. So that's going to be a double advantage for Gen Force. And the circle just shifted up north. So happier moments for Team Pandem up there, and unhappier moments for teams on the south. Talon, Sem9, maybe some of BTR. As Step goes down, now leaving Yuhai, the only active player of Sem9 now. Not sure how he's going to get out of this messy situation. The moment he step up, potentially Gen Force could spot him.
Talon, try to find those high spots as well. And Yuhai having the same idea now. But this is the problem with the corners, right? You thought you're close enough to your teammate, and then there's another building in between. There's going to be trouble for them to reach out for their teammates. But the nades come out from Adik Luke around the rooftop of one of the buildings nearby the right side of the circle. But Pandem is climbing up as well, and Adik Luke dropped one on Onzen. FaZe Clan, they're trying to find where the shots came from. There's also Infinity to deal with for Adik Luke, so he cannot overpick himself.
Yeah, gotta be extra careful. And the fact that he probably knows that now Gen Force is like on top of the building. But from FaZe Clan, Moment, nice side shot onto Gotuni, knocking him down. And Gotuni not able to get in at all. The other members of the Infinity will still need to find a way to cut through. But now with that elimination, Moment, what a position he's at. Whoever tries to cross, Moment will be there to shoot them down.
It's gonna be the street, the open place for Infinity. They need to move. Vintorius carried his teammate. He got himself 5 eliminations, still 8 eliminations across the board for FaZe Clan. And that's gonna be another one going down for the team Infinity. Alliance is eyeing out for them as well. Talon being eliminated next due to this very harsh surrounding and so many covers and structures in between. It's so difficult for Leons to actually see what's coming up. And Alliance, can he back up on Leon?
Oof. Okay. Now Jimmy is on top of this building. So let's see if we can do that. What sort of angle does he has? Okay, he does have a decent angle, I must say. And a decent circle for Alliance still to hold on to their spot. But not good of a circle for, again, southern teams as circle shifts. Although it looks like kind of middle, but it's still a little bit on top. But Gen Force, yeah, what a good spot there is. No circle anymore this time for Gen Force, so it's time for him to get down anyway.
Oh! Boom! Splat. Oh, well, BTR just arrived on time, so I guess that's pretty much pre-planned by the teams. But right now, which one is the tallest building they can climb on? Alliance got himself quite a good compound, and then Alliance spotted out FaZe Clan. Pandem, they're playing around these windows, hoping they will land some shots, but it's a maze, guys. It's a maze. Team Flash, on the other hand, the only team that still stands quiet for now.
Yeah, it's a big maze here to navigate through. Oh! As Ventorius tried to show himself, Ade Luke knocks him down with a UMP. And now looking for Onzens next. Ade Luke, just right across Onzens, and he managed to evade that nade. And now he wants to counter with his own nade. Okay, through the same window perhaps. As Leons managed to get a burn down to Onzens. There you go, and Jimmy will be followed up with his own nade.
FaZe Clan, they've been cornered down, but at least Moment open up some space for them to push forward, but they need to cross the street and they'll be cornered down to just hugging those walls. For Lions, they are in trouble too. BTR out of nowhere suddenly pop their heads around the corner, and it's gonna be a corner fight all around, guys. A lot too many buildings. FaZe Clan, that's gonna be the last member, finally ousted. Not really, they still have more. They still have one more player in there, but Hansel can see this through. TODAK, look, slowly pushing up. BTR will be the next contender here, but Hansel, there's nobody can cross the road right now.
Man, he totally didn't expect that Hansel's shoulder was popping.
Team Flash.
But Team Flash in action right now. Okay, here we go. Trying to clear out the members of BTR, but Kwang taken out, and BTR wins the fight. 7 eliminations by now.
They're winning 2 fights at the same time. Just now, at least Team Flash managed to steal one of BTR members being knocked down by another team before, which was Alliance if I'm not mistaken. But Pandem going for O2 Esports. Fredo coming up with the backline with Jumper. Maxius is alone, going for the jump shot and just playing around with the rest of O2. He's pretty good playing at the maze himself for Maxius, confusing the rest of O2 Esports players.
Jump shot! Prone shot by Fredo! Man! If he did not do the prone shot, then he would have lost that fight. But because of his prone, he won the fight against Maxis, and O2 continues to survive.
That was 1 HP, almost went down entirely. But we do have a Spider-Man 9 noise jumping from one building to the other. He doesn't have any eliminations yet, but at least he didn't get caught in the maze battle fight or crossfire right now. Spot out O2 members. And that's gonna be stage number 9, ladies and gents. And Leon's bleeding out. It's all about whoever got the most HP now. What a nade by Noise.
And with that, FaZe Clan will eliminate O2. The other number 4 elimination points. Alliance is still in the game, but they have to reset quickly as Leon Pang shows up. Leon Pang goes in for the 1v1 fight. Not really 1v1 because the other members of BTI have arrived, and Alliance have been eliminated. They go out with 8 elimination points. And you blink and you miss a moment as BTR will claim the chicken dinner.
Congratulations for Bigatron Knights as they score another chicken for the last chance stage, and they are the only team that scored a double chicken in today's performance, and they are pretty happy about it and getting themselves that number 1 spot. But it's BTR Knights. We know that they will get into the Super Sunday for tomorrow. Question is, the teams at the very bottom, did they still maintain at 7 and 8 place, including even Talon, or will somebody else take over their spot instead?
Yeah, and Alliance was actually one of the teams who survived the longest among the borderline teams. So it will be interesting to see how close the points are when we tabulate it in a little bit more. But looking at BTR's stats here, okay, that is the 11 eliminations, so that's 21 points for BTR this round. But yeah, I mean, by now Alliance, they're just giving Hansel and Leon Pang a good run out.
Yeah, Hansel just now being stolen away by Team Flash, despite Alliance knock him down before. But you have to give a lot of respect for Team BTR. They fought 2 teams at the same time and dealt with so many players all around the 360 degrees of defense. And Jan Forst will be our MVP with a total damage of 831, but not really a lot of damage received down there, 66.
Yeah, 66 damage received in such an environment, in such a messy situation. Man, Janforce, he had this invisibility cloak all the while. And other than BTR though, credit to FaZe Clan, Alliance, and O2 for making it into our top 4 teams to watch. And looking at the numbers here, full squad time. Interesting to see that Alliance and O2 having a longer full squad time than BTR.
Now, I do want to know if there's any blunder in between that they needed their own teammate due to the structures. But we're going to watch again the highlights of the urban warfare of Los Leones brought to you by the chicken dinner of BTR.
In an urban warfare environment, it's best to stay indoors. And BTR, they hop from building to building just to be in the middle because you don't want to be by the edge when all other teams wants to take away your house. 21 points by BTR this round. FaZe Clan 16 points. These two teams have already qualified into the Super Sunday. Alliance 13 points. Gotta see the result of the other teams just to have a glimpse of whether they still have a chance in the final round.
Also, thanks to Jamforce, he was quick on his feet just now. Go for the high grounds, like I hope they would actually do in that situation, and that actually gives so much information for BTR on which building was empty. But unfortunately for TODAK, oh, this is gonna be one of the teams in the very shaky spot if we are not mistaken. And Hierarchy is fine. Roy, can they make it? For the other teams as well, is talent still safe? Is anybody being pushed down when it comes to the overall ranking based on this result right now?
Okay. Here will be a bit of the answer of our question here. Okay, O2 managed more than 90 points, 92 at this moment. Talent is at 89. Same goes for Pandem 89. Okay. So keep in mind the number 89 here, and we'll see how big of a gap it is on page number 2. Whoever's at BTR, RQ is like, whatever, you guys. You guys don't even need to show up in the next round. You'll be fine. We might as well see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, they want to finish off with more chickens for BTR. Double chicken in a day here. The only team with the 2 chickens in the last chance stage. But 89 is the magical number. We talked about 90, 82 and 81. This is gonna be fun. TODAK, XERXIA, there's still a shot for them. Infinity, I hate to break it, but I think it's quite impossible with one map. But if XERXIA, TODAK, Roy and Alliance, especially Alliance and Roy, if they got around 15 points for the next round, it's 100% them taking over the 8th spot. And TODAK and XERXIA have to double that. That's going to be around 20 points for them to 100% get into the next stage.
Yes, and TODAK and XERXIA also needs to hope for the teams on top not to perform in order for them to have a chance. So still have that small glimmer of hope for them. So let's see in the next round. But before we go on to the next round, of course, we're going to check out the other stats here as the Gunslingers Alliance 2,514 damage in their own home ground of Los Leones. BTR 2,428 team that came up with a chicken dinner. FaZe Clan 2,102 and the Infinity 1,025. Wow. That just went south all the way between FaZe Clan and the Infinity.
It feels like a deja vu now how these Xaviers got their chicken in, and this is exactly how the pattern was for them as well. BTR got themselves in the 2nd and the 5th match of the day, but when it comes to the last Miramar, there was about like 6 teams. I think around almost 6 teams or 4 maybe. 6. That's possibly still can push themselves up to the 8th place, and we're talking about a very close gap indeed.
Yeah, it is still the 6, I would say, because they have like 70-ish points, and the delta is about like 15 points or so. But of course, they need to also hope that those teams at the middle bracket don't collect points. If they collect points, then they need to gain more points. So rule of thumb is to probably get a chicken dinner, or somewhere around there. That should be the rule of thumb, with a decent amount of elimination points in order for them to have a glimmer of hope for them to be in the Super Sunday.
Yeah, the 20 points is going to be the magical number they're aiming for here, just for the sake of safety, especially for the team that's in the 70s still. So it's going to be 10 eliminations plus another 10 chicken dinner, or maybe just go for the eliminations. Who knows, right? If you can actually pull a morph, that's going to be the solution here for the teams that really in the dire need of those points.
Yeah, and if they do that, it becomes a roll of the dice, right? Like you can take fights, sure, and you need the points, sure. But if you lose any of the fights, then it's like gone. So if they do that, then it's like all cards on the table, everything show hand, right? So it's really down to them personally what they're comfortable in doing. There's no real answer to that because it could go either way. But if they choose to stay quiet and passive, then that's it. So they cannot go all the way past it. They need to do some work, but to what extent, then it becomes the level of comfort those teams are willing to put out.
It's also a roll of the dice if you want to go for placement here, because in the case of you want to play it safe and you caught yourself in a crossfire between 2 or 3 teams, happen to be a sandwich, then you ended up might be at 0 by the end of the day. That's going to be a worst case scenario for the teams that trying to play as much safe as possible. Usually the teams are setting up the mind that, you know what, we want to be safe. That's where the fights keep on finding them. You know, it's always going to be the reverse psychology when it comes to PUBG Mobile. The more we don't want this to happen, the more it will happen. Just like how the last Los Leones showed us just now.
Yeah, the more we didn't want the Los Leones circle, the more it happened. So, yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. And hopefully we're done with that. And I'm sure some of the teams are like, we're done with the Los Leones circle. Okay, don't give us another Los Leones circle. It's such a headache navigating around that maze.
No more maze for us, please. We're done. I mean, like, totally done. But we have a lot of damage done by Alliance and BTR just now. Maybe because they're one of the teams that survived long enough in those mazes of buildings. But so far, no other swaps, no any hot swaps between the players. I assume everybody gonna stay. Never mind.
Oh,
It's gonna be the other side of a twin. We finally get to see Luxy and Zuxi in a game once more.
that's Lapa out for Zaxi in. Luxy is not in the lineup this season. So, yeah. But I was kind of surprised as well to see Zaxi actually back in the lineup, because I thought that it would give other players a run out instead. But it's okay, probably just rest it up. But that even coming back into the lineup RRQ when they are definitely already through. So also maybe also with the idea of number 1, keeping players fresh. Number 2, also just to keep them warmed up, because their game will be back to back. It will be like tomorrow they will continue to play.
Yep, definitely need to keep the seat warm for the teams that actually have the sub play prepared for tomorrow. But other than that, we're not looking at any other swaps for now. I think that's going to be it. Just 2 teams having some player swaps. But when it comes to the last Miramar map, I wish we have something else entirely. Please, I'm begging this game right now. No more Urban Warfare. We had too many times. I think twice in a week on top of Los Leones town. Or was it twice Urban Warfare in Miramar?
Yeah, it was twice in Miramar. One of it was yesterday, just yesterday. I think it was it was either the last game or the second last game, but obviously it's either one of those because we only played 2 Miramars at the end of every day, that is. So we're going to stick with the same map rotation every day, ladies and gentlemen. And okay, looking at some of the other teams, right? So O2, okay, so this is the borderline team now. And if they're able to make it into the Super Sunday, this will be a significant improvement for O2 as compared to previous season and the one before.
Yep, like how mentioned just now, in the previous map, I did mention this might be their first ever Super Sunday. And it's definitely a huge stepping stone for the side of O2 Esports. We never get to see them in Super Sunday. I want to see how they actually do it in Super Sunday this time. Will they still be all jolly and happy, or will they finally take it seriously? But we're going to jump into the last Miramar of Last Chance.
And here we go. The final match in the Last Chance qualifiers that will determine who our top 8 teams will play in the first Super Sunday this season's PMSL, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hop onto it as the flight path will begin from the southern side, the hilly areas of Los Leones, all the way up until Torre Akumada.
I feel so offended just now. Very offended with the game.
Oh.
Why did they want to show the town of Los Leones again as a start? Just to remind of that traumatizing circle just now. And we were starting off the day with Los Leones. I mean, this last map with another Los Leones flight path up to Torre Ahumada, but we'll be It's been a while. I don't want to see urban warfare, but it's been a while we actually been to El Pozo.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah,
No.
yeah, it's been a while. That will be interesting, but no. Yeah, interesting, but no. Yeah. Patona is an urban area as well. So if it goes there, then yeah, that's the only urban area that I would take.
Yep, only Patuna allowed, okay? PUBG Mobile, no more of the other towns. I mean, yeah, we want to see El Pozo. Okay, is it Impala? Not Impala Urban, but Impala Isolated Islands, just to make it fun.
Wow. Okay. Impala Isolated Islands is the best of the best. It's like cream of the crop. But if it goes like Impala, the regular hills, that'll be pretty nice as well. I do like that. But that also means right now with the first circle appearing there, we have about 40% of water. Less land means more action.
Less action? Wait, what? Less land. Of course, but it's going to be more actions, especially for Crit VIP. That's their drop spot, like how we saw early on as well. But will they play inside of Impala still, or they start to yo-yo their way in and out to make sure they have a clear view? But I think this is going to be a go time for all the teams, knowing the fact their circle tucked into one corner. It's going to be one direction navigation for most of the teams that draw themselves in the center of a map as well. So everybody will be moving to the right. So we're going to expect a lot of actions, hopefully, during the process, just to get into the safe zone.
Yeah, and the last time we got this sort of circle, we did have this, it was, I believe it was yesterday or the day before. The elimination feed actually ran quite fast, and it is understandable, like what you explained. Everyone goes towards one direction because you don't want to miss out on getting the hotspots since the land is scarce, and we'll see a lot more fights. But we're going to check out some of the replays from the previous round. And this is the nade, isn't it? Yeah! That stops O2 from cutting across.
I don't think even the ghillie suit works in here, but it actually works out for Lapar when he finishes off the run. But the ghillie suit don't actually work so well when it comes to indoors. But yeah, at least he got himself some ghillie suit. It shows him that he actually reached out to the airdrops. But when it comes to BTR, that was a great run, and it's BTR. I mean, they're definitely up there with a double chicken. And RRQ is the team that on top without any chicken yet today.
Not like it matters to them, right? It's like if they
Yeah, not really.
yeah, it's like it's fine. You know, they can do whatever now. They're probably starting to think about. I can't say to think about their Bali trip because they'll be playing tomorrow, but they can at least think about dinner.
What Bali tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, and then the entire week. Let's go! I mean, this is the first time PMSL are gonna have a back-to-back. So it's actually not all bad because the players get warm all the way. So maybe you can see something unusual where they can break their usual potential and push the limits. But Leon Punk, this guy has been swapping in and out for BTR lineup. 1.7 eliminations as an average. I think this is pretty much the average standard for most of the players out there, around 300 to 400-ish average damage each map. The one that we've seen a lot of the highest we've seen before around Rosemary, he put up quite a high bar for the first week here. 500 over of average damage in every single game. That's going to be the golden standard up there.
Leon Pavunk. Leon
PG-16 version.
PG. How is that?
I mean, because punk is actually not really a good word, I assume.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Leon Pink.
Okay.
That's one way to see it.
I thought it's just to describe a culture.
I don't know. I personally don't know, man. Some of them actually said that you better not say it. I hope we don't get cancelled. That's it.
I don't know. To me, it's general enough. But okay, we can stick with Leon Pavunk if.
Pavunk.
Yeah, Leon Pavunk. Since it's a V there, Pavunk. Yeah, that sounds very very friendly.
Revolting.
But Lynx is not facing friendly foes right now. Team Fandom all onto him. Last tick of health should be a quick cleanup here onto Lynx. And that is bad news for TODAK. If TODAK goes out now to Team Fandom, then that's it.
And Lynx was just the bait, and they took the bait just straight up front, and that's going to be
Ooh.
Pandem. Unfortunately, this is going to be dangerous for Pandem, despite they had such a great run. But due to the close gap, they are exactly at 90. I mean, like, now 90 is not the sweetest spot yet. Yeah, right now.
This is going to be really, really interesting. Okay. All right. Okay. So for the record, right? So as I was calculating last season's average, right? So the number was 91, 94, and 86. So when I do the math, basically it's 90. So it could be like 91, 94. We don't know, but we don't know the exact number that is. But it should be around that range. But looking at the current situation, 90 points for Pandem, absolutely agree that it's a really risky situation.
Because Roy, 90 will be a sweet spot if 9 plays onwards. It is close to like 70-ish. But I think the standards this season are a bit better than last season, which is a great news, by the way, guys. So we have more spicy ending here by the end of the day. So it's possible for Roy to take advantage of this current circumstances by Pandem just now. And the Lions as well, if they notice that, hey, you know what, Pandem actually gave us that slot, maybe we can make use of it. But at the same time, it's a double blade sword, right? They cannot be over aggressive.
Yeah, if you do, then that's the risk, right? So I guess we did talk about like that before the flight started, right? So Team Pandem, maybe they tried that and it didn't work out for them, and this is exactly what happens. They get eliminated. Yeah, they got 90 points, which is still at top 8 as of now, but they put themselves at risk. So now they need to hope and pray that teams do not do well, teams below them especially.
If TODAK suddenly rise up, there would be something surprising too. I mean, it's calculating the points right now. I think it's reachable, it's doable, it's also realistic in a certain sense. But they did put up the links as the bait just now for the rest of Pandem to bid it off, and they took it fairly well for Pandem for that bait. And the rest of TODAK finished them off easily. But next we have the circle shift. Please, to the right. Nope. To the left.
To the left, to the left. Oh. So if it's to the left, then okay. There's still a lot of good space there on the left side. Entering La
Bless you.
Excuse me. I was probably hoping for the Impala, but it didn't happen. That's why my body was reacting to it.
Yeah, allergic to good circles. I get
Yeah. You get it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Next, PA. I mean, PA definitely have to go back to the drawing board, knowing this didn't work out for week number 1. Maybe they are experimenting, but it's quite calm at the course for their first week Super Sunday. And it seems like from bad to worse, as they got themselves caught in the crossfire of XERXIA, who surround them left, right, and center right now. They've been cornered down to square one, as Orange and the rest of XERXIA easily clean up the rest of the crew of PEA. And PA, all they have left is that 2 players that running away. But I think not really all of them are running away. Only one stays at where he's at. I'm surprised they didn't actually follow through, because I think Mega Mine have an idea where Adam was just now.
Or maybe they're not. They're playing that role of like, we don't want to be overly aggressive, like the Team Pandem scenario.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they're like, okay, we still have a chance. They're telling themselves like, okay, we still have somewhat of a chance. Let's not blow our opportunity. So let's take the 2, okay, loot, reset, and we take the next few points later.
But in the case of XERXIA and TODAK, they need to go all out aggressive for that, because their points are a bit far stretched out compared to Roy and Alliance right now. They need at least 20 points in this round. But Alliance, spot out Mormon, there goes a tap. Oh, he got knocked, but fortunate enough for Mormon, the moment he got knocked down, there's some structures in between.
And plus he closed the door, so Adelu not able to secure that point. I would expect Mormon to be saved. Yeah. I mean, they're all the way on the other end, so they can afford to go and save him anyway. And Alliance would definitely need those points. As for XERXIA, Okay, looking for Fnatic next. Okay, pretty low. Another attempt by RNJ. And he doesn't get it.
Nope. It's a bit too far now. They taking a bit of U-turn, returning into the circle, just moving away from the blue zone, knowing stage 3 gonna hit less than 20 seconds, while RRQ, well, the minutes to flee by, and it's gonna be them migrating themselves and navigating to the circle as well. Roy, on the other hand, now where do they Roy stand? Roy is gonna be one of the team that cannot afford to lose. Until stage number 6, then they can do some action. It's best for Roy to stay quiet because it's too close for them to just take the risk right now.
Yeah, so Roy, at least they have the circle in the middle of it. They'll be fine for now, that is. A lot of teams already in the circle, so most of the migrating teams are on the north side. I'll keep my eye on the northeast side where Alliance is and RRQ is there, because Alliance is the team that needs the points, and RRQ, they are heavy hitters.
That's kind of true. RRQ trying to hunt for people. As O2, O2 is kind of in the same spot as Talon because of how close the gap is right now. They just want to avoid as much as they can and be alive when it comes to the top 4 teams. That's the mission here for O2. If not, there's going to be another slot open up for all the teams. Due to this reason, I think that's why we're having quite a peaceful start here. Only one team being eliminated so far.
Yeah, and looking for the next potential, right? XERXIA now moving in from the north. Okay, seems to be unchallenged, so still okay. TODAK, okay, they're taking this high ground now, playing by the rim of the circle, probably hoping to be able to fish for eliminations from this top, but not many targets appearing in front of them. Okay, right now in front, I believe that, oh yeah, that's Alliance. Ooh, this will be interesting. If TODAK can eliminate Alliance, then at least they will be one step further to the top 8.
You know, there's a saying that if you just focus on something that's so tiny, you forget about the elephant in front of you. And that's another player that's next to him, which was, I think it was Crit VIP player next to Iftar, sharing the same small hill and small high elevations next to him. If only he knows he's sharing the place. But for FaZe Clan, FaZe, it's okay. I mean, it's FaZe, but not for Roy.
Yep. As for Roy, okay, they need the points in. At least they're in the middle. So survival, number 1, take 1 point. Okay, not so thick yet. They need the points. FaZe Clan in front of them, but no clear shots. So Roy, at least when it comes to like the overall remaining players, there's still enough bodies for them. But they also need to hope that Talent doesn't gain more points.
For Roy, they have to pray that FaZe don't kick in their instinct right now to just go in for the rush, because for FaZe, they have nothing else to lose. Flash, on the other hand, they will disrupt XERXIA's hope right now, going down to only 1 player. And for XERXIA, TODAK even takes some points in it too. TODAK, they still have a shot in this. There's gonna be trouble brewing for XERXIA and the circle shrink. At least Nui got himself in the circle, despite he got showered by bullets from both TODAK and Team Flash just now. But his next contender is gonna be O2 eSport. But the southern side, that's a very colorful south.
Yeah, we got like, even RRQ rotated down south when they were on the north side, so they joined into the party as well. Welcome RRQ, but RRQ can do anything they want. Alliance, I'll be interested to see what's going to happen next. They don't have the circle, they have to move forward, and that means moving towards the high ground where TODAK is at. So that will be an interesting navigation for Alliance to try to wrap their head around TODAK and also happen to be Crit VIP in the area.
TODAK and Lions seems to be in the same boat right now. They're pretty much almost close to each other's point, because TODAK right now at 80 points. Downside is TODAK do have left with 3 players, and the way they move for Alliance, they're walking straight into TODAK's compound right now. If Alliance dealt with TODAK, that's definitely going to push themselves up to the top 8, but for TODAK, they need those points as well.
Yeah, both of them need points. So both of them have to kick up the engine here. Okay, while we wait for that to happen, the elimination feed is running right now, with the break being a knockdown from Team Secret. But yeah, Team Secret, I wouldn't be too worried about the current scenario for now. Probably a bit, if I were to be worried, maybe O2, that is like a maybe, but even bigger for Talon. Looking for some of these teams that might affect that. So far, not yet, even though RRQ just got a knock onto Infinity.
Infinity, unfortunately, I mean, there's gonna be a rough challenge for them to push their numbers already, but it's RRQ. And there's also another team behind them. So Infinity kind of stuck themselves in a sandwich situation in between two teams here. And it's gonna be PEA coming up from behind. So Infinity, they managed to have a bit of a reset after one of the members been knocked down. Touch still haven't got himself full HP. Managed to just go towards the back line with 1 HP left. But for RRQ, they're taking their time to slowly approach towards the side of Infinity. Got Tony prepping the nade, but he overpicked himself. Fnatic got the flank side of Angle shot.
Okay, the other members of RRQ probably going to rush in right now. Asa going to lead the charge. And in Infinity, they're coming in. Okay, Logan is the next one to fall. 3 touch, fires back. And 2 other members of the Infinity now being rushed in by Snape. Snape has 1 more to deal with though on the left side. And 30K will turn around to get his elimination point. And 30K now is the final member of the Infinity. And they got some help? Wait. Oh. Wait. Did he just clutch? Wait, I think they got some help. Wait for the feed. Wait for the feed.
I think from PEA or Talon.
Yoru! Say thank you to Yoru now. Uncle Yoru.
Oh, he needs to buy him a dinner. Hopefully some bakso, maybe, perhaps. But it's not done deal yet. Team Secret, this is Team Secret. I think they're safe, but I do want to see Talon. Talon cannot afford to lose this one, man. Talon with 1 more player, Red FAZE, driving his way into the unknown desert. And the worst case scenario, he's in an open plain and space. And also at the time where the circle shrink as well. Now Roy playing it very safe, did not even having any noise at all. But Talon Ref is taking charge anyhow. Do it now or do it never. Unfortunately, Talon opened up another spot for the teams at the bottom. 9-10 plays, they still can make it through, even TODAK.
Yeah, I know, right? This is going to be super duper interesting. Now the bar is set now. The bare minimum is 90 points and 91 points. Okay, let's go, guys. Okay, Sam9 eliminated. It's like, they're already thinking about dinner, so that's fine. Okay, Sam9 can do whatever they want. See you guys tomorrow.
Team Secret, so it's okay, it's okay. You guys can have a great rest just to prep yourself tomorrow. But TODAK though, TODAK, out of nowhere the bullets start flying. I think it's Crit VIP making some trouble perhaps by IM Pro. From afar, yeah, there you go, there's IM Pro, just stop their mobility with their vehicles. TODAK Cleon spotted out another player. That's gonna be the last player of XERXIA. Oh boy, TODAK. This is nowhere to run or hide. Only the smokes can cover up. But the smokes cleared up as well. And Alliance. We talked about this before, Cloud. It's happening.
It's happening. Alliance. At least they're in the circle. But 2 teams will try to cancel each other. Okay, we'll move on to PEA versus Infinity. 20K is the final member of the Infinity right now. PEA should be able to do the job. It's going to be a 2v1. And he's pretty low, dancing behind the building. But PEA can't find an angle against 30K. Okay, forced to go out. Oh! 30K gets the first knock. And 30K! He still survived!
Roy!
He got some help from Car! Oh, man! 2 times he got help! 2 times! Oh, this is hilarious! Wow!
But for Roy, that was cheeky, man. They don't want to exploit their own position, so they're just gonna take whatever they can right now. That's smart coming up from Roy. I'm loving this. But unfortunately for PEA, that speaks something. That when that kind of CQC, they couldn't handle 2v1 just now. They should have known they need to fix something back to the drawing board. But back towards the side of TODAK versus Alliance. Alliance, they have 2 players left. 0-2 also being eliminated at 92, and things are getting spicy.
It is. Interesting. Okay, because we still got Roy, Alliance, and TODAK still alive. I know Alliance has 2 players, no elimination points yet, but anything can still happen. Man, this is going to be real interesting. But the fight between TODAK and Alliance, they seem to have found a truce between them, and it did not continue. But oh, speaking about Alliance, Zaxi knocks down Adit Luke, and he gets eliminated.
BTR, stop. What do you need? You have more than enough now. 5 eliminations for one. There's no trophy for the last chance, man.
We want to play too. Don't do this to us.
Don't stop our storyline. Yeah, stop taking all the chickens away. You have so many today. But FaZe Clan, they have to face Team Secret. Now, Team Secret, I mean, they're safe for now. Infinity Tourniquet in the blue zone, while Roy still playing it quiet. The biggest upset is going to be Roy pushing the numbers up, because all the 3 teams on top of them already got finished off early. So Roy, they got the circle even.
Yeah, but Roy cannot play absolute passive. They have to start finding eliminations. If not, the eliminations will start to drop away from them, and they won't have enough bodies. So that's something for them to take note as well. And at this moment, FaZe Clan below Team Secret, but of course these 2 teams wouldn't have a big effect in the overalls. But for the ones these days between each other, Strong Zin will get 9 noise.
Go time for Team Secret. But wait, what? Wait, how? Where? It's Roy again.
Roy! Man. Okay, to be fair, they need the points. So they're trying to get it right now. And Roy, Junos actually got another one. Or maybe not. Maybe it was a knock. Okay, so it's not registered. They still only have 3 eliminations.
Roy is so cheeky, man. But back to a Secret, GK survived. Now, the one that really have to go for eliminations here. I'm so sorry, Team Secret also being eliminated. Now, there's so much opportunity for TODAK Alliance. But Alliance, sadly, how to do this all by yourself. They need those numbers up. They are the one that should aim for the eliminations. But Roy is just burning into everyone's business right now.
And TODAK is not in the best position right now. Look at this. Another nade sent across, and Real will be eliminated. Crit VIP is dominating instead. 5 eliminations for them. I'm interested to see now. Okay, the best chance is now Roy. As Alliance only has 1 Genie OP, TODAK only has 1 player. That is Iftar, the dependable guy, but just by himself, I don't know if he's able to do. Oh, last hit.
Iftar, if he can get himself 2nd place, I think it's doable. But BTR, why are you still alive? Just go.
Yeah, BTR. No! That's it. TODAK will not see Super Sunday.
Oh man, I think Pandem is sweating their pants right now. I think definitely Roy will overtake Pandem and push them down. But question is, can Alliance also hold on with that last player? Great VIP and Team Flash, I mean, they are definitely want to show themselves in the last chance, last map here. But Gosu, it's just nothing else to lose, buddy. Just go for it.
Yeah, here we go. Gosu. Oh, but he has a punctured vehicle, so he has to abandon that. And now Gosu behind that tree, and everybody knows it's there. So right now, tossing all those nades, utilities, and they got one to Iron Bro.
Roy has been playing so smart in this one. They're playing 100% tactical, but Team Flash being saved by Roy's nade just now, and Kwang Ji actually dropped the biggest nade across Crit VIP. But Crit VIP finish off their run with 6 more eliminations. Next, it's gonna be Flash, Roy, BTR, and Roy. I think this 100% damn getting it. They're gonna go into the Super Sunday, man.
Yeah, 2K already got more eliminations, so they got 7 right now, and they're looking for more. Zeus will be eliminated, so that's going to be 8 eliminations right now for Roy. Roy would make it. Roy would make it the Super Sunday.
Now Alliance, Jimmy need the points too. Pandem being eliminated early, and Pandem definitely will not see tomorrow. At least they have an off day. Now this is not the off day that they actually want, but it's gonna be a rest day for the teams not playing for Super Sunday. But Alliance Jimmy, his hands shaking right now. How to deal with the whole group of BTR and Roy? They have to wait it out. If Alliance score a chicken, will it be enough?
If Alliance score a chicken, the answer will be yes. Maybe. Actually, potentially yes, because if he scores the chicken dinner, naturally he will bring in elimination points. So maybe, just maybe they would still get it.
His hands shaking. Even the in-game hands are shaking. Jamie, all you need to do is just wait it out for Roy versus BTR. Because Roy 100% make it through. They made it to the Super Sunday. Nobody knows about Alliance, Jimmy. But for BTR, they want to show what they're capable of. They want another chicken, triple chicken in a day. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Man, this is going to be huge. I'm looking at what Jimmy can pull off with. I don't know how much more that he can get out this round. It's a very tight one for Jimmy. But if you think about it, come on, BTR. BTR is already like, and they're still going for it.
Oh, yep. But for Roy, due to the long-range fight, it's doable. But Roy have to come out. It's all down to the next circle, really. If the circle favors on the right side, it's going to be Roy and Jimmy to be saved. But Jimmy at the edge. And the moment he just jump out, it's going to be an open space as well in Saxi. It's just too close against Jimmy. But Roy is in shambles. And Saxi keep pressuring on Roy. Well, Jimmy have to play it low. Just hold on, Jimmy. Well, BTR still gassing all their way towards the side of Roy. But the circle just moved towards BTR. Wait, what?
Oh man, come on, Circle Guard. Really? Still want to give it to BTR? They're probably going to wrap it up in a chicken dinner. But let's see, Jimmy OP, how far can he go from here? He doesn't have the circle. He's in pretty much the same situation as Roy now in terms of position.
Oh, here comes it. Nate! He just dropped one on Zaxi. He can actually peek out now, but Jimmy. Peekaboo, I see you. And Roy doesn't know about him.
Okay, here we go. Jimmy OP. Oh. Okay, he fires, but now he's forced to show himself. He has to come out. He has no choice.
They don't know about Jimmy.
They don't know. They don't see Jimmy.
Jimmy, it's a ninja. No, Jimmy. Oh, he
Not
should have
enough.
tried to finish off at least. But back to it, BTR versus Roy now. This is going to be definitely your tomorrow team as well. BTR, can they score another chicken for the triple of the day?
Oh well, so looks like we won't see Alliance in the first Super Sunday. But we'll definitely see Roy. Now, it's a matter of which team will get the chicken dinner. If Roy gets it, it's going to be a very, very good celebration for them. They top off with the chicken dinner, cameras will be on them, and they score their ticket into Super Sunday. It will be a perfect scenario for Roy.
Oh my, Leon got everything that he needs right now. But for Shunos, they spotted out BTR Gem Force in trouble. They got 2 members down thanks to Jimmy. Zaxi is also bleeding out right now. But for Leon, he's quite in the blue zone, so he needs to get out.
Okay, here we go. 2 left for BTR. Looks like Roy can actually put the icing on the cake here. Okay, let's go. Sunos opens up onto the left side, and Sunos sprays with the UMP. Okay, there you go, into the smoke. And the 2 members of BTR, they're actually pretty low. Okay, one of them managed to heal up. Alright, there you go, getting Leon Punk. 1 more to go, and it is Roy, the perfect finale to the last chance qualifiers for them. Congratulations, Roy, they made it through to the Super Sunday.
It's a sad scenario for the side of Pandem despite they had such a great run with 17 eliminations, but they are not safe at all. Roy made it through in the very last minute. We can see the relief of the player knowing they will still be playing tomorrow despite not having an off day today, not having any off day at all, but it's still going to be a good sign for them not having a vacation day for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, see you guys again tomorrow, and that's the tomorrow that they want to work. But unfortunately for some of the teams, they have been eliminated and they'll be having an off day. But for Roy, man, look at how happy they are. This is what I want to see as well. Like chicken dinner, you get the camera. I want to see their reaction after that, after qualifying to the next round. And looking over at the stats. Okay, let's get the final number here, right? So they got themselves 11 eliminations this round.
Plus a 10 chicken dinner, a 10-point chicken dinner, definitely more than enough to push themselves. So how many how many teams being pushed down? That's a bigger question. Because just now we saw the bottom 3 just at the 9, 10 and 11 place was super close against the other teams that are being eliminated way early on. And when it comes to the MVP, I think like GK well deserving. We have GK, GK, GK.
Yep. So we got 3 brothers here. Yeah, we can throw him into the mix, right?
Maybe they should
And-
form a squad one day.
Yeah, they just need one more. We need to find that one more. Who's the next one? Put
Jockey.
yourselves up. Put yourselves up. But speaking about one more, we're gonna add one more team onto our list here. Besides Roy, BTI, and Team Flash, Crit VIP. We don't get to see them coming up on this chart that often. But unfortunately, it's too late for Crit VIP. They will be taking an off day tomorrow. But let's relive the best moments here in Roy's ticket to Super Sunday.
$21 points for Roy. Definitely they are heading to as our first ever week 1 Super Sunday / Tuesday, which is going to be tomorrow. But BTR, well, BTR is just doing BTR things. At 12 points up here, 6 eliminations. Team Flash, 11 points. Crit VIP last minute push scored them 9 points. 8, 7, 6, and 6. Alliance, TODAK definitely not going to be enough, but Lions, question mark.
Not enough. Not enough for sure. Yeah, not enough. It's not mathematically possible. But for O2, even though they scored 0 points this round, they have made it through to the Super Sunday. So history is made for O2 as well. But unfortunately not for PA. No points, no Super Sunday. So they need to go back to the drawing board. They definitely need this one day off to go back to the drawing board. And hopefully we see a refreshed PEA by week number 2.
Yep, looking forward for that. But here comes the hammer of our Super Sunday. Congratulations to BTR, RQ, FaZe Clan Team Secret, Sam Knight, Roy, O2, and Talent. So, sorry, Pandem, they did so well today with 17 elimination. That one map changed so much, but pushed down last minute.
You know what? I'm surprised. Talent only has 1 placement point.
Yeah. 1 point!
One placer point and they still managed to make it. Yeah, that is crazy. It's not like their eliminations are a whole lot. It's like 14 eliminations and that's all. But they still
Pandem.
made it. But Panda,
1 point.
After a crazy run earlier today, 1 point.
Alliance is like what, 3-4 points. That's, oh my god, that's so painful to watch.
Alliance also very, very close, 3 points. TODAK also fairly close, man. This is so difficult there. So there you get it. Here are your official teams that will be playing in the Super Sunday. NKT, Alter Ego, Geek Fam, Boom Esports, Point Donkeys, D Xavier, Morph, Vampire Esports, BTR, RRQ, FaZe Clan, Team Secret, 7-9, Roy, O2, and Talent.
Woohoo! Whoop whoop! We get to see the god with the nades again, but can also RRQ contest on NKT. I don't know if the POCO will play, but we get to see the Nate Master title also will be up to contention here when it comes to between these two teams. But Roy, what a run just now! But we have to give it to GK. Team Secret today has been a lot of GK.
GK. Earlier we had GK. GK is there as well. Yeah, they should 3 of them take a photo together, you know.
Yeah, even though they're very different people, very different when it comes to their outer appearance.
Yeah, I can't see the similarities. But yeah, it'll be just nice to take a photo and just, you know, tag them. But anyway, congratulations to GK. Number 1 in terms of average assist, 1.8. That's definitely up there. 2.0 average eliminations and 412.2 average damage. Number 2, also pretty high up there as well. So great work by GK. Congratulations also to GK and JUK, both of them. We'll be seeing them tomorrow. And let's head on to our main stage with BTR.
Hello everyone, welcome to our final interview for today's last chance. And on my left side, we have 2 players from Vigator Knights. We have Genpos and Hans Jill. Hi guys. Hi. So first, I'm gonna ask you Genpos, like, how is the team chemistry for today, especially since Ken is still missing up the players? Do you think your chemistry is already good enough for the teams? Because you've got 2 chickens with different player combinations.
Oke, jadi buat Genfos pertanyaannya adalah bagaimanakah chemistry anak-anak di momen ini sekarang lah, di momen sekarang. Apalagi pas Ken itu kan masih lagi otak-atik mencari ramuan siapa pemain inti. Tapi dengan hasil yang seperti itu kalian berjaya mendapatkan WWCD. Apakah chemistry-nya udah pas ke semua anak-anaknya gitu?
Oke, mungkin kalau untuk chemistry kita nggak ada problem ya. Soalnya Leon dan Hancil berada di tim Next Generation juga sebelumnya. Jadi kita nggak kaget bahwa dia bakal naik ke tim Nike. Dan kita juga pas dia di tim NG juga kita saling ngobrol bareng, saling bersama lah. Jadi untuk chemistry kita nggak ada problem. Mungkin yang paling kita sangat-sangat urgent sekarang kayaknya untuk strategi dan tempo-tempo permainan musuh semua ya. Karena berbeda dari PMSL sebelumnya. Itu terus.
Okay, so basically regarding Leon Pang and Hans Jill, I think all of us know that before this they were in our academy, which is Next Generation, and yeah, we always have a team talk together. We change our mindset. I mean, we change our gameplay. We have a discussion with them. So I'm expecting that they're gonna perform in this level. So in terms of chemistry, I think we don't have any problem with that. But then yeah, we still need to adjust with the lobby itself, because if you take a look back in previous season, their playstyle is already different. They already step up their gameplay, so we need to be aware with that. Yeah.
And with that explanation, that one thing I know, chemistry is not a problem for Bigatron Knights. And next, for a new player to the scene, Hans Jill, what do you think is the most important for Hans Jill? Is it like mental strength or discipline?
Oke, jadi kalau anak-anak baru yang masuk ke skena PMSL ini seperti Hansil salah satunya, apa yang dibutuhkan? Apakah itu dari segi disiplinnya ataupun daripada kekuatan mentalnya?
Untuk terutama Hancil dan Leon sih kita butuhnya yaitu empower mereka karena mereka masih muda dan baru terjun di turnamen PMSL kali ini. Kita butuh jiwa anak mudanya lah yang semangatnya membara daripada teman-teman yang lainnya. Gitu.
So basically, yes. Beside their firepower, we also need their spirit. Is because they are still young. They are more driven to become the champion. Yeah, I think that's what we need.
Yes, so Hans Chill is the player that you guys needed for this season. Okay, good luck, Hans Chill. And next, I'm going to ask Hans Chill. So, what are your thoughts and feelings and what have you learned from the coach and the player, Hans Chill?
Oke, buat Hansil pertanyaan adalah gimana perasaan Hansil saat ini ketika bermain di PMSL pertama kali dan apa yang Hansil sudah belajar dari abang-abang yang lain dan juga dari coaching staff.
Buat perasaan sih bangga ya, soalnya debut pertama juga kan di PMSL di Fall ini buat mistake, cuman mistake aja sih kalau problemnya. Buat chemistry sih udah aman.
So basically, of course, as my first debut in PMSL, I'll always feel proud that I'm here right now. But then what I learned from our brothers and our coaching staff, it's just like they help me to pinpoint what is my mistake. And yeah, if you ask me about chemistry, I love to play with them. Yep.
And I also hope that you can achieve your target with your new team and your newest coach, Hans Chill. And last thing, any words for the player that has a dream for playing in PMSL?
Oke, jadi ada nggak kata-kata yang mau disampaikan kepada mungkin anak-anak di luar sana yang punya mimpi buat main di PMSL?
Pesan buat tim komunitas, tetap semangat. Aku juga pernah ngerasain di tim komunitas. Semangatlah buat kalian berjuang untuk meraih PMSL.
Yeah, to all community team out there, keep fighting, keep grinding because I've been there and now here I am. So I know what you feel, but whatever it is, don't give up and keep grinding.
And keep dreaming, everyone. So thank you so much for your time, Gian, Fos, dan juga and also Hans Chill. So it's time to hear our caster final words. So casters, take it away.
That's the ex-coach Jung, also from BTR before. But I love the fact that, you know, definitely it's a good message coming out from Hamzul as well. And we do know young players definitely needed the drive. They have more drive than the veteran players. I think it's a very good addition for the side of BTR.
Yeah, not only Hansil, but also Leon. Leon. Okay. We gotta get his name corrected there. Okay, Leon Fung. Okay, never mind
so
about that.
funky.
Yeah, it's so funky. Yeah, I try.
Oh man, but tomorrow is going to be an explosive match. That's one thing that we're looking forward to because it's back for the top 8 teams coming into the game. They're done with their Bali trip because I hope last time we had the interview with, was it Vampires, that they want to go for, yeah, he wants to go for a trip for today. So hopefully he's back from the trip by now.
Yeah, hopefully they didn't miss their flight or something. But they can afford a private jet. It's fine, you know. They can take off anytime. They're that rich. Double PMWI winners. Yeah, they can buy the whole island if they want to. Wow.
Yep, it's all the bling bling and kaching kaching. Even their jerseys pretty much made out of gold, I think. When it comes to the Vampire logo, by now we are done and wrapping up for our first week, last chance here. So we get our first ever top 16. Congratulations to the top 16, made it up for the first Super Weekend, or no, Super Tuesday. But what do we expect for tomorrow, Hiklau?
Oh, it will be insane because you have the best of the best of the best teams from week 1 and Group B teams, the top teams from Group B, they will be there tomorrow as well. So it will be crazy, it will be explosive. Remember when we introduced Group B that time and day number 2, it went insane. It was a whole day of all sorts of highlights. Well, expect more of that by tomorrow. But that will be tomorrow's story, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, it's Tuesday, but we will have PMSL action. So make sure you stay tuned with us. Same time, same channel, wherever live stream you're watching this on whichever platform. My name is Sir Cloud together with the amazing Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow for more wonderful PUBG Mobile action. Bye!